400,000 Black immigrants live in New York State, comprising nearly 4% of the state's population. It is incumbent on New York City to acclimate its newest immigrant residents to their new role, facilitate pathways to work authorization, and connect immigrants with culturally appropriate resources so they can ultimately thrive in their neighborhoods as fully integrated community members. Over the past 2 years, Black immigrant newcomers have faced especially stark barriers in accessing city services. Those needing information translated and interpreted in language predominantly spoken in West African countries, including Wolof, Arabic, Bambara, Fulani, and French, among others, have reported difficulty communicating with migrant shelter staff and obtaining information from city agencies. Public reporting has demonstrated that the 60-day rules disproportionately evicted African immigrants, with newcomers from Mauritania and Senegal being the most likely to receive eviction notices. Black immigrants are disproportionately subject to immigration detention near the US-Mexico border before traveling to New York City, and many hail from countries that lack temporary protected status designations. And as a result, they require intensive immigration legal services involving full legal representation. Many Muslim newcomers have raised concerns about cultural competency in the migrant shelter system, from the demand for halal food to the incompatibility of congregate settings with their faith practice. I would like to extend a special welcome and express my deepest gratitudes to the panel of advocates and people who will open today's hearing. These individuals have welcomed Black immigrant newcomers in neighborhoods across New York City, and we look forward to hearing about their dogged efforts in their communities, as well as their perspectives on ways the city can do so much better in embracing Black immigrant newcomers as the new New Yorkers they are. Mutual aid groups and mosques have been unsung heroes during this time, providing dignity through culturally appropriate meals, safe spaces to sleep, free ESL classes, among so many other needs. These entities are providing these supports largely unfunded by the government, with support coming from the surrounding community of New Yorkers, many who are struggling themselves. I want to express my deepest gratitude to all of you who have gone above and beyond and who have exemplified what a welcoming New York City looks like, what dignity looks like. While we recognize the sacrifice of the work you have done, you should not be singularly bearing the burden of our city government. We must be creative in funding and service delivery that follows people's and their needs. After today, the government cannot claim it did not know of the gaps and their profound impacts on people. I will attest, we have known and ask, why hasn't getting stuff done and a city of yes fully reached newly arrived Black people? We see the same patterns of disinvestment, anti-Black media narratives, and disproportionate negative impacts in US-born Black communities as we do with Black new arrivals. We can and must make different choices. At the heart of this hearing is a need for data on the needs of immigrant New Yorkers residing in our city. We all know that it is impossible to make policy and conduct oversight without the appropriate data. And knowing the needs of New York City residents helps policymakers and elected officials tailor the city's programming and service delivery. That is why the Committee on Immigration will be hearing Introduction 84 and Introduction 85, both sponsored by Councilmember Carlina Rivera, which would respectively require the administration to develop and implement workforce and health surveys of newly arrived migrants and asylum seekers. These bills would also require the administration to recommend policies and investments to support the well-being and success of immigrant newcomers. The committee will also be hearing Introduction 739, sponsored by Deputy Speaker Ayala in relation to the reports on the response of asylum seeker arrivals and requiring the use of budget codes for funding associated with the response to asylum seeker arrivals. We look forward to hearing the administration's positions on these bills and working with the administration on a long-term, forward-thinking approach to welcoming immigrant New Yorkers to our neighborhoods and communities. Finally, the Committee on Immigration will also be hearing Resolution 340, sponsored by Councilmember Carlina Rivera, calling on the U.S. Citizen and Immigration Services to eliminate filing fees for humanitarian benefit applications and subsequent employment authorization applications, and calling on Congress and the President to move significant funding from USCIS to cover the funding loss by eliminating filing fees. Even as the Committee on Immigration seeks ways for the city to do better in welcoming immigrant New Yorkers, the Council has been clear that the federal government must play a leading role in making it possible for immigrants to build full lives in our cities and provide for their families. Rather than requiring immigrant New Yorkers to pay exorbitant application fees when many of them are already struggling to make ends meet, the federal government should meaningfully resource USCIS and reassert its commitment to humanitarian forms of immigration relief and protection. I would like to thank all the committee staff for their work on this hearing, including Nicole Cata, Rebecca Barilla, Nia Hyatt, Florentine Cabor. I would also like to thank my staff, Chief of Staff Edward Cerna, Christina Botego, Amarachi Ngadi, and Emmett Turan, and everyone working in the background to make this hearing run smoothly. Lastly, I would like to thank the representatives from the Mayor's Office on Immigrant Affairs and the Office of Asylum Seeker Operations who are present today to testify before the Council. H&H is not here, right?
No, but the Office for International Affairs also is.
Okay, we'd like to recognize the Office of International Affairs. And unfortunately, I am extremely disappointed to know that representatives from New York Health and Hospitals and New York City Emergency Management are not here. I understand that Dr. Long is the only person authorized from H&H to testify for this body, and tomorrow he will be attending another very important hearing. Given this constraint, I would like H&H to seriously consider how it can meaningfully staff these hearings, especially since it continues to take on larger and larger pieces of New York City's work. They should be present. And now I will turn it over to my co-chair, Councilmember Mercedes Narcisse.
Good morning. I am Councilmember Mercedes Narcisse, Chair of Hospitals Committee. Thank you to Chair Avalos and the Immigration Committee staff for holding this incredible, important hearing. I'm grateful for this opportunity to learn more about the experiences of Black immigrants in our city and to determine new pathways to ensure that new arrivals are receiving the support that they so richly deserve. As of last December, New York City was delivering care to 68,000 new arrivals. With the number of newcomers continuing to rise steadily, our recent data shows that we are welcoming an accelerating number of people from Senegal, Mauritania, Guinea, and Haiti, and many other folks of the beautifully diverse African and Caribbean diasporas. I cannot emphasize enough that when we say Black immigrants, we do not refer to a monolith with a singular shared experience. These new arrivals represent a diverse array of religions, languages, foods, traditions, and customs. It seems obvious that we must therefore tailor our response to each individual's unique needs, whether it be language access, healthcare, dietary restrictions, religious observance, or any other support that they may require. Furthermore, we must create spaces which allow our newcomers to thrive by offering opportunities that will tap into their unique skill sets to contribute to our city. We heard it outside. They're not looking for a handout. They're looking for opportunity. Every day, we usher in doctors, construction workers, engineers, nurses, and teachers, and so on. Every person who is arriving has something valuable to contribute. And it is severe detriment to our city to allow their skill set to be underutilized. People need to work. As we have observed the recent political unrest unfold in Haiti with heavy hearts, I am from Haiti. It becomes apparent that we must discuss our city's response to accommodating Black immigrants. It is crucial that we understand the shortcomings of our current procedures to generate new ideas and foster new community connections to improve our process of providing aid and shelter to those fleeing violence and persecution. This is personal to me. We are committed to ensuring that Black immigrants are uplifted, respected, and supported. As a city that has a long and vital history of welcoming in newcomers and helping them create new roots in this country, we are determined to provide each and every person a safe and dignified avenue towards starting the next chapter of their lives here. Before I conclude, I want to thank all the committee staff, advocates, community members who have contributed so much of their hard work and dedication to this issue, especially to those in the country, in the community, whose work uplifts the voices of those who are being ignored and left behind by our current system. All welcome, that's what we usually say. I extend my thanks to all of you for joining us today, to take your time. Usually when we make the call, it's a few. Today, as a Black person, I'm very impressed that you know today it was a call to action and you show up. Don't stop showing up. You have to show up. You cannot be invisible. You are visible. You mean something for not only the city of New York, you mean something. You mean a lot to the US and the world in general. And you know it, my brothers and sisters, my frères et sœurs, mes frères et sœurs, Afrique, Afrique, continent, Afrique. They mean a lot. So I want to say thank you to my chief of staff, to my deputy chief of staff, to my scheduler, to my deputy director of constituent services, to all my community engagement. We've been trying our very best, but I know my colleagues, and I'm so proud to sit here with Avalis that understand the city of New York, immigration need to be addressed for all of us. Now I would like to recognize my colleague, De La Rosa, Gutierrez, Joseph, and Palladino. Now I will turn it back to my Chair Avalis. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. And next we are going to hear from Public Advocate Jumani Williams.
Thank you so much. Peace and blessings, love and light to everyone. My name is Jumani Williams. I'm the Public Advocate of the City of New York. Thank you, Chair Aviles and Chair Narcisse, members of the Committee on Immigration and Hospitals for holding this important hearing, for allowing me to share my statement. I'm speaking as a son of Black immigrants. And in particular, Councilman Chair Aviles, thank you for seeing the importance and prioritizing Black immigrants in this committee in a way that hasn't been done. Thank you so much for that. And I just wanted to shout out, I know we spoke a lot about the advocates, so shout out to all of them, but I want to shout out someone for decades who's been doing this work and has been a godmother to many of us on Black issues, and that's Bertha Lewis from the Black Institute. Thank you for all of the work that you've been doing for so long. New York City has been responding to an influx of migrants to the city since 2022. Migrants are arriving from all over the world. They come from different cultures, practice various traditions, and speak a multitude of languages. This is nothing new for a city like New York. The city has done a great deal in responding to this influx, yet resource allocation could be more equitable than it is now, particularly for Black migrants coming from Caribbean and African countries. I want to make sure we lift up Sudan, Congo, and Haiti in particular, that is often left out of the news, as well as many other nations in Africa. Black migrants and Caribbean. Black migrants have shared their experiences facing racism and anti-Blackness within a system that historically deports, detains, and confines Black migrants at a higher rate than any other racial or ethnic group. These are realities the city has to grapple with, and in order to make any progress, we must hear directly from those living these realities. From local to the federal level, my office and I have been calling for greater resource allocation for Black migrants, and this hearing is a great starting point. At this juncture, the city should be well aware that with migrants coming from all over the world, they also speak a wide variety of languages. As mentioned, this is not a monolith. As a result, city resources should also be in language as much as possible, or create an infrastructure for the communities that are working with them to help with that. Black migrants particularly feel the impacts of language barriers, especially if they do not speak English or Spanish. They are more likely to speak a language like Arabic, French, Haitian Creole, Wolof, Mandinka, or Fula. And city resources and information in these languages are more difficult to come by. Language accessibility is a lifeline for immigrants and opens doors to legal services, housing, economic empowerment, and other opportunities. Just at the press conference, myself and Councilmember Hudson were telling folks that they can get medical assistance at emergency rooms, particularly in city hospitals, something they did not know, which might be because of the language access. Language accessibility is a lifeline for housing, economic development, and other opportunities. With a preliminary survey of languages that Black migrants speak, with many CBOs already having data on the city, should increase its language capacity accordingly. Another crucial point of discussion I wish to lift up is the impact of housing and shelter on Black migrants, with the city's ongoing 30 and 60-day notices to evict migrant shelter residents, which disproportionately affect African migrants. We may see and hear instances of migrants sheltering in storefronts and in extreme congregate settings because they have nowhere else to go. We are witnessing unaccompanied youth at the whims of the shelter system, some of whom are categorized as adults if they are over the age of 18, despite attending NYC DOE high schools. With these shelter notices, some have to decide between attending school or reapplying for a shelter placement, which is not a same-day guarantee. These experiences reflect a number of oversights in the city's response, and my hope is that the administration is made aware of the situation and commits to ramping up case management for these unaccompanied migrant youths. Many of these migrants are navigating an entirely new city, culture, language, and systems, after which may have a long and harrowing journey just to get here. On top of all that, they may face increased scrutiny, xenophobia, and racism just by the nature of being a Black immigrant. The city, among the existing and future resources it provides and distributes, must ensure that the minimum, there's equity of resources above all else. I want to remind folks that applying for asylum is a legal way to be in this city, and also push for the White House to do more and Governor Hochul to do more, because they are not. New York City cannot handle this by themselves. I do know there's a gargantuan effort, and some of those efforts, I just want to thank the city for trying. But even while we're waiting for resources, we do have to make sure things are applied equitably and humanely, and we have some work to do in those two categories. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just would like to let everyone know, in council decorum, while you're in the chamber, please refrain from clapping. What we do is this. If you are in agreement, we would love to see your hands, but please refrain from clapping. Thank you so much. And next will be me reading a statement on behalf of Councilmember Carlina Rivera. Good morning. We are in an era of global displacement, and the number of individuals and families seeking asylum in the United States has risen significantly in recent years. 2 years ago, almost to the day, on April 13, 2022, the first bus of individuals from war-torn and politically unstable countries arrived in Washington, D.C. from Texas. In the following days, many of those individuals found their way to New York City, and since then, the 5 boroughs have welcomed more than 182,000 individuals seeking asylum. Immigration is core to the identity of the United States, and as these families exercise the right to be here, per our national policies, New York City policies can be improved to meet the needs of the influx of migration. In response, our office has worked with advocates across workforce and healthcare sectors to respond to the needs of these new residents. At today's hearing, 2 of my bills will be heard to require the development and administration of healthcare and economic-related surveys to foster opportunity and well-being. Over the last 2 years, the New York City Health and Hospitals has completed over 100,000 visits for individuals seeking asylum. Our public hospital system has stepped up to welcome our newest neighbors, screening individuals for communicable diseases, administering over 60,000 vaccines, and delivering over 600 babies. A comprehensive survey and collection of anonymized data will help the public care system respond and adapt for a changing landscape of needs. On the economic front, New York City's population has shrunk by nearly 500,000 people since 2020, and individuals seeking asylum have a variety of skills to contribute to our workforce. By collecting information on the economic challenges and opportunities for asylum seekers, we can better assist the newest New Yorkers to integrate into our workforce through training and facilitating connections to open roles. In addition to implementing policies at the local level, city leaders must continue to marshal efforts to urge the federal government to provide New York City with financial support and get individuals seeking asylum employment authorization, language support, and vocational training. And on behalf of Councilmember Carlina Rivera, thank you. And we wish her and her families well as she is having a baby. So blessings to Councilmember Rivera and her family. Next, we'd like to recognize, we've been joined by Councilmember Savannah Brooks Powers. And where are we on the list? Here we are. Okay, and now we're going to hear from a pre-panel that we are. Thank you again for being here, and I guess we will turn it over to council staff.
Good morning, everyone. We'll first hear from a pre-panel. We have Adam Abal, Patrice Lawrence, Corinne Mbongo Golden, and Balde Abdoulaye. And if I haven't called your name and you're seated at the table, please just state your name for the record as you begin your remarks. But we'll start with Adam Abal whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Alvarez and members of the Committee on Immigration. My name is Adam Abba, and I'm the Executive Director of Africana. Africana is a nonprofit organization supporting Harlem and Bronx communities and recent migrants to New York City. We specifically focus on Black and Arab communities who face significant barriers to accessing services, including but not limited to legal, workforce, and benefit assistance. Before I begin, I would like to thank City Council and Committee on Immigration for your support and commitment to holding New York City accountable to treating migrants with dignity, respect, and humanity. For the past 18 years, I've been advocating for immigration reform, and I'm here today to ask City Council to increase their efforts to hold the Mayor's office accountable to for Black migrants by ensuring that our upcoming city budget reflects that equitable resources and services are provided to organizations that serve Black migrants. Develop and implement sustainable workforce training programs, collaborate with Black-led immigration rights organizations for language access, advocate for work authorization for all migrants, and address the inequities in health well-being of Black migrant women, children, and families, especially in maternal health care. Today, there are over 60,000 migrants in NYCs from many countries, including not limited Mauritania, Senegal, Burundi, Guinea, and Chad. They're entering the United States and are in our cities with our brothers and sisters from across many countries in Latin America. Black migrants are faced with compound discrimination due to stereotypes attributed to them because of their documentation status and their identity. Black migrants have reported verbal and physical abuse due to the color of their skin. Racism begins at the border for them, and unfortunately, I have witnessed firsthand in the city's response, anti-Black racism is continued in New York City. It starts with beginning access to shelter. Churchill reported just over 2 months ago, New York Focus, that Black migrants received the highest second share highest of notice to vacate shelter. Secondly, the city has failed to provide adequate language interpretation or translation, which is critical for Black migrants to navigate services, communicate with support staff, and understand the notices given to them regarding their shelter. Please know that Google Translate and Language Line is never sufficient and is not acceptable. The city should hire native speakers of most spoken languages among Black migrants to provide adequate language interpretation and translation service. The lack of cultural responses does not end with insufficient language access. Black migrants have the same goals of education and workforce, contributing to their community and building self-sufficient life like every other immigrant. However, Black migrants face a lack of available workforce training, which is more readily available for Spanish-speaking migrants. Black women migrants face added cultural inappropriate health and mental health care. For example, many Black migrant women, for reasons unrelated to their beliefs, do not use tampons, yet Black migrant women are continuing being offered tampons. To fill in the gaps in services, supported organizations like Africana must expand our services. Black migrants rely on organizations like ABISA, Haitian Bridge Alliance, Africana, UndocuBlack, Africa is Everywhere, Haitian Women for Haitian Refugees, and ACT, and GYO for direct services and support with no funding. We are providing case management, language support. We are also making sure Black migrants are safely transported to shelter. Therefore, Chair Alvarez and members of the Committee on Immigration, I call on you to hold the Mayor's office accountable to New York City's Constitution and protect and promote the dignity and respect for Black migrants and all migrants in New York City. Thank you for your ongoing partnership and support.
Thank you. Thank you. We will go through everyone's testimony and then open questions, and council members can ask the panel questions.
Oh, you can go ahead when you're ready.
My name is Patrice Lawrence, and I serve as the Executive Director of the UndocuBlack Network, a 501c3 organization and a multi-generational network of currently and formerly undocumented people. I am a part of the community I serve. I am testifying today about my experience, our experience with newly arrived Black migrants from a community perspective as well as an organizational perspective. As the number of migrants arriving has risen in New York City, we've watched the posture of elected officials change from welcoming to spewing anti-immigrant dog whistles. Ensuring that policies that would have migrants detained rather than sheltered in habitable and dignified spaces, as well as access to safety net resources, is a key priority for UndocuBlack Network, UBN, and should be for anyone who believes in justice and fair treatment for all. The public buy-in is essential for this to work well. However, the city needs to be mindful of the language that they use to describe migrants. Expanding access to services for long-term residents also needs to be done hand in hand with resources for the migrants. This will help with some of the rhetoric that has been used to describe Black migrants and to pit them against the communities that they come from, as well as the new ones that they're inhabiting. We do not need to remove the right to shelter. We do not need to remove the right to shelter. We do not need to remove the right to shelter. We do need to contract with culturally competent contractors and community-based organizations. And if it needs to take time, consult with immigrant organizations so that you will know the best ways to move forward and you will see success. We need a welcoming atmosphere for migrants entering entering New York City by bus or by plane. At the airports, the instructions are confusing even for the average traveler. Many newly arrived Black migrants have needed to take Ubers that we have facilitated access to. This is costly. Airports need signage, people, access to Metro cards or a pass that does not require a credit card so that the migrants can use the subway system. Moving away from cash should not be fully implemented. Our collaboration is primarily with Adama Ba of Africana. I testify that I have witnessed Adama welcome migrants at Port Authority in the dark hours of the morning for over 2 years. With a warm smile and food and care, she still does it now. It is not lost on us that the beginning of these buses came out of spite and hate for immigrants. We hope it is not lost on you either. But what was meant for evil has been turned for good. We support Adama Ba's expanding team as well as Dr. Sadie, who heads up APISA, and we have directly financially supported both of their work. I know these women and their respective networks and organizations. With our help, we have seen and witnessed medical clinics that they have set up at times in parking lots in Harlem, and we've seen the glow of faces and individuals as they have been treated with dignity. Additionally, we have seen legal services. They provided legal consultations, assistance for immigration and paperwork, medical support, medical screenings, vaccinations, referrals to healthcare providers who are culturally competent to ensure the health and well-being of migrants, housing solutions to make sure that that the Black migrants who enter this city have secure, safe, affordable housing for migrants, as well as additional health and wellness programs. Connecting Black migrants to a local network of competent service providers to ease their experience of getting social services is very, very necessary and must be done in all of the languages that they speak. It is my hope that any surveys and reports to be conducted in the future, as I understand is in front of this committee, for the migrant population in New York, be conducted in a way that ensures participation of Black migrant communities. This may mean and is not limited to conducting the survey instruments in multiple languages, including the participation of community-based organizations, and the findings must not result in punitive measures. Too often in this city's past and present, we have seen them resort to police. Please don't make that mistake here. Lastly, we know that federal policy impacts people everywhere, and we also know that without proper implementation, that gap will fall flat and fail. There has been temporary protected status that has been instituted for several people for Black countries, and we fight for it to continue to happen for additional countries. We need the city's help and funding to make sure that these are successful. We have seen firsthand that without proper funding and implementation, and because of the systemic bias and racism within the system, USCIS may not process people at a time that they're supposed to, or even accept their applications. Therefore, Black migrants need more help and assistance. Our organizations, my organization, is willing to do that work, but we cannot do it. But we cannot do it without the proper funding and with people who support us. We also find it really hard to work in an environment where Black migrants are often ostracized and demonized. This must stop. Language matters. As a Black immigrant myself from the country of Jamaica, it is really, really important that some of what I experienced, some of what my family experienced, and some of what we see even now not be duplicated. The people outside are here in their numbers by the thousands, and they are here to show you that they belong and that they are here and that they should not be erased. Please listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrice. Before we go to our next speaker, we need to make an announcement regarding the interpretation equipment.
Ok, onon ɓe heɗade numéro 6 jonna 6 ko numéro 7 heɗoto ɗon channel on ɓe changé par ce que sina ɗum wonnanta moƴƴo. Ok, bye bye. Oh, yaafe nani ɓe inni wo wonnoɓe heɗade ɓen numéro channel hara ko 6 on joni on ikkito hara ko numéro 7 ok fiyon nano moƴƴa par ce que nder toon ɗo mari complication technique comme si ɓen wowli onon gonnanta moƴƴa ka numéro 6 donc écoutez numéro 7 joni on faami toon e juɗɗen son faami ok on jarama.
Thank you. And before we move to the next panelist, I want to recognize the 16 students from MS 890, Brooklyn, New York, up there. We see you. Thank you for being here. You're always welcome in the People's House. Next, we will move on to the next panelist.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jibril. I'm here for represent the African community and the African Bureau Immigration Social Affairs. I want to make the testimony about the situation of migrants. When we arrived in USA, we encountered a number of difficulties. First of all, on the housing situation, we don't think it's a right that we can use a shelter address because only African migrants can stay for a month in the shelter. I have been in the mosque, but we couldn't be comfortable because there was no bed, no toilets, no clothing, and the situation of food is much more complicated. And I want to say also the situation of work permits. We want the waiting period for work permit to be reduced so that we can meet our needs for housing, food, medical care, so that we can pay for a lawyer to support our cases. And I think that this will contribute to the profile of New York State and the USA. And I really give to the thank of Dr. Saidi Sarr and Abisa team for a big job, and give a real thank for Adamaba Africana. Si vous me permettez un peu de tenir le discours en français, s'il vous plaît. C'était un immense plaisir d'être là pour pouvoir solliciter nos condoléances.
Can you move the microphone closer to both of you so we can hear your voices? Thank you.
Thank you. You want to continue in French, and I'm going to interpret for him.
Pour pouvoir expliquer la situation des migrants, pour pouvoir solliciter une telle chose à nos confrères qui sont derrière. La situation des migrants est très compliquée ici aux États-Unis.
To explain to you the situation of immigration to United States is very difficult for immigration to be here.
Parce que nous avons des problèmes de logement, d'habitation et des services judiciaires qui nous sont recommandés par les États-Unis.
Because we have a lot of difficulty to find a shelter and to find a proper attorneys to defend our cases.
Nous avons aussi fait un constat du coup que seuls les migrants africains sont rejetés dans les métros, dans les bus et dans les espaces publics.
We also noticed that only black immigrants are being rejected from the buses, from subway stations, from all the transportation.
Nous ne sommes pas ici pour demander quoi que ce soit. Nous sommes ici pour pouvoir gagner notre vie honnêtement sans demander quoi que ce soit.
We are not here to ask for anything. We're just here to fight and work properly.
Lorsque nous étions dans nos pays, on avait entendu que les États-Unis, ce sont les pays de droit et de démocratie.
When we are home in our own country, we heard that the United States is a country of rights, human rights.
Et nous avons traversé beaucoup de pays avec une telle souffrance pour pouvoir arriver ici afin de pouvoir gagner nos vies honnêtement sans demander quoi que ce soit.
We cross, before we arrive here in United States, we cross a lot of country to arrive here just to have a job and to have a proper life. We don't ask for anything else.
Et nous tenons solennellement à remercier toutes les associations africaines qui ont tenu le coup de main pour pouvoir aider tous les migrants africains qui sont aux États-Unis.
And we want to give a huge thank you to all the associations that are here to help Black immigrants to establish properly in this country.
Plus particulièrement à Dr. Sedi Sarr, Adama Ba Africana, Abissa, Darussalam Masjid Communauté.
Particularly Dr. Sedi Sarr, Adama Ba Africana, Abissa,
Darussalam Islamic Community.
and Darussalam Islamic Community.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your attention.
Merci. Next, we'd like to recognize, we've been joined by Councilmember Hanif and Councilmember Bachar. Corinne, if you would like to be next.
It's working? Okay. Hi, City Council member. Thank you for having me. My name is Corinne Obongo Golden, and I am a resident of the Bronx. I'm a tenant organizer in the Bronx. I'm African. I am from the Congo. If you know, the Congo is at war. My dad is from the Congo. My mother is from Ethiopia. Today, I'm going to speak to the need of New York's new community, our African brother and sister. I will speak in one of the languages today that I use to help our brother and sister learn the truth about their reality as migrants in New York City. The language is called Lingala. Some of you guys know The Lion King? Okay, here we go. This is what I told my brother from the Congo. Matata ezali awa ebele. Bima, New York City. Bako tiayo maboko awate. Traduction, because nobody speaks my language here, obviously. Here, there's a lot of trouble in this city. You need to leave New York City. They will not help you. I spoke in Lingala to my Congolese brother. He was stuck at Stockton in Brooklyn with no one to understand him and no way to get an ID or case management. Now he's in Maine, safe, working, and part of a community. Africa has 54 countries. There are around 3,000 languages spoken on the continent. Black Africans are not slaves, but have been unfree due to the colonial and capitalist exploitation. Our lives are sacrificed for the rest of the developed world. I'm a grassroots. I am not a non-profit worker. I do not work for the city. I am here to tell the truth. Everyone today will hear our truth. I came to volunteer with the founder of Africa is Everywhere and BAMSA. It is a Pan-African feminist initiative. The founder is Diane Enobabor, to help our brother and sister in Brooklyn. They were at Jefferson, Stockton, Halls, thousands of men who did not have case management, sleep on court, without anything. They need to get a job, have no good health care or housing. We do not have enough African direct service organization. We demand help in Brooklyn and Queens. We have donated time and money to African mothers, expecting organizing clothing drive, transportation, and food for medical service as mutual aid. We have translated for health or death medical procedure. We couldn't afford necessary antibiotics in a city like New York. So one of our members had to buy antibiotic in Colombia to help our brother who suffered from a third burn degree. We have seen asylum case be poorly completed, being denied asylum, thousands more have had the chance to do their application. This is negligence. This is unacceptable. This is shameful time in New York history. This city is not friendly for all people. It is anti-African and xénophobique. Cette ville n'est pas du tout accueillante pour les Africains. Elle est raciste et xénophobe, et on doit le dire. We came to share this testimony to let you all know in this council you all are responsible for this pain and suffering that will affect us for generations to come. But you also can change this for better. C'est l'hôpital qui se moque de la charité. New York City should at least live up to the standard it projects to the world, instead of the mediocrity he has shown our community. Africans deserve dignity and respect. We are not animals. This country has the habit to, I'm so upset. You have a habit to receive all over immigrants, all over community. Why is it going to be done only to the African? It's because it's an embedded protocol of racism and xenophobia in this city. And I want all my fellow Africans to know what it is that they will face if they come in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. Dr. Balde?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of God, we begin. In the name of God, we end. I start by saying thank you to our chair. Thank you to all of you. I'm here to testify about black immigrants. I'm Balde Abdullah, say Dr. Balde. I'm founding member of Futa Islamic Center in the Bronx. Founding member in Masjid Manhattan, right close here, several of them. I'm no activist, I'm just member of the community. I try to help as much I can. But I'm telling you, in the bottom of my heart, since this brother start coming, I have broken heart. Because if we see human being, when human being without food, you lose your dignity. You have to eat. You have to find space to stay. If not, to save your dignity is very difficult. My center have been holding more than 300 to 500 people. This last Ramadan, first day of Ramadan, we have more than 1,000 people who come to break their fast. This day, I have only 1 cup of water. 1 cup. And we call throughout the houses, we say, whatever you have there left, please bring here. I'm telling you, I go back to my house, like midnight, I have nothing to eat until next day. Next day, I be in the phone. I call interfaith, all friends and community, leaders, organization, ask for help. 4 or 5 of them answer me. New York Interfaith, Gambian Youth Organization, and one of my friends, you know, Debbie Almonstaza and her husband, other friends like Muna Organization, those people answer me. Interfaith have been providing like 200 meals a day. Muna, 300 meals a day. Debbie Monster, 200 meals a day. Alhamdulillah, the Ramadan passed very good. Don't forget, in Ramadan, we eat 2 times. We breakfast, and then like 4 o'clock, we have to eat something. We have like 300 in the masjid. People who are in the shelters, they all run down there to find something to eat. We thank God. God help. We finish Ramadan. What I'm asking, all these people I'm telling you who come here, every one of them are treasure from the family. Treasure. The only thing we ask the city, when our chairman went to my center, we went to the Senegalese center, she find those people, he asked me what I can help with. I say, we ask your help just to help these people to get work. They can support themselves, support their family, without no going to any shelters. Since then, she stands by her feet, do everything. That's why she called this meeting today. All my thanks to her or her staff. We have to recognize a human being. When she went to my center, see, all these people, I see the tear from her eye. I see the tear from her eye. But I say, God is the provider. Alhamdulillah, we thank God for everything He has been done. But what I'm asking you, before you give fish to somebody every day, help him how to find the fish. Help him how to find the fish, how to fish. The only things we ask to get these people training, get them a job, get them a paper to work, that's gonna help themselves, gonna help ourselves, it's gonna help several family. Because I'm telling you, my family, father and mother, we are 250 people in the family. When I send 1,000 people, it's not enough for them. At least I have to send 2,000 to 3,000 in order to each one get something. And that's a blessing from you guys. We don't ask so many, but we ask the minimum. The minimum. That minimum is to help everyone to get a way to walk. Thank you very much. May God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you all to the panelists. Thank you, Dr. Balde. I would like to open it up for council colleagues to ask questions to the panelists. I can turn it over to anybody want to Councilmember Joseph?
Good morning, all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your service. I wanted to find out of all of the families, have any school training have been offered, any school placement for young children? Because I do see a lot of moms.
Unfortunately, no. So at our office, every Friday, we have organizations that come to enroll them in school. When they go to enroll their children in school, they're offered the language line, and oftentimes the language line is not the appropriate language, so they're not understanding. They're asking for certain documentation that they do not have. So when they come to our office, we're ensuring that all the documents needed to enroll the children in school, they have. They are asking them for proof of address, but it's been a challenge, especially for the Black women with their children, single moms who are here, even to get to the destination of schools. And then in 60 days after we've helped them with everything, they're moved.
They're moved around, correct. I know for asylum seekers, there are special rules in New York City public schools that documents are not necessary.
It has not been helpful because unfortunately we have cases where they are asking for documentation.
And just like McKinney-Venter law, they're supposed to be able to enroll in schools with no documents because they are fleeing conflict. It's not like you're coming in. So I want to make sure that we're helpful and we're supporting you on that aspect in terms of getting the students enrolled. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public Advocate Williams.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your testimony. I did want to recognize my staff. I don't know if she's here, Fabiola Mendieta, who's been doing amazing work. Has been on the ground with Adama from the beginning. Thank you all so much. And as he rests in peace, I did want to lift up Carl Lipscomb, who was doing amazing work with Baji and others when it came to undocumented and Black immigrations. May he rest in peace, and thank him for all of his work. And Life of Hope, HCC, Haitian Women for Haitian Refugees, and Hope, who's here doing a lot of work for the Haitian community in my former district and across the city. Two things that really stuck with me. One, Imam, you said all we're doing is asking for the minimum. And it's unfortunate how much particularly Black people in general have to fight for just for the bare minimum of humanity. And so I'm sorry that that's the struggle we have. And a sister, I'm sorry to remember your name, but you lifted up that New York should show some version of should show what it projects to what it is. It projects to the world. I would say that to the country as well, and I'm sorry as folks have learned by experience that what they've heard about New York City and the country is not exactly what they expected, and we're going to try to work hard to see if we can correct that. I did want to know, and this is open to anyone, what has been the experience trying to set up some kind of infrastructure with the cities? You shouldn't have to, but I do know that nonprofits and mutual aid groups often fill in the gap when government is failing. So what has it been like to try to set up some kind of infrastructure that you can provide the assistance that's been lacking?
I'll start from the nonprofit side and then go to Adama. I would say that for several of even the folks that we've approached for funding, their line right off the bat is that they do not support direct service and that they're not supporting direct services.
I'm sorry, I just want to be clear. This is when you ask the government about funding?
This isn't government, this is foundations.
Gotcha, okay.
This isn't government, this is foundations. For the government, I'll let Adama talk more. I have found that some of the requirements have been quite onerous on like what you need to provide in order to get the funding, and who has gotten the funding are not necessarily people that are providing for Black immigrants. And she can talk more about what that has meant and how some of the organizations that have gotten funded for immigrants have sent Black immigrants back to her door in Harlem. And I'll say, like, for the foundation's part, they say that they don't give money to direct services, and this is not something that they're going to do, and it's been a lot of excuses and not a lot of help.
For Black migrants, when it comes to social services, there's none. We are creating that on the ground. We're trying to build the infrastructure and trying to advise the city on how to do that, but we have not been welcomed. They started to be open to our suggestions. Example, the IDNYC right now, it's only Fridays. It's not realistic. It doesn't make sense. But instead of pushing back, we're realizing it's just pivot around the system that is not working. It's what we always do as Black immigrants, Black community. We pivot around what's not working in our community. But there's been a challenge. We do not get any city funding. We rely on grassroots organizations like BISA and Undocu Black to support us.
Which agency have you been most in conversation with?
Right now, it's just IDNYC.
And when you say that they had been welcome at the beginning, now they're not, are you talking about Other agencies or just IDMIC? What are the other agencies?
I think language access is the biggest one. We keep telling them the language line is not working, but they keep telling us it's working. After hours, there's no language line. Abisa's here, Jabril is here. I call them to translate on many times. There's many people in this audience right now that I have to call after hours to translate for migrants. And they're constantly calling and telling the staff members, speak to Adama, she's on the phone. Every staffer in the HERC and the shelter system know my name and know that I'm translating when they call me.
Have you tried to get money for translation services as well?
We have not been offered any. We're working with Refugee Translation Project right now. We're currently hiring asylum seekers to translate, to go with asylum seekers in certain spaces, but we have not gotten any funding. We're really relying on DocuBlack fundraising to support that initiative.
Has anybody requested funding for language access?
We have. Refugee Translation has. Other orgs have also.
And what were you told?
From what I understand, they're working on it.
Okay, thank you. And I do know applying for funding is particularly onerous for everybody. There's some spaces where we should help with particularly the back office stuff and the way to apply for people who never apply, particularly in a crisis situation. So we're going to try, I'm sure everyone is listening, to try to work with the city to try to help get through that application process, even if there's some emergency funding, particularly around translation services that we probably can't provide as a city, but we know that many groups can. So thank you for sharing your stories.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Chair Narcisse.
I just want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for being an advocate. Thank you for standing the ground for our brothers and sisters that are coming from Black immigrants, especially from African nations. So the language access, one of the things that we know for sure, if you cannot speak a language, you're not going to get anything done. You cannot get your kids to school because they can give you a paper you don't know. You cannot get, even explaining if you feel something. I know that because I speak Creole and French when I came to the US, and I know how difficult, how challenging that can be. So my question to you, and we know that the calling when you're trying to get translators is almost impossible. I'm hearing it a lot. So in your capacity, in this space where you function as an organization, how many dialects that you encounter that you can help the city of New York?
At our office, there's currently 16 different languages that are spoken among the whole staff. But the focus has just been on West Africans, and there's a lot of East Africans coming with a wave of Haitians coming. And we need to be mindful of those languages. There are unique dialects that are also coming that I've never heard of, that I'm learning now about. People from Madagascar are coming. You have people, Burundi are coming. People from countries that are not common to us. So language access has been truly, truly a challenge, especially if you don't understand. Pular from Guinea and Pular in Mauritania, Pular in Senegal is very different.
So thank you, because we have to push for language access, because I have seen it, people telling me even to stay in the shelter, to wherever in the HERC they cannot stay, because when they ask them to reapply, they're not getting it. And so thank you for continuing the work.
I do want to add on one thing. There is a significant amount of people who are illiterate, so written does not work. We have been sending voice clips to the migrants, explaining to them what their rights are and to understand what's going on. So it's not just written, we need vocals.
Thank you.
May I intervene for that? Because I actually taught a literacy class in Brooklyn, in the library of Bushwick. And we have, in Africa, unfortunately for us, learning how to read and write is a privilege. And a lot of our brothers and sisters do not know how to read and write. So they only speak their, I would say, native language. Like I said, I'm from the Congo, so I was speaking only in Congolese, one of the many Congolese languages that I speak with my fellow brother and sister, to help them out. So the language barrier is tremendous. We at Brooklyn, we are faced with that predicament, and we had to taught, and we actually have like 6 classes, because we had a morning class, And then we have an evening class for the ones that were literate. So without that, it's impossible for them to do anything because they don't understand the language, they don't understand the way the city works, they don't understand anything. And you can go nothing, you can do nothing. And like I said, there was emphasis many times that, you know, we are African, we don't speak African. We have different specificity in Africa. I'm from Central Africa. My mom is from East Africa. My mommy speaks Aramaic. My dad don't speak Aramaic. He don't even understand it. I do because my mom is Aramaic, so I do. But only in the Congo, you have like more than 500 languages. Swahili is being spoken in Burundi, so I can speak with somebody from Burundi, but I cannot speak Swahili with somebody from Mauritania. You understand? In Europe, a Turkish don't talk for a French don't talk for a Spanish. So why it is that you will put everybody in Africa in the same bag and thinking that because they speak Asanya, because they speak Pearl, everybody will understand. You see, I told you Hakuna Matata, you couldn't understand anything. You see, so that's what we need. We need people that speak the native language to teach to those people. That's what we're asking the city, and the city refused to acclimate. And since 2002, I learned that French is an indigenous language. Yes, French is an indigenous language because United Nations speak French as a diplomatic language. How come you cannot have OSHA in French? Why you don't have interpreter in hospital? Why I have to go and translate for my brother and sister every time they have an emergency? They call it me at any time. Why? This is New York City. It's the first megapole of the world. There's no excuse. There's not. So now I know that speaking French, you are indigenous. With Alliance Française here, French Embassy here, United Nations, speaking first language of diplomacy is French. So New York City, you need to do better. You have no excuse whatsoever. You have none. You don't even want to implement English lesson for French speaker, but you have bilingual class here. I know because I was teaching French here. So you have no excuse. You refuse to do it. As soon as it's the Africans that speak French, let's not help them. That's racism. That's being racist. That's embedded in your protocol, in your process here. And I want my brother and sister from African country that speak French. You are now speaking indigenous. They will not understand you. If you are in New York City, you don't speak English or you don't speak Spanish, you are done. You are done. Because nobody was ever to give me an explanation why you don't have OSHA in French. Or we don't have the funding. Or if we can't translate. What is this? If it's not racist, find me the right word then. If it's not racist, that means that you don't want to do it. And why? We are not immigrants like everybody else. We do not contribute. I pay tax in this country. That's disgusting. It's totally racist and xenophobic. And it needs to be known. In New York City, you miss the mark. You miss the mark.
Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. Next, we're going to have Councilmember Hudson.
Thank you so much, chairs.
Thanks.
Thank you all for your testimony. My office hosted a resource fair back in November that was, we thought, going to be mostly for folks who were staying at the Herc in my district. And we were completely overwhelmed and didn't have enough resources for all of the people who showed up. So we're hosting another one on June 1st, but I wanted to ask you all what types of resources. We're going to have a vaccination bus, an IDNYC, and many other resources for folks. We're working very closely with the mutual aid groups that we've been working with in our district and our community. But I'm just curious to know from you all directly, what are some of the resources and services that we can have at a resource fair that would be most helpful?
To be honest, there's so many resource fairs happening. We need workforce training. We really need to be able
More
to...
what?
Workforce training.
Workforce training.
We need our folks to be able to work. It is not fair because that they do not speak Spanish or English, they're not able to get that. We have been covering the vaccination by accompanying them to the hospitals or even the clinics, but it's really workforce training that we truly need. And then mental health services. Mental health services not based on what the city thinks, but what our community thinks, what our community needs.
Thank you. And then just touching on the vaccines that you mentioned, my understanding is that the city no longer does vaccinations at intake, and that they're sending folks to get vaccinated. And so I'm wondering if you know also if families with children are getting their children vaccinated, or if there are hindrances to making that happen.
Sure. I don't know how the city is doing it now, but for us, when they come to our office and they're not vaccinated, we refer them to the 2 local hospitals, which is Lincoln Hospital and Harlem Hospitals. They are welcoming towards Black migrants. And if their children don't have the vaccine, we make sure that they have all the vaccines so they can enroll in school.
Right.
But we are ensuring that in our office that they do get vaccinated, and understanding why they need those vaccinations, not just telling them you need to get it.
Right.
So we do have healthcare workers that explain that.
Okay.
And I think Jabril also wants to add on.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, I want to add something like the majority of migrants need to continue their learning at the school. And this is a big problem to pay their school because they don't get money and they don't get support for pay their school. And I believe you will figure something for make it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you, chairs.
Majority Whip Sylvana Brooks Powers.
Thank you. And thank you so much for the powerful testimony that you all have shared. I think I can speak for my colleagues saying we've been waiting for this moment to hear your voices directly on this issue in terms of how the Black migrant community is being prioritized in this crisis. So thank you for testifying today. Kind of piggybacking off of Councilmember Hudson, I'm curious to understand a bit more granularly the resources that are being provided. So for example, I represent the 31st Council District in Southeast Queens, which includes JFK Airport, where a hangar was opened, and when I toured that hangar, it was the census for that day was about 752 migrants that were there, predominantly Black migrants that were there. And so my concern is in terms of what resources are being offered. So wanting to understand, and I know you mentioned a lot of resource fairs and workforce being needed, but what are some of the other critical services that you need? How can the council increase the capacity of the work that you're doing? And also, I'm curious what the shelter experience is like. What language is being spoken in the shelters that you all are being located in?
And before you respond, Adam, I just want to recognize Councilmember Sanchez on Zoom, but please respond.
Jabril wants to answer for the languages for the shelter. Go ahead, because he has translated.
Majority of migrants African speak Wolof, French, and other language. They need to translate for them in Spanish and English. And this is a big problem for them because sometimes some people we don't understand what I'm saying because this is a big problem for translate for them.
For legal is another big thing that's desperately needed for Black migrants.
Mm-hmm.
Patrice, you want to talk on how? Oh, she doesn't. But legal is desperately needed for Black migrants. We are seeing a huge gap of Black migrants not getting access to the Red Cross. And we were told it's because of language. We fixed that by offering the language services that we have. We accompany them with a translator. But legal is desperately needed. It's the only way that Black and workforce, is the only way Black migrants can get a foot in the system. Without that, they're hopeless. You have to understand, Black migrants have it harder in the immigration system. The first wave of migrants that we saw Black were all wearing ankle bracelets. At this time, people were shocked because we were only seeing Black migrants with ankle bracelets. We're seeing already Black migrants getting deportation letters. Black migrants aren't getting their mail. Mail is another big thing. Because they are disproportionately kicked out of the shelter system, they do need mail. At our office, we offer that. We get their immigration, we get their medicals, their bank. They need a system that we have created from the ground and up that supports them. And we have to rely on grassroots organizations for that support.
When you say disproportionately being moved out of the shelter system, can you explain that a bit more for me, please?
Sure. So Black migrants are getting a 30-day notice. They're getting a piece of paper. For some, they are not getting a piece of paper. They're just being told that they have to leave, but it's not being translated properly. And so when they call us when they get kicked out, and we have to explain to them that they can go to St. Bridget's and explain the whole system to them. It is not fair because there's thousands of other people that need services, and we have to pause to explain how the shelter system works. Dr. Balde just spoke and told you there are 400 people in his mosque. There are over 24 mosques now that are housing Black migrants in their mosque. They are overcrowded with no funding and no resources. So shelter is a huge challenge.
Thank you.
What I'm at those mosques where they have been leasing, most of them are destroyed. We have to fix. We don't get any funding for those masjid. I don't know if the church is get it, but the masjid never get funding from the city. And I'm telling you, in Africa, we don't have language, we have dialect. Every country have more than, I can say, 10 different dialects. No one understands each other. If we say French, like most of them say they speak French, but it's an error because they say French because the country have been colonized by French. They have their own dialect. That's why this workforce training is very important. I'm talking about this legal aid. When they cross the board, they give them several lists of pro bono lawyers. Myself, I take more than 3 hours to call each one of them, no one pick up. No one. I speak English. And now those people who get those papers through the border, how they can? I try to find out, they don't get any. Until now, some of them don't even file their paper for asylum yet. Why? Because they don't have any fund, any means. So please try to help. Thank you.
Thank you. And just one more follow-up. Adama, do you have a list available of the organizations that you could provide to us that offer translation services? Because when the council was pushing the translation funding in the past budget, I think there was a need to identify more organizations that have the capacity to offer this service. So if you can be able to provide that for us, that would be helpful.
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you, and thank you for the work you're doing on the ground.
Councilmember Palladino.
Hi.
Apologies, Councilmember Marmorato.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you for coming here to testify today. I appreciate listening to you and hearing what you have to say. You know, around the 1920s, my great-grandfather came to this country and he experienced similar struggles. So you are not alone, and even though he is of Italian descent, he is Southern Italian, and he was considered a person of color back then. So he did experience similar struggles as to what you're going through. And I do apologize. I'm not going to apologize, but I'm not surprised that New York Health and Hospitals is not here to listen to you and be present for you, because they don't care. They don't care about their legal immigrants. They don't care about the citizens within the country, and they don't care about all of you and coming here to listen to your concerns. Their absence is sending a message. And let's not forget that they don't think twice when they're ready to cash in the city's checks for housing opportunity, to house migrants, to house individuals, to feed you, to take your health care, but they're not here to listen to your concerns, and that's a major problem. And we as a city, Whether you're an immigrant or not an immigrant, we deserve better from New York Health and Hospitals. And that's about it, yeah. So I'm here, I'm happy to hear what you have to say, and I'm listening. And we do provide legal immigration services in the Bronx to the 2 Bronx people at the end, in my office on Mondays. So if you ever need any of that, I can give you my information and we can help you out. Anybody within our district or surrounding district, we'd be more than happy to help you guys out, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Palladino.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for coming. This has been quite a moving testimony I've listened to today. It's disturbing in a great many ways. It's disturbing when I see human beings not treated properly. Prejudice and racism, those words have become watered down. They're used much, much too often. But I'd like to say this. In listening to everybody speak and making demands on New York City to do more, how much more are we supposed to do? How much more are we capable of doing? This system is so overworked and overburdened. We don't have the resources that you need to get what you need. I mean, your testimonies move me tremendously. I don't want to see anybody mistreated in any sort of way. But I have to ask you, what motivated you to come here thinking the streets are paved with gold? They're not. They're absolutely not. And you're living through that. Now, we've watched many different people come across this border. The people who have come across this border have come across this border illegally.
Councilmember Palladino,
Yes.
do you have a question for the panel?
I do.
Because we have to move on. Everyone, we asked decorum in the chamber. Now, Councilmember Palladino, if you have a question, please present it. If not, we will move on to the next council member. Please
Okay, well, we're talking a lot about health needs, legal services, language access, and responsible initiatives for the migrants. How much money and resources are being allocated to conduct background checks, screening of the migrants that are coming across? And what policy, if they are coming, what is the policy if they are here illegally? How much more are we going to do? This is my question. How much money is being spent right now?
I'm happy to answer.
Go
I don't
ahead.
have all of the money numbers, but I'm happy to let you know the procedures of how people get to New York in the first place. So Customs and I have, and my experience is coming from visiting both in Mexico, Texas, and California, and different entry points for migrants before they get here in the United States and before they arrive in New York City. So first of all, in Matamoros, in Reynosa, in Tijuana I'm actually going to in 2 weeks, Black migrants are there. They are often there for several months at a time before they're even allowed in the United States. They have to apply with what is called the CBP-1 app. There are others who are not able to apply with the app and come through the border. But before they get to the United States, they have been checked by a CBP agent. That has happened. So the background check that you're asking, that has been done rigorously. They have often also had to pay thousands of dollars in bond or bail before they get here, because Black migrants actually have an average of between $10,000 and $50,000 that they have to pay in bond before they are released on their own recognizance.
But how do you pay for that?
We make a mickle out of a muckle.
Yeah.
And I can share more about what the ins and outs of what that looks like. It is tedious, it is tireless, and it is work that we do absolutely every single day all over the country.
Now, when you pay all that money, where does that money go?
Back to the United States government. If you want more money to do the services that we are talking about, you need to speak to your government.
To the federal government.
To the federal government.
Good luck with that.
And also to make sure that New York services are being redirected where they need to be. This city spends a lot of money on things that I don't think they need to, including some of the law enforcement and some of the additional niceties and robots and all sorts of things that New York City has paid for. I think that if we govern the budget with what our values and morals are supposed to be, we will not have to ask these questions anymore.
You've made some very good points.
Councilmember, we're going to move on to the last council question before we move on to the administration. Thank you so much. Councilmember Hanif.
Thank you so much, Chair Aviles, Narcisse, and Hudson for today's very thoughtful and compassionate hearing. And it's an honor to hear from providers, organizers, advocates, and asylum seekers directly. This is very, very important for the council. It of course pains me to come after a colleague who, can say that they are moved by the testimony and still incite xenophobia in the same breath.
Take offense to that.
Deeply appreciate
I take
you all,
offense to that.
for testifying.
Council member.
Comments are out of
Council
order.
member.
Let's get to the questions, please. So, we can
So
get to
we've heard for many months now the horrors of being an asylum seeker, and then you add on Black identity, being Muslim, and then add on languages that the city is absolutely unfamiliar with, and new enclaves that are building as a result of folks coming in. And then, of course, the horrors being exasperated by the 30-day and 60-day rules. Could you tell us the experience of those who were fasting during the month of Ramadan? How was it to fast in New York City outside of the homeland? And how has the experience of being Muslim, in particularly in this climate, been?
Yes, thank you very much. As I tell you, it's a very difficult situation. But I forget to mention, to say thanks to our brave women. Brave women, wives, because they have the most supportive. Everyone bring at least 3 to 4 pans of food every day. And the imams have been asking the congregate to give out money to help. Particularly in my mosque, the imam, every Ramadan, they supposed to go to Hajj, to Mecca, last the 10 days, but this time they cancel everything because of these people. Another problem we have when those migrants are discharged from the shelters, they run to the masjid because they don't have no way to stay until they renew the shelters. Another problem. When they come, we have no way to tell them to go. We have to accept them. And no food, we have to, I'm telling you, sometimes I run from them because if I see them, I don't have nothing to give, nothing to pay food for them, I have to run away.
And those who are coming to the mosques, are they primarily men or families too?
All.
Everybody?
Everyone.
So what is the living situation in the mosques, knowing that our administration knows that mosques are being occupied as housing?
Very difficult situation, very difficult situation. And right now, most of the congregants running from the mosque. Why? You cannot come get wudu, to be prepared before the salah, because the line from the bathroom.
Do you think it would be, we've seen the administration work really hard to expand shelters, and We just received one in my district for 400 adult men, and primarily the density is African Muslim men. But at the same time, we're seeing that, you know, there are elected officials who are saying no shelters. What would you like to see? Would you like to see the mosques be able to be utilized as housing, and the fast tracking of from the administration, which has a plan to convert or to make sure that mosques are available as, or can be converted to make sure that the sleeping or the opportunity to use them as potential shelters are safely done, because right now I know that there are a lot of issues that need to be addressed, or the expansion of shelters. And then, of course, could you share how many from the community have been able to move into permanent housing?
Particularly the mosque can hold anymore. The mosque cannot hold those people anymore because everything has been destroyed. We don't have any people to come to contribute. We have to fix it at this place of worship. So we need you to find more shelters, more place, more place for them to go. A permanent place, because if they go for 30 days, they have to come back there. Please find out a permanent places for these people. To answer our council member down in the back, we don't ask New York City for more, but we ask federal government to do more for New York City in order New York City to help these people. Thank you very much.
So one follow-up for Adama. Can you just share some of the experiences or specific issues impacting women?
Women, it's been a huge challenge. When a 30 and 60-day policy hits them, they're in the streets, especially single women. The imam here has been housing them in their mosque, or we'll try to find them to room up with other women in the community for temporary. We can create as many shelters as we want, but if you don't have social services for Black migrants and direct services, we're gonna continue wasting money. We do not want to rely on the system. We are not promoting for people to stay in the shelter system. We're trying to promote independence, and the only way to do that is to provide them with support. I am a former asylum seeker myself. I am now an American citizen. I did not get the welcome and the voice of these people to advocate for me. So I am here to advocate for them. If you help them the way you've helped me, they will be self-sufficient. They will be advocating for themselves and be sitting here for the next generation of councilwomen to testify for other services for their communities that they need.
Thank you so much. Deepest gratitude to this panel, and we could talk to you all day, but unfortunately, time is of the essence, and we are gonna need to welcome the administration. So I say thank you. We have heard your voices, we see you. You're asking for the bare minimum. You have not received the resources. It has not trickled down to this community in sufficient and equitable ways and ways of dignity. So thank you for your testimony. And with that, we will move to the administration.
Thank you, Chair. We will now hear testimony from the administration. We'll hear from Manuel Castro, Molly Schaefer, Tom Tortorici, and Aisata Kamara.
Could we please quiet the chambers? Any conversations, please take outside the chambers so we can continue with the testimony from the administration. Thank you so much.
Before we begin with this panel, I will administer the affirmation. Panelists, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Seeing that everyone has affirmed, thank you, and you may begin when ready.
Thank you, Chairs Avalos and Narcisse and the Committee on Immigration and Hospitals for holding the first hearing at City Council about the experience of Black migrants and uplifting the particular needs of this community and how we may come together to meet these needs. I am joined by Tom Tortorici, Executive Director of Legal and Support Initiatives at MOYA, Director Molly Schaefer, Executive Director of the Office of Asylum Seeker Operations, and Aisiata Camara, Deputy Commissioner for Policy and Strategic Initiatives and Chief of Staff at the Office of International Affairs. I want to thank all the Black immigrant community groups and leaders who have worked tirelessly in service of the community and of New York, not just in the last 2 years, but for many, many years. During my time at the New York Immigration Coalition about a decade ago, I had the honor and opportunity to work closely with many of these organizations, such as African Services Committee, Black Alliance for Just Immigration, African Communities Together, the Black Institute, to establish the Black Immigrant Table at the New York Immigration Coalition to advocate around the very issues that we're discussing today and hold governments at all levels accountable for the communities that have historically been underserved and neglected. So again, thank you, Council and Council Chairs, for holding this hearing. I had a chance to work alongside many of these groups over the years, as I continue to do now, to fight for comprehensive immigration reform and the need to expand temporary protective status to immigrants from nationalities that should be included in these programs. It's clear that our immigration system is broken and needs overhauling, as it continues to have devastating consequences on our communities, especially Black migrants. Unfortunately, we know from very recent studies that Black migrants, regardless of their national origin, face more time in federal immigration detention, pay higher priced immigration bonds, and experience more abuse than other immigrant groups. But I remain hopeful that we may achieve change, especially seeing all the community members that turn out today, a testament to community leaders and to immigrants who, despite the fear and anxiety of coming out to such events, are willing to uplift their voice and fight for change. Now, for this reason, MOYA has prioritized federal advocacy efforts, inclusive of all immigrants. I stood alongside council members of our Haitian community members to call on federal government to stop all deportations of Haitian nationals who now call New York City and the United States their home. We have made a priority to call on the federal government to designate or redesignate Cameroon, Mali, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Mauritania, and Nigeria for TPS status. These advocacy efforts have helped push for federal government to redesignate Cameroonians TPS. We hope to collaborate further with City Council to continue to support Black migrants through our programming, and as well as this important advocacy efforts to bring about critical change at the federal level. And of course, I want to give full credit to community organizations pushing for this change here in New York City and nationally, as we heard from Mondacu Black, who have been leading these efforts. Now, I would like to highlight our work in response to the arrival of Haitian immigrants to New York City and describe how MOYA works to serve immigrant communities. Moya coordinates an innovative program known as the Haitian Response Initiative to meet the needs of newly arrived Haitians. The initiative funds 7 Haitian-led community-based organizations to provide case management and social services, and legal service provider to provide legal services and capacity building trainings. The Haitian Response Initiative was created in fiscal year 22, and nearly $5 million has been allocated to the program over the past 3 fiscal years. Over the life of the program, more than 4,000 recently arrived Haitian immigrants have met with HRI's caseworkers to determine what services and resources they need to integrate into our city. Case managers have spent thousands of hours following up with community members to determine their eligibility for benefits and connect them to resources and services, including direct cash assistance, food assistance, healthcare, maternal and infant health, school enrollment, housing, mental health services, and legal services. Additionally, following the federal government's redesignation of Haitian temporary protective status in 2023, our HRI partners held TPS clinics around the city, helping hundreds of Haitian community members access both protections from deportation and work authorization. Our proposed budget for fiscal year 25 continues to fund this important work, which is especially critical at a time when social upheaval impacts Haiti, as well as our neighbors in the Haitian diaspora. The Haitian Response Initiative is a relevant example of Moya's in the city's broader approach to responding to the needs of arriving immigrants and making sure they receive critical information, support, and services. Moya we fund and partner closely with community-based immigrant-led nonprofit organizations and immigrant legal experts who work together to provide culturally and linguistically responsive services in neighborhoods with high concentrations of immigrants. Through our relationships and service initiatives, our community partners also let us know when information or services provided by the city are inaccessible, so that Moya can work with our sister agencies and offices to address these barriers. I believe this has resulted in 34%. I believe that as a result, 34% of Moya's service appointments have gone to Black immigrant communities across all of our legal and support service programs. And now I would like to provide a list of the Black serving groups we have contracted over the past fiscal years as follows: African Communities Together, African Services Committee, Arab American Family Support Center, Muslim Community Network, Caribbean Women's Health Association, Diaspora Community Services, Flamboyant, Haitian American Community Coalition, Haitian American United for Progress, DCI International, International Child Program, Haitian Women for Haitian Refugees, Life of Hope, as well as contracted organizations that serve all immigrants, including Black immigrants, such as Catholic Charities, NILAC, Unlocal, and others. For smaller organizations, we work closely with the Mayor's Fund and Philanthropy to provide microgrants and other types of in-kind and otherwise donations. Now turning to language access of critical importance to the community. During the intake process at the Arrival Center, many West African asylum seekers state that their preferred language is French or Arabic. However, when having sensitive legal or medical conversations with shelter and city staff, it has become clear that many were not comfortable verbally communicating in these languages. Their mother tongue or language of preference is language of limited diffusion, such as Wolof, Fulani, and Soninke. I saw something very similar during my time at New Immigrant Community Empowerment as the executive director there, when working with immigrants from indigenous communities in the Americas, whose mother tongues are Garifuna, Conjabal, and Quechua. This is an area where we want to show our commitment to language access, which is partly born out of witnessing the struggles of our own immigrant families and communities here in the U.S. For this reason, under my time at Moya, we have grown our language access team from 3 staff to 20 staff, providing support to offices and cities across city government in deploying our language access specialists as needed. Indicative of these needs, my first day at as Moya Commissioner, I was in the Bronx responding to the Twin Park fire that took the lives of 17 Gambian community members and left many more homeless. My team was immediately on site helping impacted individuals and families get connected to case management, IDNYC, mental health supports. During this time, language access was critical. My team worked with community-based groups on the ground to ensure the information and resources distributed in Wolof and other languages of limited diffusion. Moya's language access team has collaborated with providers to translate materials into emerging languages. For languages with limited written systems, we have shared best practices with agencies by recording messages that allow asylum seekers to understand important updates and resource availability. Our team also created I Speak cards that include languages of West Africa to better identify prepared languages of entry points, as well as multilingual posters to ensure that newcomers know their rights to receive services in their preferred language. We believe that our approach of centering language access could become a model for other governments at the state and federal levels and across the cities in the country. Additionally, as part of Local Law 6 of 2023, Moya recently surveyed 69 community-based organizations serving specific constituencies that need language assistance to better understand how the city may be able to increase and support language capacity. We are working with the Mayor's Office of Contract Services to facilitate and give better access to city contracts centered on language access. Interpretation is provided regardless of language of asylum application at the Asylum Application Center and its satellite offices, overseen by the Office of Asylum Seeker Operations. These sites provide pro se application assistance for immigrants seeking asylum, temporary protective status, or work authorization. Moya's Asylum Seeker Legal Assistance Network also provides dedicated immigration legal assistance for African migrants through contracts with nonprofit partners rooted in immigrant communities and possessing the linguistic and cultural competencies needed to properly provide service. Immigrant legal services for African migrants are provided through regular information sessions and application clinics at African Services Committee, African Communities Together, and on specific dates at an East Harlem legal clinic run by Lutheran Social Services of New York. During these clinics, interpretation assistance for African languages of limited diffusion is sourced from local community providers. My office's French and Arabic language access specialists are also available to provide on-site interpretation during these days. Aslan, as it is known, partners have also prepared packets of research and information that African asylum seekers can use to support their claims when presenting themselves pro se. And finally, regarding Intro 84 and 85 introduced by Councilmember Rivera, I want to thank the council member for her trust and confidence in Moya. I agree with the goals and spirit of these bills, but would like to meet with her team at some point to work through them and have a discussion about how to achieve these. As for Intro 739, the administration is still reviewing the bills and how it would impact overall operations at the asylum seeker response. And before I finish, as I usually do at the hearings, I want to take a moment to thank the staff, both government and nonprofit staff on the ground doing the work to support newly arrived immigrants in our city. Thank you, and I look forward to questions.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you all we know there was a delay, and I know you have a hard stop at 2 o'clock, Commissioner, so we are going to try to speed through. Director, are you going to make a statement from Owasso? No, okay. Oops. Thank you. So let's jump into the questions. I'm going to start off and just maybe ask 5 questions, then I'm going to turn it over to colleagues who are patiently also waiting to respond, and then we will pick up after the fact. So thanks again. So Commissioner, I was intrigued by, I would love for Moya to send us the breakdown list of all the organizations that you read into the record with their, with the amounts that they've been allocated on what kinds of work they've been allocating. But I was intrigued to know that a good number of the organizations in this room who have testified, who are doing the work, are not on those lists. And I think it was like, it's a glaring mismatch. And I think, I'm hoping that one of the things we will see today is there's a profound mismatch, and I believe we have the creativity and ability to correct that situation and to get the resources moving to where they need to go. So without further ado, here we go. Is Moya involved in connecting new arrivals with the diaspora or community that can help them with language access? And how would it do that, if so?
Yes, as I mentioned, we have grown the team recently at Moya. Our role really is largely limited to advising and assisting our sister offices and agencies, in particular the mayor's offices, of which we're responsible to providing interpretation and translation services to. We are also working across all city offices and agencies to ensure that they have language access plans, that they're executing against these plans. We serve as consultants to them as needed, provide feedback. We occasionally do deploy our language access staff to community events and as issues arise. But again, you know, we're a limited staff. We couldn't possibly provide all these many language services to the tens of thousands of people that have arrived. And so we work closely with providers that provide language assistance and we rely on contracts.
Connects longtime immigrant mentors with new arrival. Connects longtime immigrant mentors with new arrival. Connects longtime immigrant mentors with new arrival.
That program, as I mentioned in my testimony, we partner with the Mayor's Fund and Philanthropy to make that program happen. It pairs newly arrived immigrants with longer-term immigrants to share resources, information, and experiences gathered by longer-term immigrants in the CBOs that we partner with. We will be surveying the partners to understand what their learnings are from this program. We hope to continue it if funds are available to do so, but it was a really important program for those who participated in, as it really helped build bridges between both communities and also create those community connections, which we know are essential for newly arrived immigrants.
Are Black migrants part of that program? And if so, what percentage of people are being served through this program?
So African communities, African Communities Together and African Services Committee, am I correct? Are part of the program, and they each serve a specific number of people. I believe it's 25 newly arrived and 25 longer-term migrants. And did they 100 total? Sorry, I'm looking back for data.
The Savior team in the back that
Yes.
provides all the important information. You mentioned this in your testimony, so I think we don't. Can I ask how the African serving, Black serving organizations that you have partnered with, how are those organizations determined? your partnerships?
So the organizations that I mentioned, of course, we've been working with many of the organizations historically at Moya through our legal services programs and other programs. As you know, these contracts, some of them have existed for years. The procurement process is quite long and, as mentioned earlier, onerous. With organizations that we began working with in the last 2 years, in the last year and a half, as a result of the response of the arriving asylum seekers. We've been working with them in philanthropy as resources become available. The Mayor's Fund and Philanthropy often consult with us about the organizations that are doing the work on the ground, who's welcoming the buses, for instance, who's welcoming folks in the community. Ultimately, of course, it's up to philanthropy to fund these groups. Molly can add to that.
Well, no, I just want to also mention the city has been working with Robin Hood and Community Trust to set up a fund so that we can get more flexible funding to smaller groups that it may be harder to get through our traditional channels. And so we have a seat at the table at that, and we're really excited to begin that work. It's still in the early stages, but we'll have more to share and welcome any groups that you think that we should potentially give this opportunity to.
And just finally, I'd like to add, it's in my written testimony. I didn't read it for time purposes, but Moya is also very much focused on working with our Mayor's Office of Nonprofit Services and the Mayor's Office of Contract Services to look at ways that we can build up the capacity of immigrant serving nonprofits, smaller nonprofits who may have just obtained their 501c3 status and who are looking to apply for contracts with us. Again, this could be an onerous process and a longer process. We hope to get there with them, but of course, in the immediate response, we work closely with our existing partners to achieve, the goals.
Yeah, this issue of, let's say lack of capacity or growing infrastructure or on-the-ground organizations that quite frankly don't want to be tax-identified entities, which, they have their right to form whatever structure they need to, is not a new problem for government or for this agency in particular. And we have solved for that over and over again. I'm a little mystified that it feels like a new problem. Like we have created pass-through funding, we have done larger entities that could accept larger contracts and subcontract out to smaller entities is a structure we've used over and over again. So I guess I would encourage the administration to move much more urgently in making sure that the resources are getting to the organizations on the ground, because what you heard just in the pre-panel alone is that is not happening, and we are 2 years in. We have enormous assets we can continue to build and support. My last question, I'll turn it over to council members, is does Moya have any plans to partner with additional organizations?
Oh, yeah, certainly. We'd love to. I mean, we recently conducted a site visit of Africana along with our Deputy Mayor Ann Williams-Isom, Molly Schaefer, and other colleagues. What we saw was very moving. We had a chance to see their space, the many community members they work with. We're in active conversation about deploying our language access staff to support and so on. We're always looking to work with new organizations, especially those who are very rooted in the community. And I know of many others who are looking to work with us. That is something that is certainly a priority for Moya.
And what is the allocated funding? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just finished this question. What is the allocated funding for these new partnerships that Moya is looking to establish?
That's something that we're continuing to work through as we negotiate the upcoming budget, and we hope to continue working with these organizations as we move through that process.
Deputy Commissioner, please.
Thank you so much, and first, thank you for your dedication to Black immigrants. I'm one myself from the Republic of Guinea, so I deeply understand what it means to be undocumented, coming to New York City as a child and now working in this administration. And the role that I have played, even though I'm the Deputy Commissioner for International Affairs, is also to be in ear for the administration in the community. I speak many of these dialects. I deeply understand what our communities are going through. And what you heard is that all they want is to live a dignified life. And so that's why really I want to raise what Dr. Balde has stated, which is that we all should work to help our communities get access to work. But in terms of identifying additional community members and community organizations to work with, I give my cell phone to many community leaders, and they know that they could also reach out to us. So I am also helping to advise them on others that are doing the work on the ground that could be included in some of these efforts. So I wanted to add that to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. And I think we're seeing a burden, a disproportionate burden on the weights and shoulders of Adama Ba, of Corinne, of Dr. Balde, who can no longer continue that pace, bearing the burden of this city. And we must do better. We are stuck in certain ways, but we together can get unstuck and to commit to all of our people that we can do better. So thank you. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Stevens for questions.
Well, thank you so much. And I would just like to start off by saying thank you, Alexa, for having this hearing. And I really appreciate your leadership on this because I've been like ringing the alarm about this. And so one, I just want to say I'm just so proud to see so many faces, not only inside, but outside who came to show up. And I wanted to be clear and clearly said that you've been seen and no one can ignore it anymore because it has been ignored for the last 2 years at the start of this asylum seeker crisis. And you have been doing the work in the shadows and you've been seen. And so today, no one can say that it's not happening. So I just want to thank all of you for showing up and being here today. I proudly represent the largest West African diasporas in the city, in the West Bronx, and my community leaders have been raising the alarm about this even before the 60-day rule, because I think even today it's been mentioned like, oh, it's been even worse after the 60-day rule. However, we've been talking about asylum seekers being in the mosque and living in the mosque, and that's the first line of defense, and they've been there, and this was before the 60-day rule. It's been exasperated since then, but my question to the administration is, and I'm gonna ask a couple of questions, I have a bunch of them. Have we done an assessment to see how many mosques throughout the city has been doing this work to get a better understanding of what they've been doing and how they've been doing it? What supports have been given to the mosques and faith-based institutions while they've been stepping up during this crisis? And have we provided training and not just like money, because I know we've been talking about money, we want the money too, but have they been given trainings? Have they been giving technical support? What supports have they been giving at these mosques that have been doing the work? Also, I spoke to a couple of imams who at the start of the crisis was told that the city would be partnering with them, so they went out, they got spaces, they paid rent, and got leases, but the city never came back, and so now they're being left with a bill. I'll start there, and I have some questions about juvenile justice. So I'll start there. Hopefully you wrote those down, and you can answer some of those.
So in the very beginning, we set up a faith-bed sheltering program. It has been slow going because we need to make sure that everybody who is in these non-traditional...
When you say slow going, what does that mean? Because I'm hearing it hasn't happened.
So we have 6 shelters up and running for...
Where, and are they partnered with mosque?
One of them is a mosque.
Which one? Name, please.
Dawa.
Okay.
But I'm happy to get you the list of the other,
yeah, that'll be great.
The other houses of worship. It has been slow going because we need to make sure that everybody who is in these non-traditional spaces is safe. And that has a high regulatory burden for both DOB and FDNY, and so we've been working with our partners on how to make them as safe as possible so that everybody in those sites we know is safe.
But if we're in a crisis, how do we get this expedited? Because like I said, this is not new, and we can't say it just started. I know I've spoken to some of the imams. They've been talking in lease space over a year ago. And so why is it taking so long, especially when we're in crisis, when you're also opening up other hercs that have not seemed to have the same turnaround? So I would love to hear more about that, but remember, we're on the clock.
Yeah, so happy to look into any site or any imam that says that they lease space. I don't know why that happened, so please give me that information. We're happy to.
I've given this information a number of times to the administration, but I'll do it again.
Yes, please do. We've gotten as creative as we possibly can. We've relaxed some rules while still keeping a stringent focus on safety, because honestly, we don't want to have a situation where people
I would love
are
to
stuck
see the
in a
rules that you
basement.
relaxed, if you can send them to me and follow up, because I would love to see what that looks like. And could we go to the other two questions that I asked, please? Because like I said, I have a clock and I still have 2 more questions.
So when we've heard about mosques that are,
My first question was, have you guys done an assessment to see what mosques have been doing the work? And if not, why hasn't that happened yet? Because we're in year 2, right?
we're almost in year 2. It's
Okay.
It's April. But when we've heard about mosques that are
So you have not done your own independent assessment? Because I know the administration is the one who reached out to me regarding the mosques, and so you haven't started to do any assessments around how many mosques we have, who's been doing the work to kind of get a landscape of what that looks like.
So we've been in constant conversation with both the.
So the answer is no.
We have not done a survey. But
Okay,
I
great.
also
You
want
have
to
not
be
done an
very- but I
assessment.
want to
So
be very
my next
careful
question,
about
please.
Safety in those spaces.
I hear
because
you.
We have a high.
It's 29 seconds, and I have more questions. So you have not done an assessment. So my next question was, have we given any training, technical support to the mosques that are doing the work? Since you said some of them have reached out to you, and you do know some of them, have you done any of that, and what does that look
So
like?
our Pastor Monroe's and CAU's Office of Faith and Community Partnerships has been talking to the houses of worships and doing training. Happy to connect you with them and say exactly what kind of training.
Thank you so much. And if you can send me the list of trainings that already has been done, that'll be greatly appreciated. I just have 2 questions, and I'm so sorry. I'm trying to get done really quickly. The next 2 questions I have is about, obviously, homeless and runaway youth. Why didn't DY RHY programs have reference access to the asylum seeker application, and what are they doing to give the referrals access? And many youth are eligible for special immigrant and juvenile status. What is Moya doing to increase the funding for legal services for SIJS eligible youth?
Okay, so we did do a partnership with RHY to get a lot of folks into the Asylum Application Help Center. We've also, as part of the Asylum Application Help Center, done a couple of pilots on SIJ status, but I will turn it over to Moya for more on SIJ.
I'll defer to Tom.
Thanks for the question, Councilmember Stevens. So Moya has a number of programs that provide special immigrant juvenile status assistance to immigrant youth. Action NYC is one of those, and Immigrant Opportunities Initiative and iCare sit at different parts of the city. Currently, we're partnering with RHY. We're just starting this out to pivot the Action NYC in schools deliverables to conduct a screening of all of the newly arrived 18 to 20-year-olds in RHY shelter. There's approximately 300 to 400 of them right now. 80% are from African countries. And so we're gonna really focus on that in the months of June through August, screen broadly, and then connect those who are approaching their age out date, their 21st birthday, with direct assistance, and then triage the remainder. So that particular population in RHY shelter, we are preparing to surge resources toward.
I'm a little disappointed that we're just surging it, because I know for a fact that I've been ringing alarm about this in these RHY shelters. So please send me all the information and the things that you are gearing up to do, and I will definitely be following up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, chairs.
Just briefly, council member, just to read into the record, Moya has partnered with mosques to organize 69 events where we provide information, resources, assistance with ID NYC, and connect them to our partners at OASO. We recently held 3 iftar events that we combined, 3, where we combined resource fairs along with them, where 1,275 people participated. So we used the last month to ramp up our services there. Again, that's just Moya. I know that there are other things going on system-wide.
To that, speaking to the mosque as well as a member of the community, we do have deep conversations with the different imams, and I did join as a Muslim, African and Muslim member of the administration. I joined Moya in the Bronx to actually go and speak to asylum seekers and to help them with ID NYC cards. We'd love to see more of that and to be able to show up for that. So just wanted to add that to the conversation as well.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to comment that I just got a text in from some of my partners, and they were saying around the RHY stuff, none of the providers have heard about the things that you just spoke about that's about to get geared up. So please make sure that if you guys are gearing stuff up, that we should actually let the providers know. And I will definitely be following up to see how that's going to be rolled out. In addition to, I would suggest that we, at this point, since we haven't done an assessment of how many mosques in the city are doing the work, I would suggest that the city start there because we should have done that at least 2 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Stevens. Next, we're going to have Majority Whip Brooks Powers.
Thank you. So, as the office focusing on asylum seekers takes a greater role in operating shelters, serving immigrant New Yorkers, how is this office seeking to coordinate with various nonprofits that can help provide these services like language access? And moreover, how is this office seeking to expand the base of nonprofits who are doing the work?
So we have a really good partnership with Moya, and Moya has deep knowledge and connections in the community. We ultimately know that the groups doing this work for 10s, 20s, 30 years know how to do this better than we do, and ultimately we want to figure out a way where we can get more resources to the groups doing this work, build up their capacity so we do less on our side and more on their side. We are constantly looking at that and trying to build our strategic plans around that and how we, again, get resources into the communities that are absorbing people. Because as we all know, shelter is a temporary thing. It's for traditional homelessness, traditional homeless folks and for asylum seekers. And so we want to make sure that we are adequately resourcing the community as best as possible to be able to absorb people and give them that sense of community.
And in the testimony, it spoke to looking to fund the important work that Moya is doing in terms of the Haitian Response Initiative, and has proposed funding for fiscal 25. I'm curious to know, how is this funding that has been received and that if received on fiscal 25, how would that be allocated? Is this funding specifically for the Haitian Response Initiative? Is this a portion of a larger pot? Like, how is it being prioritized among the various immigrants?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. The Haitian Response Initiative launched in fiscal year 22, providing funding to 7 Haitian-rooted community-based organizations to provide case management and either direct services, social services and other, or referrals to other organizations that provide those services. There was an additional funding amount that went to Catholic Charities to provide immigration legal assistance to clients of those 7 CBOs, and also legal capacity building training to the CBO so that they could more effectively support people at the initial point of contact.
And no offense to Catholic Charities, but I'm curious as to why Catholic Charities instead of a more indigenous organization such as HOPE, Haitian Americans United for Progress, or an organization along those lines that can provide the support. I know Catholic Charities does a lot of great work in the different communities, but I do find that they are overwhelmed in certain areas, so I'm not sure what their capacity is as it pertains to the services for this particular initiative.
Thank you. So Moya funds Haitian Women for Haitian Refugees, HOPE, and other Haitian serving organizations under the Action NYC program.
But they fall under Catholic Charities? Is that how it works?
No, I'm just describing the
sorry.
Haitian-led orgs that are funded for immigration legal. The reason why Catholic Charities was the choice in this instance was because they run what's called the Immigration Court Help Desk program, which provides pro se assistance to people in removal proceedings. And they also have the Action NYC hotline, which did not have Haitian Creole speakers on it. So we really wanted to invest in improving their ability to serve, and also with their legal expertise, train up the CBOs in the Haitian community. And so it's a partnership in that way. They have built a team of Haitian Creole speaking staff to do the work in partnership with the CBOs.
And then you also spoke about, in terms of language access, recognizing that the mother language is, mother tongue language is what the migrants prefer and are most comfortable in speaking. How has the city been trying to address this?
So at least in our shelters, we're really focused on getting bilingual staff, especially in the languages that we know people are speaking. And so we've been attempting to get to hire more people who are bilingual to make sure that we hit that. But I just wanted to say that point.
Yeah, no, and just to add to that, as language access experts would agree, in-person interpretation and language services is the ideal. But to get to this scale, of course, we use contractors and language line and so on. But as Molly said, I think hiring is optimum, and we're working to hire additional staff to provide those services in not just the top 10 languages, but also in languages of limited diffusion, and also languages that are really hard to attain, amongst our community providers.
How are you promoting the positions that you're looking to hire for those roles?
So we don't do the hiring directly. I only hire for my office, but we work with all of the agencies and their vendors to make sure that we're prioritizing hiring. And we've also been lucky, at least in our NICEM sites, that we have city volunteers who are bilingual and especially who also speak some of these limited perfusion languages that have been able to help out as well.
But Commissioner, you did mention just now, right, that you guys are trying to hire up more?
I'm saying that we've made it a priority through each of the agencies and through the vendors that we have doing the work to make sure that they are actually hiring.
So through the vendors, but what about internally in the agency itself? Are you doing anything to hire individuals that can do this work within the agency as well?
Yeah, absolutely. We're hiring right now, and we've been really focused on diversity.
So what does that look like? What does that outreach look like in promoting that to ensure that you're able to hire folks that speak that language, that you're prioritizing those top 10 languages?
So, I mean, I think my entity, my office, doesn't. We have some bilingual staff, but I think we're doing the normal channels, and then we're interviewing people and seeing what kind of experience they have and how they can help with this. I think maybe Commissioner Castro can talk about the language access staff a little bit more, but what I was really talking about is in the actual shelters, making sure that the people that are talking to people day in and day out have that language ability.
And I hear you, and I was speaking to Commissioner Castro in response to something that he said, and I was just trying to get a better understanding of what the administration is trying to do to hire people inside of the agencies that can speak some of these languages that you're looking to prioritize. I hear you in terms of like the CBOs, which is great and necessary because they're on the ground. But when people call the agencies, they also want to know that there's someone that speaks the language that they understand.
Thank you for that question, because I strongly believe that representation matters. When I go into these hercs and I'm speaking their language, they all crowd around me and really just want to give me love, and I give them the love back. And as someone that's advising the mayor on the African community, one of the things that I've also been doing is really getting our community to apply for these jobs and to also give them the opportunity to get interviews. So I'm also out there really working with the community leaders when we see jobs that are opening, to tell the community about it, to help them understand what it takes to work in a New York City agency. And if they have direct questions, I'm also there to answer. But I strongly believe in that representation, and I'm really glad that our administration, we're committed to doing that, because it matters so much to these asylum seekers every time that they see us out there, that we are them and that we understand their experiences.
And Chair, I would love to see the outcome of some of these, hirings through, subsequent hearings to see what those outcomes are. And I'll just say the last question that I have is, I'm interested to understand how council members in our respective districts can partner in the effort to provide more effective services to Black migrants, and in what ways does the administration believe that we can support and bolster these efforts?
Just to speak briefly to our hiring of language access specialists, we share our job postings widely through our community organizations and community partners. Our language access team, in fact, as I mentioned, has grown from 3 staff when I started at Moya to about 20. Each language access specialist has to pass an assessment to demonstrate their ability to serve as a linguist, an interpreter, and translator within our office. But just to clarify, our offices are more positioned as coordinators. We're not executing on the operational part that
I'm aware.
So we help other agencies like H&H and system-wide to also implement these types of hiring policies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we absolutely, we understand that you are not hiring the language accessible staff. The problem is that we don't see it on the ground. So I don't know who's in charge of hiring, but we still see significant gaps. So whether it is H&H or any manner of subcontractors, we would like to know for the record how many staff in the system speak Arabic fluently? How many staff speak French fluently? How many staff speak Fulani? How many staff speak Wolof? How many staff speak Russian? In very exact numbers throughout the system, because what we are seeing today, every day, is we are depending on Corinne and Adama and a bunch of aunties in the neighborhood to respond at all manners of the night to this entire community.
So I'd have to get back to you on the exact numbers. As you know, Fulani and Wolof are limited perfusion languages, so it is harder to get staff that are trained exactly in those languages to be and on the other service that they're providing. We are working to address that, and we do have staff in our sites that speak Fulani and Wolof, and we're working on that, and we're happy to send it to anybody who has staff that wants to work in our sites, but I will get back to you on the numbers.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure there are challenges. I think what we want to see is progress. We want to see progress. So next, I'm going to call Council Member Hanif.
Hi, good afternoon. So I'll just dive right in. Under the terms of the settlement the city made with Legal Aid and the Coalition for the Homeless, the city was required to clear the wait list of people not receiving shelter placement by April 8th. I was very disappointed to see that the city failed to meet this requirement, and as of last week, people were still waiting in line outside St. Bridget's for a shelter placement. As of today, has the city eliminated its requirement to eliminate wait times for shelter placements?
So anybody who comes back to St. Bridget's at this point to try to get another COP placement is given a COP place within 24 hours.
So they come to, could you just describe what happens once they arrive to St. Bridget's again?
Yes, they come to St. Bridget's, they say, I'm here for a COP placement. We attempt to place them right there and then in a COP placement, and we move it along. And if we can't, then we refer them to a drop-in center. Or if they come too late so that the site is actually closed, then they go to a drop-in center.
So then as of today, the city has not met the requirements.
We are in constant communication with Legal Aid, and we are working to implement the settlement that we agreed on.
How soon will it be implemented?
As I said, we're in constant communication with Legal Aid.
I mean,
on
I
the
understand
terms
you're
of
in
the
constant
settlement.
communication with Legal Aid, but it's a law now. It's required. So
And we are in constant communication.
are you able to share a bit more of a definitive response than just simply being in
as I said,
communication?
we are implementing the stipulation, and when we have an update to give, we will give it.
We look forward to that. When I visited St. Bridget's, I was struck by the extent to which the line of people outside was made up of primarily Black asylum seekers. Does the administration track demographics of the wait list of people that it is denying shelter?
So the 30-day notices and the 60-day notices for 18 to 22-year-olds only affect single adults and adult families. Families with children get 60-day notices. And the renewal process out of St. Bridget's is only for single adults and adult families. What I will say is that migrants from Africa are disproportionately single adults and adult families. Around 81% of migrants from African countries currently in our care are single adults/adult families, compared to the overall average of 22% for the entire system. So to just put that into perspective, for our migrants from Venezuela, 91% of them are families with children versus 9% are single adults and adult families. And so the 30-day notices are specific to single adults and adult families.
Could you just share what the wait list of people looks like right now?
No, we
You
are...
don't keep track of that demographic?
No, we are attempting to, we've been giving a bed to anybody who wants it within 24 hours at this point.
But there's no tracking system of how many are on a wait list.
It's not the same as the wait list that we were talking about before we joined the settlement, but we are not tracking nationality of the wait list.
So broadly, there's no wait list.
So broadly, everybody is getting a recot within 24 hours.
So how many people have gotten a recot
It
since
depends
yesterday?
on the day. It depends on the day and how many people.
But is that being tracked on a daily?
On a daily, yes.
And what was it today?
I don't know. I'm in this hearing.
I get that, but okay. So then, can you give me what was yesterday's?
Not off the top of my head. I have to get back to you.
These are numbers that are pretty important given what we're witnessing here at the chambers. Today, folks who are outside waiting at City Hall Park to come in, and the testimonies we heard at the panelists before yours. And so to not have any clarity on census or a broader, even if it's not disaggregated by demographic, it's pretty absurd.
So I want to take a step back there and say that we do have demographics here. So 16% of people in our care are from African countries. And as I mentioned, migrants from Africa are disproportionately single adults and adult families.
That I all understand.
Yeah.
Just respectfully, I'm asking about the current wait list. But anyways, we'll move on. Per the terms of the settlement, the city is required to extend people's shelter stays past their initial 30 or 60 days if they demonstrate significant efforts to exit shelter. These efforts can include making progress on their immigration legal cases, seeking employment, and seeking permanent housing. This is limited but important policy change to the cruel and counterproductive 30 and 60-day shelter caps that have, of course, disproportionately impacted Black immigrants. How is the administration ensuring residents are getting credit for undertaking these significant efforts?
So we're currently implementing the stipulation with legal aid, and when we have an update on implementation, we will share it.
And then given the inherent limitations to these efforts people can make while living in the shelter, how is the administration making sure that standards for demonstrating efforts are not unrealistically high?
As mentioned, we're in constant communication with Legal Aid and the Coalition for Homeless on how we implement this and making sure that everybody understands the process. When we have an update on implementation, we will give it.
Just to be clear here, I know you're speaking as a cohort and collaborator with Legal Aid and Coalition for the Homeless, but this is really on the administration, ultimately. So we would like to hear about what implementation and enforcement looks like, given this was settled. And then finally, I'm concerned about the consequences of someone not being able to meet these standards. What happens if the city determines that an asylum seeker has failed to meet significant efforts standards? If they're evicted from their initial shelter placement and apply for another placement, can you guarantee that the city will provide them one?
So, as mentioned, we are currently working on implementing the stipulation, and so we will be able to answer your questions. We'll be able to walk through it when we have an update to give.
But you have no timeline for us.
We don't have an update.
You don't have a timeline for us, knowing that today was going to be one opportunity for us to ask and check in about that stipulation. Well, that's disappointing. And then are there any scenarios in which the city will explicitly deny a placement to someone applying for shelter and relegate them to sleeping on the street? And if so, can you describe these scenarios?
So I think we've been very clear about that it is not our intention for people to sleep on the streets. As mentioned, when we have an update on the Callahan stipulation, we'll give it. But I will also say that it is really incumbent that we get more federal and state help. I think, or actually just really focusing on the federal, we really need people to have the ability to work so that they can immediately get connected to their legal options. They can get TPS, especially folks from Africa. Right now, TPS is not available for countries in Africa, so that they can immediately get their work permits and they can get connected to good jobs and be able to move out of our shelter system.
And could you give us an update about the advocacy efforts with the federal government?
We continue to advocate. I mean, I think we're talking to folks all the time. We really, really need TPS. It has been a huge boon for the Venezuelan community, and we are continuing to do it. I don't know if you have anything specific you want to say.
Yes, we're constantly uplifting the issue to the White House and to our congressional delegation. We work, as you know, in coalition with Cities for Action. We submitted a number of letters. We work on a number of coalitions for these particular countries that we've listed. We had members, we organized with members of the clergy to visit DC most recently, where we uplifted these issues as well. We'll continue to do this. This is one of our priorities at Moya and across the board. And of course, working with Deputy Commissioner and others. We are hoping to partner with council and other elected officials to continue the drumbeat. Of course, the showing today, I hope, sends a message about the critical importance for this.
Yeah. And if I may add, council member, when I speak to these community members, my community, they're not interested in staying in the shelters. They want to move on. We are hardworking. We're here because we have given up a lot. And that's why you're seeing single members. It's because families pull all their resources to, I don't want to cry, to bring this one person here. That is their hope. So if you really want to help our community, you also, we ask you, we beg you to really start talking about TPS for our communities. We need it. In Guinea, in Senegal, in Mauritania, we need this TPS, and the fact that our communities have not gotten this is something that is shocking to us. And when I talk to them, they say, I'm able-bodied, I don't want to stay in these shelters, I want to be able to take care of myself. As Africans, as Muslims, we love our dignity. We love being able to take care of ourselves and our families. So if you take away anything from today, what I will tell you is you need to help us so that they could get to work. They want to work, they want to contribute to this society. We do not want to be a burden to New York City or to the United States.
Absolutely, Deputy Commissioner, and I'm so proud to meet you, and thank you so much for the work you're doing directly in community. That's the goal of this council too. We want to see self-sufficiency, we want to see folks independent and starting their lives here, not in constant eviction because of short-sighted rules that tell a family or an individual adult that you got to move on after 30 days or 60 days. That rule actually creates more of a prohibitive and cruel stay in the city, and it actually denies them any opportunity for independence or self-sufficiency. So I'm totally aligned with you. That's what we want. We want independence. Evicting people is not the way to go because that's going to prolong and delay our newest communities' efforts to be New Yorkers and to receive the job opportunities they deserve, to be able to be placed in permanent and dignified housing, because we're making it absolutely difficult for them to reach that ultimate goal. And we really want to see the administration, we've got a bill that got heard, Intro 210, to be able to be passed to eliminate that cap because we want people to start their lives immediately.
Thank you, Council Member. And we'd like to recognize we've been joined by Council Member Caban and Speaker Adams. Thank you for joining us, Speaker Adams. So I'd like to pivot very quickly to language access again, a central theme here today. Under Local Law 30, city agencies must meet a number of requirements to make their services accessible to New York residents in a number of different languages. How has Moya been involved in the implementation of Local Law 30? And does Moya provide any support on how to meet the requirements of Local Law 30 to agencies?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. As I mentioned earlier, we've grown our team from 3 staffers when I joined to about 20, specifically to make sure that across city government, our offices and agencies are able to develop language access plans and executing against those plans. We collect these and we provide feedback, and we make available our staff to provide technical assistance and support agencies to meet local law 30 and support our immigrant communities, both longer term and newly arrived. Our staff is in constant communication. We are actually going on the road, meeting with a number of different agencies to present on our language access, the way that we can support through Moya and other tools to develop their language access plans further.
So is Moya able to hold agencies accountable for not meeting their requirements? And what does a language access plan actually look like? Are there performance metrics that agencies have to meet? If you could tell us specifically what that looks like, it's still very amorphous.
Yes, we collect, we collect these language access plan and publish them. We recently published these plans, and then we conduct an analysis and publish that as well. So it's an ongoing, let's say, relationship with agencies and offices. We monitor. Again, we work very closely with them to address issues as they come up, and they also come to us if they have any issues, and we work closely with the Mayor's Office of Contracts and other agencies to look at how we procure language services across the system.
But there are no, just for clarity, there are no accountability mechanisms. If an organization puts forward a very ambitious plan to hire all these bilingual speakers and does nothing, is there any accountability mechanism around how an agency is meeting the mandates of this law?
Well, you're correct in that Moya does not have any enforcement abilities, but of course we work closely.
I just wanted to be sure that there doesn't exist an accountability mechanism here to ensure compliance. So with that, I'd love to turn it over to Speaker Adrienne Adams.
Thank you so much. Welcome to today's hearing panel. It's good to see you all, and I thank our chairs, Aviles and Narcisse, and the entire Committee on Immigration for hosting today's very important hearing. I am going to start by asking, asylum seekers have a much higher chance of successfully applying for asylum when an attorney or accredited legal representative represents them throughout their removal proceedings and application process. Moreover, immigration legal service providers with the requisite cultural competence and country conditions expertise are better able to understand their clients' unique circumstances and craft tailored legal strategies. What updates can Moya provide regarding its advocacy for immigration legal services funding in our fiscal year 25 budget?
Thank you for the question, Speaker Adams. We are currently funding the Asylum Seeker Legal Assistance Network, which is a $5 million initiative specifically dedicated to serving newly arrived migrants and asylum seekers. That program has taken a little while to get off the ground because of hiring challenges. However, we've been serving high volumes of individuals with screenings, pro se, application assistance, trainings as well, and the preparation of packets in support of asylum applications that are submitted pro se. This work is done either directly by or in close coordination with community-based organizations specifically relevant to Black and African migrants. We're partnering with African Services Committee and have actually not only funded them under Aslan, but also pivoted their Action NYC deliverables to serve high numbers of Senegalese migrants that are visiting them. And African Communities Together is working closely with Pro Se Plus project in order to train community-based organization navigators to help people navigate the initial paperwork and then be referred to the appropriate clinics.
Thank you. I'm just curious, I don't know if this question was asked. I was watching a bit of the hearing earlier. Was this panel present when the population of migrants were testifying? You all were present? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I understood that much. All right. Currently, OSHA training is not available to French speakers and excludes a significant number of African and Caribbean asylum seekers and migrants. Have Moya or OASO advocated for OSHA training in New York City to be made available in French or any other languages relevant to Black immigrant newcomers such as Haitian Creole or Arabic?
Yes, we've had ongoing conversations with small business services and others who are responsible for enforcing site safety in our city. As you know, OSHA is a federal program. They certify instructors to provide the OSHA training. And speaking from my experience, having been the executive director of a OSHA training provider, it is very difficult to find trainers who speak languages of limited diffusion, which is why most of the trainers are English and Spanish speaking trainers. And again, this is also an issue that partly belongs to the federal government. They need to do better at providing training in these languages.
Okay. I'm going to ask Director Schaefer on OASO's Asylum Seeker Resources page. OASO lists a number of satellite sites that are assisting asylum seekers. Most of these providers, however, have not historically worked with Black immigrants and may not have the language access resources necessary to communicate with Black asylum seekers and immigrant newcomers. Are there plans to engage CBOs that have the history and language access resources as resource centers or satellite offices to better serve this particular demographic?
Absolutely, and I have to go look at that page. I think it's just the navigation centers.
Okay.
And so we absolutely are in conversations with CBOs that traditionally have served this population, and we continue to try to expand the work there. I will look at that page again and see if there's other resources that we want to put up that are specific to that population.
Okay, well, what would happen if an immigrant or a newcomer couldn't communicate with the satellite sites? Where would they be directed?
So the navigation centers are run by Moya, so I defer to them.
Currently, ICP, or International Children Program, is supporting African asylum seekers speaking languages of limited diffusion. The organizations that don't traditionally serve that community but are seeing many individuals go to them for assistance are using Language Line or interpreters that are there brought in. I can say on the immigration legal, Lutheran Social Services has a site in East Harlem, and they've been, and this is sort of the trend that's been occurring, partnering with ICP and other African serving organizations who are sending clients there to also send interpreters with them, community members who have been trained to interpret. And so we're seeing an increased use of community-based interpretation services, and we continue to further that. And some of that is happening through payment as vendors under our contracts with legal service providers and community-based organizations.
And just one other thing I'd want to mention is that at our Asylum Application Help Center, which is one of the, like, we run that, OASO runs that, and that has some satellites too. We have served about 16% of the asylum applications have been for folks from African countries, which is aligned with the percentage in our shelter system.
Okay, so we spoke about, or I heard you testify in speaking about legal services and needing to hire up when it comes to legal services, and I think that I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm hearing also that there are plans to perhaps hire more in-person interpreters to speak the top languages spoken by African or Caribbean immigrant newcomers. Is that happening as well?
Yeah, we're trying to hire bilingual staff at our sites to make sure that we have and we've been specifically focusing on languages of limited diffusion and languages spoke by the majority of people in our care, which is not necessarily, is Spanish, and then it's French, Wolof, English, Russian, Arabic, and Fulani.
Okay, that's good to hear. Black immigrant newcomers are statistically more likely to have grappled with racial bias in the federal immigration system by the time they reach the city. Black non-citizens are disproportionately likely to face immigration detention, higher bonds, lengthier detentions, and inadequate access to legal information, legal counsel, and proper interpretation in detention. Individuals who have grappled with these realities often need immigration legal service providers with expertise in the immigration detention system and the complex statutory intersection of the criminal, legal, and federal immigration systems, including for those who have faced prolonged detention, the potential impact of the one-year filing deadline for asylum applications. Does the Asylum Application Help Center work with such providers? And does Moya refer cases involving a history of detention to other immigration legal service providers?
So, as mentioned before, we are filing applications for folks from African countries. We file applications for anyone in our care, and that includes folks that speak other languages. I defer to Moya about the pathway of referring out.
Individuals who are currently in detention would be served by either NIFUP or the Immigrant Opportunities Initiative, both programs housed under the Office of Civil Justice at HRA. And once no longer in detention, if an individual goes to the Asylum Application Help Center and has an order of removal or requires post-removal relief, they are typically referred to one of the programs that Moya oversees, known as the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative. They specialize in helping individuals who have received an order of removal and are looking to overcome that so they can then apply for asylum and defend themselves in immigration court. In addition, the Immigrant Opportunities Initiative, or IOI, also receives referrals for particularly challenging cases and complex cases.
Okay. In listening to the testimony of asylum seekers, migrants, and advocates so far today, what is the takeaway that you all see? Give me the top 3 takeaways or complaints that you heard today.
That we need to do better, and we agree. We absolutely need to do better. Every day we get up trying to do better, and we need to do...
With what, specifically?
Well, specifically with language access. I think that was the biggest thing we heard, and that's what we know with the ability to work and connections to workforce development, and we 100% agree. We're constantly trying to work on it, and we need our federal partners to step in and help us with it as well. But we have a lot of work to do, which is why we keep getting up and doing this every day.
What are the extenders out to our federal partners, Director? You mentioned, and we know, believe me, we know that we do need help from our federal partners, which we have been asking for well over a year into this crisis. What are those? What does that look like? Reaching out to our federal partners. Is that on a daily basis, a monthly basis? Is it email? Is it getting on the phone? Is it all of the above? What does that look like exactly?
So we have different levers that we use.
Okay.
You know, obviously we coordinate with our intergovernmental affairs team.
Mm-hmm.
We have at least weekly meetings with the federal government on this topic. And we're in constant communication, emails, phone calls. They know my name. That's, you know.
I'm sure.
And, you know, we're constantly pushing on these issues, and we're constantly giving them the data that says, look, like these are some of the bigger populations that are coming into the city. It would help us. It would help you. Like, we need help. We need TPS. And we're also using our intercity collaboration. Moya can talk about C4A. We've also been talking to other cities about what is it that they need, which is very aligned with what we need, and using every lever we can possibly think of.
What are some of the barriers? I don't mean to, and you can continue. What are some of the barriers that are preventing us from getting what we need from the federal government?
So I can't speak to what the federal government
They're not telling
thinks.
you?
I mean,
They're not being straight with you. They're not being honest with you. They're not telling you the facts.
I didn't say that.
All we
either.
want are the facts, Molly.
And the facts are that we try. We push and we try, and that's all we can do.
Well, Speaker, thank you so much for the
Yes.
questions. I certainly, as Director Shaver mentioned, language access and other local issues came up during the previous panel, but most importantly is making sure that people have access to work authorization, because we hear this not just from the previous panel, but from asylum seekers throughout the system. They just want to get to work. They want to show they can contribute. They don't want to be dependent on anyone. And that I hear all the time. And for that reason, my office has focused on advocacy. So it's one of our key pillars in our strategic plan, working with other cities, other mayors, county executives to push on the federal government to do more. We're in constant communication both with the White House and the congressional delegation. There just needs to be political will to do what's right for these communities.
So I just wanted to go on the record, chairs. We are getting the same story from the federal government because we too are in constant contact, and we too are being told the exact same thing, that this is politics over people. And for all of us that really do have such a stake in all of this and wanting to see people succeed and people thrive, people that are coming into this city deserve our attention, our time, our services. We know that, and I'm speaking to those of you that have testified, the advocates as well. And I hope that you know this, the City Council hears you. We are doing our very best to make sure that this city provides its best to you coming in here, seeking asylum and refuge from your experiences in other places. So we just want to make sure that we all have an understanding that New York, in spite of this crisis, is doing the very best that we can under dire circumstances. But we all recognize as well that this is an issue for the entire nation, and the entire nation must be responsible the way that New York is being responsible as well and doing our part as well. We all are going to continue to push, to meet with, to speak with our federal partners, to try to make sure that we take all of the distance away and the clouds away, what is impeding us from putting people before politics, because this is a national issue. It is not just a New York City issue, a Chicago issue, a Los Angeles issue. This is a national issue, and we deserve, and the people coming to this country deserve national positive attention. So my colleagues and I are going to continue to do what we've always been doing, and that is to advocate for those that deserve the services. For the people of the city of New York, you are our new New Yorkers, and you deserve our attention, our time, and the services that we can offer to provide you as our new New Yorkers and neighbors. Thank you very much for your testimony today. Chairs, I turn it back to you.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I'd like to know in that vein, there are 5 asylum application help centers, is that correct? Am I calling them the wrong thing? Need centers?
It's 4. It is, it's 3 satellites.
Put your microphone on, please.
Sorry, it's 4. It's 3 satellites and 1 main hub, if you will.
And given the population, you mentioned 16%, and that's just the population, the Afro population from Africa. We are not talking about Black people from all over the world. Is that correct?
That's correct. We also have separately the amount of applications we filed for Haitians.
Okay. Okay, so one question. Why is there no Black-led, culturally competent welcome center for this community?
So I'm going to refer to Moya on that because, again, this is just through our work, we've really been focused on serving everybody in our care and making sure that everybody has equal access to legal services before their 1-year filing.
Okay, so you know the distinction between fairness and equity?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe Moya, why is there no Black-led, Black-serving organization getting funded to receive the minimum of 16% of this community?
So you mean the application helps through our application?
That's
help
just
center,
that's
or
just
in
one part of the
general?
pie. We're seeing this disparity play out over and over again through the system. We're seeing it in language access. We're seeing it in the funding of the service providers. But in particular, we have these centers that are being run by amazing organizations, many Latino who have no cultural competency in the, and yet being given the contracts. So I just want to understand, why is there no Black-led, culturally competent organization that has been receiving significant funding to address the community?
And just to one clarification point on this, the Asylum Application Help Center is not being run by a nonprofit or any nonprofit. It's through temp staffing, through on-call counsel, and we've really been focused on making sure that the staff that we get are bilingual and serve the populations. But that's different, I think, than the satellite sites of the Navigation Center, which I think is what you're asking.
And I'm sure the disparities are going to
Yeah.
be present in your example as well.
Yeah, I think we're getting crossed up a little bit with the sort of the terminology, but I do want to highlight an initiative that I think Tom mentioned earlier, and I'd like Tom to talk more about it. I think early on, where we selected the nonprofit satellite sites, early on in the situation, the arrival of asylum seekers, it was primarily Venezuelans, Ecuadorians, and other Latin American asylum seekers. Eventually, we started to see more people from across the world arrive, and so there's a bit of an adjustment period that we're undergoing. So I'll let Tom talk about what we're doing as a result.
Thanks, Commissioner. And thank you, Chair, for the question. So it's hard to distinguish between the programs that are dedicated to serving newly arrived migrants and the immigration legal and service programs that Moya has overseen for years, because both are serving newly arrived folks. And in looking at the data, as the Commissioner mentioned in his testimony, 34% of all service appointments under Moya contracts are for go to Black migrants. We've seen a 70% increase in the number of appointments that go to Black migrants since fiscal 22. And so the data demonstrates that our programs are serving increasing numbers of Black migrants. We have African Service Committee and African Communities Together as our main legal service partners serving that community under Action NYC, and then ICP and the navigation centers. But you're absolutely right that more needs to be done, and this trend needs to continue.
Just for the record, ICP is not a Black-led organization or an African organization. Is that correct?
I believe it is, yeah.
Okay.
Electra is.
Okay.
Electra, who's an amazing advocate, shout out to Electra, is leading the efforts there.
Okay. So no is the answer.
No, ICP is a Black-led organization. Yeah.
Okay. I think the crowd behind you wholeheartedly disagrees.
Oh.
I think with that, I'd like to turn it over to Councilmember Hudson.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies, this might be a little redundant. I've been in and out with other meetings. So, but I have a HERC in my district at 47 Hall Street, and I've heard from dozens of recently arrived migrants and mutual aid workers that we work very closely with who support them to learn about the conditions at the site. And they've told me that there are little to no language support services for recently arrived folks, specifically from Senegal and Mauritania, among other countries who speak Wolof, as we've heard a lot throughout today. But they're unaware of services offered to migrants, everything from legal support to health care. I think the public advocate mentioned this earlier, but just when we were outside, there was a gentleman who was telling us nobody can get access to health care, and we told him anybody in New York City, regardless of immigration status, has access to health care. They were not aware of NYC Care and that program. So I'm curious to know, just on that front, what are you doing to inform people of the resources that they do have available to them, regardless of immigration status, and in what languages is that being provided to them in? We've also heard or seen reporting that's shown that West African migrants in other boroughs have missed calls for showers because announcements are only made in English and in Spanish. And so I'm curious, I'm just going to list out my 3 questions and then you all can run through them. So I already asked my first one. What services does the city currently offer for migrants that are offered in West African dialects, including Wolof? How many Wolof speakers does the city employ? And if possible, if you could break it down by agency, that would be great. And then my last question is, does the city have programs to recruit and pay local residents with expertise in these languages and cultures to liaise with migrants and government agencies? And if not, are you exploring said programs or working with existing CBOs who have them?
Thank you for all of that. So I would ask for the English and Spanish, the place where they're not getting showers because it's only being told in English and Spanish. If you can let me know what shelter that is, we're
Okay.
happy to follow up. Because
It was from reporting, so I'll make sure I get the article
that
from
would
my
be
team
really
and let you know.
helpful. So H&H runs the 47 Hall Street, as you know. Everybody's supposed to be told about what kinds of resources they're available. That's part of the plan and what we intend with case management. I will take it back. I will talk to the team about if folks are not understanding the resources that they have available. Again, Health and Hospitals runs Health and Hospitals, so there should be direct linkages to healthcare, and so that should never be an issue. So
Right.
happy to sort of take those concerns back and talk to them and sort of get back on those.
Just to add, at the arrival center at the Roosevelt Hotel, H&H manages that site, and so folks are informed of how they can connect with NYC Cares and other programs in support of their healthcare needs. I know that NYC Cares also partners with CBOs to conduct some of this outreach. And of course, it's worth mentioning that early on in the situation when we were welcoming buses at Port Authority, we noticed that a lot of people were arriving with medical conditions that have been unaddressed and a lot of needs, which is partly the reason why we partner up early on with H&H to help us manage this situation. And our health and hospital system has been actively engaged in these efforts from the beginning.
I hear that, and I appreciate that for what it's worth at the point of intake or the point when folks are initially arriving. But I think the experience that a lot of folks are having, being, essentially evicted after 30 days, moving from place to place, you encounter many different things. You might get sick, throughout your stay here. So other than that first point of contact, I guess the charge for you all is to ensure that people are being informed of, those resources and that they can access healthcare and where specifically they should be able to access that healthcare. And I think also, the issue is language access, right? And so if they're not being told this information in the dialects that they speak, then it's not really getting to them. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Even for long-term migrants, knowing about NYC Cares and registering for it has been a challenge. Their numbers have grown over the years, and the communications staff went over to H&H, to NYC Cares, to direct their communications efforts.
Mhm.
And so we're looking to improve the way that we connect with migrants in this way.
Okay, thanks. And do you know how many Wolof speakers the city employs?
We'd have to get back to you on exact numbers.
Okay, and I'd love to know the breakdown by agency as well. And then just the last question about recruiting and paying local residents with expertise in the languages and cultures. Do you do that? And if not, are you exploring ways that you might be able to leverage the skill set?
We don't have a specific program, although we are piloting the Peer Navigator program, and we're learning from it, as I mentioned earlier. But it is something that we're actively exploring. We're having conversations with language access cooperatives. ACT manages a very successful one, and we're looking at all different models to increase our language capacity.
Great, thank you so much. Thanks,
And
Chair.
I just wanted to also add, as I think you were out of the room when I was speaking to the community engagement piece of our work, as well as the person that is advising the mayor on the African community, we're also taking it upon ourselves to go out to the community and speak with them about the resources that are available through different engagements. And we also talk to a lot of the community leaders as well to ensure that they are aware of the services and they're able to pass on the message. So I think that from that perspective, as the person that does that work, the commitment is very clear. I go out to the Hercs, I speak some of these dialects, and I also just want to state that it's not just going to be Wolof. We have the Fulanese, we have Susu, which is my native language. So we really are trying to support the work that is being done by Molly and by Manny by also going out there and doing more community engagement. So we'll love to work with you if you're interested in having us in your district to do that work.
Absolutely, would love to partner on that. And yeah, and I was really just using Wolof as one example, but I know even just outside earlier, we had 16 or more different languages spoken. So if you want to get me statistics for, city employees who speak all West African languages, I would take that, broken down by agency.
I will see what we can get.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks, chairs.
It certainly seems like I think you all believe in language cooperatives and funding community members to provide the support that we can't seem to be doing in-house. So I'm looking forward to receiving and hearing the administration's full support in funding for language cooperatives coming up. So I guess I'd like to recognize Councilmember Brewer and like to call on Councilmember Caban.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair Aviles. Thank you to the panel for being here. Before I ask my question, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge some of the folks that are doing this work in my neighborhood. I see Adam Abba out in the audience, who leads an organization that has been helping newly arrived North African folks, because we have a very large North African community in Astoria, and so folks are flocking to our neighborhood to find that trust and that support and that cultural competency. I want to just quickly say thank you to Malika, who is also doing that work. Thank you so much. Y'all are picking up where we as government are clearly failing, and I see the sort of genuine efforts for the administration to go out and do the right thing, but I will say that at least from hearing from the leaders in our community, my community who are doing this work, it's as though at times the administration is more of a barrier or a block to folks who have been really successfully serving newly arrived asylum seekers and neighbors in a meaningful way. And so would love just to see just some better collaboration and support for these folks there. I want to talk a little bit about sort of what the potential and the outcomes could and should be, not just short and midterm, but long term. According to the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, the economy is set to grow by $7 trillion over the next decade than it would without the recent influx of newly arrived asylum seekers and migrants. And while that's a nationwide figure, when you look at New York City, that exact influx, that exact migration has made New York City the economic powerhouse that it has been across the country and across the world. And so seeing all of our neighbors here as the key to strengthening our economy, the key to strengthening our communities, just short and long term, I think is really, really important. And you mentioned and acknowledged that being able to find gainful employment as being a huge thing. Now, I know this program lives under ACS, but NYC Promise, right? A really incredible program, first of its kind in the nation that we have funded, that gives childcare to undocumented folks. When we think about the ability for people to be able to go to job interviews, to get to work, to maintain a job, to go to appointments, social service appointments. We've seen a lot in our communities of parents and caregivers with small children trying to make the little bit of money that they can on a day-to-day basis. And so I'd like to know if it's a priority of Moya, if it's a priority of y'all internally to really push for the increase in funding for NYC Promise, because I think that is one of the most powerful upstream investments that we could make to support some of our newly arrived neighbors.
Thank you, Councilmember, for your words and your question. You're absolutely right. All immigrants have, all New Yorkers have always benefited from the arrival of immigrants to our city, and that is a fact. And I hope everyone understands that this is good for us in the long run, and we want to make sure that I think we're also working on what you mentioned, the children selling candies in the street and migrants trying to survive in our city. And so ACS consulted with us to establish Promise NYC. We've been working closely with them. I know they have partnered with DSS and other agencies to look closely at what can be done with this issue in a way that also recognizes what people are facing and not be punitive. And we've had conversations with the Ecuadorian Council, for instance, that have highlighted this issue as having been a flashpoint in other countries where they literally went and took children away, and we do not want to get to that point because we recognize.
But the current allocation just obviously is not scaled to the size of the need. We're a long ways from that. I think at its current funding, we're able to fund childcare for about 660 families, right, under that program. And so, my question is as we are in just the like heart of the budget process, how much of a priority is that investment in what we should see in the executive budget?
Again, conversations about the budget are still ongoing, and we'll see, if those funds are increased and what we can do as Moya to help inform how Promise NYC grows.
But will you advocate for it to grow?
Well, I'm not in the position to say that, but once we know how much funding will be allocated, we'll be able to step in and support. And as we've done in the past, make sure that ACS and other agencies have the information they need to support the community.
May I ask one more question, Chair?
Make it quick because we have a.
But will you at least do you at least agree with the fact that making childcare more accessible for our newly arrived neighbors would make a difference for the safety, the economy, the health of the city?
Yes, from the beginning, we've been strong advocates in that respect. I mean, we deeply care about the children and the families that are arriving. As a child migrant myself, this is very important for me to say.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my questions. Thank you for indulging me. I think you mentioned that we need the political will to do the right thing. It's not just true of the federal government. I think it's true of the city as well. It's not unique to them. So I hope that is prioritized. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Narcisse.
Good afternoon again, and thank you for being here. Thank you for being a partner. We have seen you in the community, and this is a difficult moment for all of us. And with all my brothers and sisters in the back, and all we're hearing over and over is about language access. For me, is what languages are available to communicate in person from African and Caribbean immigrants, newcomers? You have any? How many you have?
Chair Narcisse, just to clarify, at the arrival center, or?
Yeah. What languages are available right now to communicate that you know of, that you're providing in person for African and Caribbean immigrant newcomers? Probably with your organization. What language, how many languages that we have? What languages are they?
So the languages that that are the primary preferred languages of people in care and this is not necessarily indicative of the newly arrived migrants in New York City. This is just the amount of folks in our shelter system. So the first primary language is Spanish. 76% of the people in our care speak that. Then French, 9%. Wolof is 3%. English is 3%. Russian is 2%. Arabic is 2%, and Fulani is 1%, and Chinese is 1%.
Okay. One of the things that I'm hearing quite often is the organization that providing the services. How those contracts are going? Because the small orgs, from my understanding, is having a tough time. They want to provide the services, but how are you doing with those contracts? Are they signed? Are they rolling for the services to continue?
with the asylum seeker specific contracts? or
Yeah,
just in general?
the new initiative that we start to provide the services. The contracts are being signed because some of them saying that they're providing services, but yet there is no flow of anything going.
For the Asylum Seeker Legal Assistance Network, many of those contracts were already existing Action NYC contracts that were expanded to incorporate additional funding, which is in place. Some of our other contracts, such as under the Haitian Response Initiative, see a little bit longer of a delay because they're managed in a different structure. But we're actively working to get those finalized, and we're actively collecting invoices to pay under those.
Please do so, because if they provided services and they're not getting the finance, the services, you know that it's going to be limited, right? How many Haitian immigrants have received case management and social services through the Moya Haitian Response Initiative? How many were through direct services, and how many were through referrals?
Thank you, Council Member. For the life of the program, from fiscal year 22 to December 31st, 2023, so half of fiscal 24, 3,969 people received case management services and social services under the Haitian Response Initiative. In-house services provided directly by the CBOs funded from that program were provided in 7,413 instances, and external service referrals were provided in 9,974 instances. And those numbers are higher than the total number of people getting the initial screening, because most of the times people need more than one service.
How many Haitian immigrants received assistance for the last fiscal year?
In fiscal 23, 1,447 individuals received the initial intake,
47.
and 6,781 were connected to services.
Okay, has Moya heard any feedback from their organization under this initiative about the growing demand for their services and having to meet this demand? If so, how has Moya responded to that feedback?
We've absolutely heard the feedback. We meet with our Haitian Response Initiative community partners monthly, and we continue to hear that they are seeing, double the number of individuals seeking assistance that they had seen previously. These are made up of some folks who have come through the CHNV program through a sponsor. It's a federal program established by the Biden administration, and others that are arriving through the U.S. Southwest border, as many other migrants are. And so we continue to work to support our CBO partners, make sure that they have the information and resources they need to do the work. But we are internally discussing, the increase in need and what that means.
One of the things I want to highlight, I think the speaker spoke about it, and what are we doing in terms of to push federal and state to make sure, because we have a bunch of bodies that they're ready, they're willing to work. So the workshop, I'm hearing again, they're not being done in the languages that make it easy, whatever that we're providing, coming back again, language access. So we have to be mindful of the people that we're serving that willing and ready, because when I'm looking at a bunch of young body, in New York City, we need people to work. We don't want, and they said it in their own ways, that they don't come here to wait for handouts, right? So what are we doing to push, continue pushing? I want to reiterate that again, to push, and we hear about TPS, we hear about the workforce training, we hear about the language access, and they want their paper, of course, to work, and TPS come with that as well. So I want to say thank you for that. And, we've been joined by CM Brewer. 1 second, I will get to your question. how much funding is going to language access programs from your end? And how much funding is for in-person interpretation? And how much funding is going to telephonic interpretation services?
I'll let Tom answer that question. He has the data in front of him.
So generally, Moya and New York City are proud at the multitude of languages spoken here. It really is amazing, and it's an incredibly enriching fact, and one of the reasons why I love being a New Yorker. So Moya has a small budget for language access.
Mhm.
Each agency has their own. And
What you have?
Yeah, and Moya helps to advise. In fiscal year 25, Moya will oversee approximately $534,000 in language access funds. This is broken up in a few different buckets. In-person interpretation, about $100,000 from the Moya budget, and there is an additional amount from the Office of Asylum Seeker Operations funded by the state, which is used at the Asylum Application Help Center. In telephonic interpretation, $181,381 from the Moya budget, and an additional $286,566 from the OWASO budget, again, only being used at the Help Center. And then finally, there is some funding for document translation that is used to support other mayoral offices and other translation needs for community efforts.
For asylum seekers that receive telephonic interpretation, are there additional checks to ensure that the information on their application, if they're doing a process, is accurate? Do you have any follow-up to make sure?
Yeah, I mean, we have, at least in our Asylum Application Help Center, our process is pretty rigorous, and there's many different layers of control on the application. There's a supervisor and someone else who actually looks at the applications and makes sure that they're okay before they're sent on and filed.
The reason I asked that question, because I'm hearing the Black migrants, their papers for asylum seekers rejected more often than the others. So that's the reason I'm asking that question. Because what happened, the translation is not being done properly, so by the time they get a second layer person to translate, they're not saying the same thing. There's no continuity in what they're saying.
And we're happy to look into that at our sites. We have a pretty good relationship with DOJ and others who are processing our applications. Obviously, people haven't gotten asylum yet, but at least getting them to the point where they can get to the next process of getting work permits, we've had a pretty good success rate.
Almost done.
But we're happy to look into any concerns that people have.
Thank you. We were informed that management of HERC is shifting from H&H to OASO. When will this transition take effect? What responsibilities have been transferred from H&H, do you know, to OASO at this time? And why is this shift taking place? Do you know?
So that is news to me. We are not taking over currently H&H sites. We are focused on consolidation across the system and consistency. I think it might have been mixed up with DHS taking over a couple of H&H sites, which did happen and has happened. And that was really to focus to make sure that we were getting nonprofits involved and that it was part of our cost-saving measures as part of our PEG.
Now, I have to ask a couple of questions, two questions for my colleagues, Perina, since we don't have the quorum here. She wanted to thank Adama, GYO, MCN for their advocacy in the Bronx. Have this organization have faced barriers to providing language access? Do you know?
Sorry, which organization?
GYO, MCN, and Adama, ADAMA. Do you know? Africana.
Africana Gambian Youth Organization. So if the question is if they've...
do you know? Yeah.
If they've, I mean, I think Adama mentioned while she was talking here that there's some languages that people are speaking that she didn't even know about. So I can't speak for other organizations. I can only speak for mine, but I think we're all learning as people come in.
So because what she's saying that during the Twin Towers, some organization that provide language access, they were not able to provide the services as well. So the Twin Park. Okay. Second question: have organizations been provided contractual opportunities to provide language access or any other services?
Yes, and we're really excited because we're working with Robin Hood and New York Community Trust to launch an opportunity for smaller organizations that have traditionally the burden of paperwork and the burden of the city's regulations have made it harder for them to contract with us. And so we're really excited about that opportunity, and that's through philanthropy, which will allow it to be much more flexible funding. So that's something that's coming soon. And then I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, no, I think it's important subject. I think becoming a vendor with the city is quite onerous, as was mentioned before. So, supporting organizations or groups that intend to become vendors is important. We're working closely with the Mayor's Office of Contracts to do that, for folks to sign up to Passport and get everything in order so that they can be able to do that. So our work with philanthropy is very critical because they're able to support organizations that want to establish that. Also important to mention here, and this is something that we look at very closely at Moya, that not everyone can become an interpreter or a translator just because you speak the language. They have to go through some type of training, which is why ACT's worker cooperative model is quite interesting, and others who are trying to do this as well. Partnering with institutions that can provide that added training and certification is important, but that all takes time. So we're trying to figure out how the different models out there that we work with to get to a point where we can scale this to serve the tens of thousands of people that have arrived. But in the meantime, my team has been deployed a number of times, again, as I mentioned earlier, to different sites across the system and also to organizations, most recently to Africana, to add some more capacity and add some support. But again, the issue is scaling, right, which is why we continue to rely on contractors.
Thank you. Et mes frères et sœurs africains, merci pour venir ici aujourd'hui. Ça fait vraiment une différence pour nous tous ici qui est noirs et qui travaillent ici beaucoup. So merci bien et continue.
So, but before we turn it over to Councilmember Brewer, I just want to make sure I heard this correctly. So, Owasso and Moya's language access budget combined is $534,000.
So we've said many times we don't really have a budget. We only have our staff budget.
Okay, so it's the staff line.
It's also contracts through each agencies. Each of the agencies have their own contracts for language access.
Yeah, we stepped in to support with our language access contracts and have been working closely with Owasso to provide, the ability to.
So is Moya looking at the city's capacity? So does Moya know what our city's contract is with Language Line that we've heard over and over again does not work and does not serve our purpose? Do we know what the scale of that contract is? And do we know how many city agencies are actually using that as their primary source of interpretation?
So currently, our major Language Line city master contract, I don't want to lose anyone because this is the procurement stuff is all over there, quite complex. So that was being held by DCAS. That has expired, and that would be traditionally what these different offices would tap into. Now each agency utilizes their own funding to contract with Language Line and other language services.
Got it. I will turn it over to the Master of Contracts, Councilmember Brewer.
I don't know about that, but thank you very much. I've been listening and I've been at another hearing, I'm sorry. So I went to the opening of ACT in Harlem. So I know you mentioned that as one of your co-ops. Are they able to scale up because they obviously have a lot of languages? Are you contracting with them?
We're currently not contracting with the language cooperative, but like I said, that they have a great model. They're growing. They're scaling my understanding, and we've recently reached out to them to, connect about opportunities again through philanthropy, who is able to step in and support. We're looking at different models and other entities, let's say, that are able to provide these types of community-rooted language access services.
Okay, so, and then, I've been talking to Ruth Messenger all the time, and she talks to you all the time.
Yes.
And so the Robin Hood is trying, but they're slower than molasses. So what are you doing to help them move faster in terms of they need to get other supports, apparently, in order to get their funding to be released, even though they think they have more money than God. So what are you doing to help them move their funding for these smaller organizations, like for Adama and for Power Malou and everybody else?
So we're constantly working with them. We have.
I don't know what that translate.
That's what we can say. We're working with them at all times to see if there's other philanthropy.
We can say we're getting closer than ever, and so we. Director Schaefer and I recently met with the philanthropies. So it's Robin Hood, New York Community Trust, and a coalition of.
I have the whole list.
And so, yes, and I spoke at this meeting about the importance of the work that the community-rooted organizations are doing, and how important it is, to look at what they're doing.
Okay, you should ask others to push, but let that. The faith-based, I know you've probably talked about it earlier, that's also slower than molasses. You have 50 possibilities, 200 applications, and 6 people who are actually in overnights. What's with this? You have, can we skip the fire department, I understand, they're concerned, we have safety. We had overnight for the last 30 years, and nobody got, no fires, no problems, no safety. And the mosques are swamped. What are we doing to help the mosques in particular? Maybe you discussed this earlier. I'm sorry, I was across the street.
So, as you know, safety is utmost
I
priority.
know, but enough with the safety.
We are trying to be as creative as possible. We've relaxed the restrictions. We've worked with FDNY and DOB. We need to make sure that people in non-traditional spaces are safe. That is the bottom line. So we're working as creatively as possible. If you have ideas on where you want us to focus our creative efforts, we're happy to look into that, but that's sort of why it's moving so slowly, is because it is under a regulatory screen.
Okay, and while you're talking about that, don't close main chance. I understand that's DSS, that's not you, but that would help to alleviate some of these problems, because there are a lot of African immigrants who are using main chance, $3.7 million. Please do not close it. Is somebody in touch with the best chief in the whole city, Chief Obi, who's head of training, who speaks all the dialects? Chief Obi, first woman, African woman to be a chief in the city of New York. She speaks all the dialects, every single one of them. Are you in touch with her?
I'm not, but she sounds very impressive. Can you introduce us?
I will.
Thank you.
She works for the New York City Police Department, by the way. And she's head of training, sort of a high job. I'll be glad to introduce you.
Thank you.
And then just finally, the question of how you are supporting people getting jobs. I know that this has been discussed endlessly, but I guess my feeling, like everybody else, we have lost 500,000 New Yorkers. If we work hard with the individuals that you are supporting, we could have another 500,000, and that helps us with our population. I assume you're not checking where people are going. I happen to know the family community better. Nobody has any idea if they're going to Idaho, Texas, Queens, or Newark. It's the same situation for the singles in the African community. You have no idea where they're going.
So we only know if someone tells us where they're going, but ultimately, just like any New Yorker who leaves the traditional homeless shelter system, we don't track where people are going when they join community. But we are very, very focused on workforce, and we're very, very focused on both helping people get the paperwork that they need together to get to the point where they can work, and then also helping them connect to good jobs through SBS, through the Department of Labor. Obviously, there's a lot of work to do there, but that is something we're very, very focused on.
Okay, I will leave that at that. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, council member. We understand that, Commissioner, you have a hard stop at 2. I suspect your colleague will stay, or is the whole team? I know you have to go. I've received all the text messages. And I want to,
Thank you.
I know you have to go. We have Councilmember Rita Joseph. I just want to ask one quick question before you go. How do each of you address equity in this work? And we're seeing disparities, the same disparities this country sees over and over and over and over again. So how are we not mimicking the same systemic racism embedded in our policies? How do you, as the two of the agencies, address these issues? And also, how are you pushing other agencies to do it? I know you're advisory.
That's an important question. Thank you for asking it. I think, I always stress the importance at Moya and colleagues in other offices and agencies of being community rooted, despite sometimes, meeting with advocates and hearing a lot from them, let's say. We need to continue to stay in conversation with them, visiting their spaces, neighborhoods, engaging in these conversations to learn and understand what are the challenges. And they're always evolving and figuring out how to be as flexible and nimble as possible, given all the constraints we face here in city government, whether it's regulation or budgetary. We need to figure out how to best support those groups on the ground that are telling us what they need to see, the changes that they need to see. And I always stress that in our work.
So, Commissioner, thank you. And I know you're going to jump in, Director, but the Commissioner has to go. So I just want to follow up.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give us practical examples of how you have addressed the structural racism that you are seeing playing out? Today, we have seen it, where the disparities. What has Moya done structurally to begin to address this? I know this is a long time piece of work, so no expectation to solve it, but what practically? Give us 2 examples of actual, tangible addressing structural issues.
Well, as you know, so much of our work happens through our nonprofit partners. And when I say let's be rooted in community, I often say, because then that influences how we think about our work and the decisions that we made, whether it's developing a program or developing a contract or an RFP and so on. So bringing back that information, that learning to the work is important. Whether you're outreach staff or not, we need to be close to the community. And so we made significant changes. And again, not to say that this is going to address, the issues you mentioned, but we made structural changes to our We Speak program, our English language learning program. It had historically been, let's say, developed for intermediate, high intermediate students, and we made in the last year significant changes so that it is better suited for beginner level students, and all the curriculum that was developed used for those newly arrived immigrant communities and closer to their needs. And we recently relaunched it. We announced a partnership with the New York City Public Libraries and CBOs to pilot this program. Again, this was significant because We Speak is an Emmy Award-winning program. Looks great, but I didn't think, and others didn't think it was meeting the challenges.
Commissioner, has that shift impacted Black migrants? Has it positively impacted Black migrants?
We just rolled it out.
Do we have any evidence of that?
We just rolled it out. We're contracted. For this reason, we've contracted with CBOs and the New York City Public Library systems so that these programs or these classes can be executed across New York City, especially in highly dense immigrant communities. We're looking to study the impact of this pilot program and hopefully continue it and really understand what this is going to do for the community.
Thank you,
I
Commissioner.
know that was a long answer, but this
No,
is
we're
what
going to
looking
keep hammering at this. We want to see practically what is actually being done to address structural racism, because we are seeing the disparities perpetuate across the board. And we keep hearing it's hard, it's complex, we're trying, we don't have enough. And I appreciate those efforts, without question, 100% to the whole team. But you know, we are here to hold standard of dignity for everyone regardless, and we are still seeing anti-Blackness permeate. And so we're gonna keep pushing this until we see everyone receive full dignity no matter not. And I know you're partners in this work. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Joseph. Councilmember?
I was waiting. Thank you. Good afternoon. I have a couple of questions around TPS. For example, Cameroon, Ethiopia, Somalia, South Sudan, and Sudan. Of those countries, how many of that population are here, and how many have been receiving the legal services? Because I noticed today 3 things that were highlighted: workforce development, mental health, and legal services. How are you supporting the African communities that are qualified for TPS with support in getting their work permit, and especially having 30-day shelter rules in place? How is that impacting them in getting their paperwork on time?
So we have people from 45 different African countries in our shelter system right now. The majority of those folks are not from the countries that you mentioned. The majority of folks from African countries are Senegal, Mauritania, Guinea, and those are our top 3. When our legal clinic is available to everyone in our shelter system, depending on capacity, so we are appointment-based, right? But anybody who comes in and is part of those groups that would be eligible for TPS, we're immediately able to connect them and give them.
How do you identify them? How do you know?
Because they come in and then we do a specific assessment of what their needs are. The other thing is that in intake, we start by doing assessments of the pathway that someone came in on, their nationality, and we can also identify them that way. And then during case management, we can also refer people when we have open appointments. So we are trying to center their legal pathway as a way of helping people get through these processes.
Is mental health included in that?
So we have, as part of shelters, we have mental health, and as part of the intake, we do a behavioral health screening at the front door as well.
But we noticed that language has been the barrier. How is that service being delivered if language is the barrier?
So in our sites, we do have language line and we have
language lines don't work.
I understand, but I'm also saying that we do try.
Languages have nuances, right? Languages have nuances, right? So are these nuances being met? If the person speaks Wolof, for example, there are nuances in that translation that must be in place in order for the proper translation to take place, right?
Absolutely. And so what we are doing is we're trying to get as many bilingual staff as we can for all of our positions so that we can better meet people's need on all sides of this and every service that we give. We're not perfect, obviously. We're not even
close.
But we do at least as the basic, we have a language line, and then we also have bilingual staff. And on top of that, we've worked with Moya to bring in other translations as needed.
In person would be helpful. Language lines don't work because we deal with it on a hospital level and all of that. And in schools, it doesn't work. We have to bring in folks to do the translation at the moment, right? So I have another question for you. So when you do identify those that may qualify for TPS in those countries that I mentioned, do you assign them? Do you connect them with work? What are you doing for next steps in terms of the work permit, job placement, and even in terms of education? Is there any partnership with D79 to make sure they know that their transfer school available for students that are 16 to 21? Are these services being done? Walk me through that, please.
Yes, and just also one train strange is that we just finished calling all eligible Ethiopians for TPS that were in our shelter system. So whenever we get an update on the federal policies, we immediately call everyone.
Okay.
When people apply for work, we then refer them to SBS or the Department of Labor to go through either the Workforce One centers or the Department of Labor infrastructure to then be able to help people do whatever services that they have. So sometimes they have ESL, sometimes they have resume building workshops, and then connect them to the jobs that they have in their databases. We're also piloting other programs. We work with the state on a restaurant workforce development program. We want to build out more workforce development writ large. We're doing it with nonprofits and sort of in a patchwork way, and so we're trying to figure out how to do it more writ large. And then I think that I forgot your last question.
You forgot, okay. Earlier, Commissioner, you spoke about the Haitian Response Initiative. You said the funding was $5 million. Can you give me a breakdown as to how many, the organizations that you allocated and how much was allocated to each of these groups?
Thanks, you, Councilmember Joseph. The Haitian Response Initiative has received nearly $5 million in funding over the course of its life, so since fiscal 22. Annually, it's funded at approximately $1.65 million. That breaks down to $100,000 for each of the 7 community-based organizations.
Can you name them for me?
Of course. CWHA, Caribbean Women's Health Association, Diaspora Community Services, Flamboyant, Haitian American Community Coalition, Haitian Americans United for Progress, Haitian Women for Haitian Refugees, Life of Hope.
And have these contracts been registered? Because we're getting word that some of these contracts have not been registered.
Since they fall under the Research Foundation for the City University in New York, so they're not registered by the comptroller per se. However, we are proceeding with the finalization and payout of those contracts.
And what is the timeline for that?
4 to 6 weeks.
4 to 6 weeks, and the services have to continue. You see the faces, the services have to reach. My question was for D79. Are they being referred, students between 16 to 21, are they being referred to D79?
So we have to talk to DYCD. We do have coordination with DOE, but we are working to make sure that our pathways are bigger. We're also looking at Job Corps and the federal program there to make sure that we're connecting eligible 18 to 24-year-olds.
We have a lot of transfer students. You have older students that are coming into the system. And you also have a lot of SIFE students as well. How are you supporting that if you do come across that students with interrupted formal education?
So I'd have to get back to you on that question.
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Council Member. So, for the record, I think it's important to know that we recognize immigrant providers, immigrant service providers, particularly I was noting the 4 centers, right? And the ones that are in communities. Obviously, all these communities are on the front line. All these providers are on the front line providing services with dignity and respect, and we thank them for that work. I think it's important to note that what we are trying to point out is that we need to scale up and meet the moment. And there's a particular community that is slipping through the cracks, and that is not acceptable for any of us. So I hope people understand that this is not about pitting Latino providers against Black-led providers. We are all one people, and we are all fighting for dignity. But what we see here is disparate treatment, and what we see here is a need to continue to address the challenges in real ways. So I think for the record, I want to say thank you to everyone who has been on the ground doing that work. Whether everybody, Africa's everywhere. We are all from Africa in the end, but this is not to diminish one work or another, but to highlight where we need to do better. So it was important. I know, Commissioner, you have to go to your next meeting. We appreciate the time. For the record, as you know, we will follow up because there are a bunch of questions that got waylaid, so that we will expect a response on the record for those questions we were not able to get at in this hearing today, but we thank you and your team for the time in responding. So you can go.
Okay. Thank you.
But Director, you can't,
Thank you, Chair.
because I have a
Alvarez.
couple more questions for you.
Thank you, Chair Nasi.
And I think we're gonna, thank you, Commissioner. I want to, you got to do your thing. Just for Owasso, I just have a couple of questions. So with the new plans to end the DocGo contract, is there any plans to push or redirect some of that funding for local organizations that do the work, like many in this room?
So we're focusing on issuing a competitive RFP that anybody can apply for. So that is what we are focusing on right now.
So a competitive RFP that's going to require people to be contracted vendors. Is there any ideas around getting one agency who could subcontract to the actual vendors on the ground that are providing the services that are unfunded at this point?
So, I mean, I think we're talking about shelter services. So we're talking about the management of, 28 shelters. And so we're really focused on figuring out how we can get more nonprofits or resettlement experts involved in that. And so that is what we're really focused on. And I will say that even with DocGo, what they did is they subbed to a lot of nonprofits, especially upstate. A lot of the actual service delivery was done by local nonprofits upstate. So for instance, a case manager or like a resettlement nonprofit upstate that was doing the work. And so we are really focused on making sure that we're, we're being as flexible as possible when we issue this RFP so that many different types of organizations can apply and we can kind of identify what makes the most sense.
Okay. So what data is being collected at the point of entry into the system, and how is the data being protected?
So we uphold the privacy here really intensely because we know how sensitive this information is, especially around immigration. We have a lot of data lawyers that are involved in every part of this. It's a lot of conversations, but we really do focus on trying to get the start of our case management. So very basic information that will help us understand and identify a pathway. So we really focus on how did you get here? So we have a better sense of people's journeys. What country are you from? What's your primary language? What are your very basic needs? And sort of where, so that we can start identifying what we need to do to move forward with you.
And so does Owasso have a breakdown of how many asylum applications have been filed by country of origin?
We have to get back to you on that.
Okay. And in terms of what legal screenings, referrals, and culturally competent legal services are available to Black, LGBTQIA, and immigrant New Yorkers at the Asylum Application Help Center?
So at the Asylum Application Help Center, we really focus on asylum, TPS, work permits, and a small pilot of SIDGE. And we give that to anybody who wants it, like who needs it. It's appointment-based, as you know, and it's really focused on folks from our shelters.
And so how is Owasso ensuring that this community of asylum seekers are putting forth the strongest possible claims?
So we, again, we have in-person translators, not for every language, but we have in-person translators at our Asylum Application Help Center, and we work with every single individual in every single household to ensure that we can help them figure out the best claim for themselves. And we do a screening beforehand, so maybe asylum doesn't make sense for a specific household or an individual, and we make sure that asylum is the path that they want to go down before we even start that process.
And in terms of, I think you just started to actually answer this question, in terms of what other forms of immigration relief does the Help Center screen for non-citizens?
So it's the 4 that I mentioned. We also do motions to change venue. We do a couple of the other smaller filings, but majority of what we do is asylum, TPS, and work permits.
So, like all non-citizens navigating the asylum application process, as you know, Black immigrant newcomers could benefit from culturally competent application assistance from legal reps with country condition expertise. Many Black immigrant newcomers from Mauritania have fled the threat of slavery and other significant human rights abuses. The governments of several African countries have targeted and criminalized LGBTQIA communities to make the strongest case for their colorable asylum claims. Asylum seekers who have escaped government-led, government-sanctioned persecution in their countries in need of origin need legal services and wraparound support, including long-term full legal representation. What is the administration's plan to ensure that once an individual has submitted these asylum applications, that they will have access to these services and support?
So we're working with our colleagues on Moya on what the long-term landscape for this. We've been really focused on what we can do on a high-volume way to make sure that we set every single person up for success as quickly as possible, which is why we opened the Asylum Application Help Center. But I can defer to my colleague Tom if there's anything else you'd want to say. We're currently making those plans.
Is there a time frame that we can expect the plan to be produced?
Not a specific time frame. This is something we're actively working on. I don't know, Tom, if you have anything that you want to share about the work that Moya is doing.
I could share a bit about the Asylum Seeker Legal Assistance Network, which has been funded in fiscal 23 and 24, which is a complement to the Asylum Application Help Center in that it's community rooted. It funds nonprofits, including African Services Committee, the Pro Se Plus Project, and African Communities Together, Lutheran Social Services, and others. And so what they're doing is training community-based organization staff who speak the languages of their clients and the people in their immediate neighborhoods to provide application support, mostly pro se. In certain critical cases, it gets escalated. And then cases are also referred to other city contracts that provide full representation, such as Immigrant Opportunities Initiative and others. Our asylum providers are also currently preparing country condition packets, which applicants can use to support their asylum applications by country, and beginning to list them on their website. That's the Pro Se Plus project doing that. And just recently held a training with members of ACT, staff members and others in the community to help begin to build the broader capacity of folks that speak the languages of migrants who are arriving to do this work. The capacity building in the immigration legal field, it needs to be intentional, it needs to be long-term, and we are certainly focused on that.
Thank you. In terms of when folks are submitted, we understand that it's a one-shot deal. You come in, you do your application, the application gets sent out. And we talked about this, I think, at the last hearing. How is OWASO ensuring that these are quality applications, given all the challenges that we hear about? Number one, language line, not having, I don't know what percentage of the applications are being done with just telephonic interpreters or language line.
We were working on this, and I'm excited to say that we do in-person translation of any language at this point in our Asylum Application Help Center. We have on-site live interpretation. As I've mentioned before, there's a lot of layers of review. So we have the Asylum Application Helper, and then we have a supervisor and another supervisor that looks over our applications. We've gotten really good feedback from DOJ and from judges who've seen our applications. We can, if there's any concerns that people have, we look at people's applications again. But we've been trying to make sure that our applications are high quality.
I appreciate that. And, I think we're going to see the step 2 of this process, which is preparing for an adversarial setting where you're going to have to, again, prove and maybe remember what was in those applications a year ago. And so I guess it gets to the legal question of how we are planning to build up. So we'd be eager to see what the actual plan is of how we are going to meet the next step of this process.
Chair, if I may, Chair.
Yes, yes.
It's happening already. It's beginning to happen in greater scale under the It's beginning to happen in greater scale under the themselves in court when they have to if they don't have an attorney. And it's not because that's the ideal, but it's because of the limited legal capacity, the necessity. So if folks are going to represent themselves, they should know how to present before the court and how to effectively state their claim. So that those trainings are beginning now.
Thank you, Dr. Asada. I know you have to leave, but I'd love for you to offer any last words.
Yeah, thank you so much, chairs. It's been really incredible to be in this room with the community and to, again, emphasize our commitment as an administration to the Black immigrants. You have a representation there. It's me, but you also have many others in the administration, including my brother Ahmed, who has worked with me as an activist for many years. So please know that we are going to be collaborating with our colleagues to make sure that the voices of Black migrants are not forgotten. But also, I have the honor to be able to represent the administration to the African community, and that's something that I personally take very seriously. So we are committed to helping this community because we are them, and we know that they are here to provide support, and they're here to actually help improve our city. So thank you for bringing all of us together. To Adama and everybody else, we heard you. Your voices are not being ignored. We are committed to you, and that's why the mayor actually put me in this position. So thank you. I'm sorry that I have to go to the UN.
No, we appreciate you being here. And, I think we have to give credit where credit is due, so I appreciate the mayor's put you in this position. I think what we want to see is equitable funding for this community. What you have seen today is inequitable funding and treatment, and so we will partner with you.
Thank you.
To continue to demand that we see the money.
Right. We welcome that partnership, and we welcome your voice in calling for TPS and the right to work, because that is really what our community needs.
Absolutely.
Thank you again, and apologies for having to leave.
No, we appreciate you.
Thank you.
So, do you have? One more question, and then we're going to go to public testimony. This is about food, huge issue. What percentage of the contracts for food are being dedicated to halal meals?
So every shelter, so DHS, Department of Homeless Services, you can request a halal meal at your shelter. Every other shelter has it built into their actual day-to-day service delivery. I've heard issues, so if you have specific issues in specific shelters, let me know. We can look into it.
So we heard the mosque was feeding thousands of people, unfunded, on community, and obviously I know your purview is only those shelters, but there is a desperate need for our city to be able to fund halal food distribution in many, many locations. We will continue to keep you posted, but there is an enormous gap there that needs to be met. I keep saying the last question. In terms of, you've heard that congregate settings are inconsistent with faith practices of many Black immigrant newcomers. What are the administration's plans to accommodate these different faith practices within the shelter system?
So we've had to open 222 sites in the last 2 years and service more than 190,000 migrants. I will say that we have really tried to make sure that we have prayer rooms that we're bringing in faith leaders, especially we had some events at Randall's last week, or not last week, 2 weeks ago, with an imam to make sure that people have access to faith. And we're really trying to make sure that people have access to bins to clean their feet and hands. So we're really trying to incorporate the practices of individuals into the actual shelters.
As I'm hearing this, are you trying to connect the folks that you're serving to the community organization that providing workshop services as well, like elected official too, because city council is in you have 51 council members. Are you connecting them for some basic, needs that they may have? You are providing those kind of information.
So we are trying to build out networks for each shelter. If you have specific groups that you think we should connect to for specific shelters, we're happy to do it. I will say that a lot of the times there's a capacity issue with local nonprofits, so we have been trying to be very deliberate about the kinds of resources in the community that we direct people to.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just looking for.
For me, I make it personal. I go to the shelter myself, because people in needs, people just arrived. They just want their foot on the ground. And if we can do our parts very well, and like my colleague just mentioned, is the equity. We're looking for fairness, give them people a start. And it's not about like this migrant, we're not pinning anyone against each other, but we realize Black migrant being kind of like on the lower end of the stick.
So with that, I think we would like to move forward with public testimony. I want to thank all the members and staff members who are here. And before I guess that's it, right? I'm sorry, it's called no food. I should not be complaining. Yeah, I guess with that, we will close the administration's testimony and move on to the public testimony. But first, we're going to call on Senator Cordell Clear, who we have on Zoom, and then we will be calling the first panel. And of course, you can go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So now I open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent. The witness table is reserved for the people who wish to testify. Please, no video recording or photography is allowed at the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing period. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topics. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. And with that, we'd like to turn it over to Senator Clear.
Muted. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. We can hear you, Senator.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Cordell Clear, proudly representing the communities of Harlem, West Harlem, a large portion of East Harlem, El Barrio, a small portion of Washington Heights and the Upper West Side. And I just want to thank Chair Aviles and the members of the New York City Council Committee on Immigration. I commend you for addressing the incredibly important issue of the experiences of Black migrants in New York City. It's been well over 2 years now that we've been addressing the influx of West African migrants in Harlem, which has largely been an invisible crisis. We have encountered primarily young men from West African countries who have different food, different dialects, different languages, different religious and cultural needs other than some other migrant populations in the district. In my district, I have dozens, hundreds of African migrants who are eager to work and learn. We've held numerous community events, coat drives, and giveaways, distributed toy supplies, even taken multiple community surveys, as well as the all-important task of feeding thousands and connecting them to groups and organizations who can help them support all aspects of daily living. As it specifically relates to introductions 84, 85, 739, and Resolution 340, I am in complete support. Surveys are an invaluable tool and one that my office has used to better understand the needs of African migrants, and certainly based upon the over 700 surveys we have collected, a focus on economic, workforce, health, and mental health needs is incredibly important. In our first community survey of over 300 individuals, we learned the following. The average age of our respondents was 28 years old. They were almost 88% male. The great majority identified their country of origin as Guinea or Senegal.
Time's
Furthermore,
expired.
77% of the respondents spoke French as the primary language, and 53% spoke Wolof or Pulaar as their secondary language. Since 2022, I've repeatedly advocated with the President Biden, Majority Leader Schumer, Governor Hochul, and Mayor Adams to provide and encourage the provision of TPS for our African asylum seekers, and also to fund food, housing, and language programs, primarily administered by West African and African mosques, to ensure that the language and education services are offered in language-appropriate languages and religious-appropriate meals are provided. In fact, in February, we brought hundreds of asylum seekers to Albany during caucus weekend to plead our case for more funding in the state budget. I assure you I'm your partner in working tirelessly to drive those funds to our mosques. One of the greatest problems, the city has a program where our mosques, who are sleeping individuals because they have no place else to sleep, are trying to qualify for the funds that are available to help them with that. However, many of them can't get past the building code issues. And I have been speaking to Moya and the mayor's office about making sure that our mosques can get those code violations taken care of so that they can provide the space for our migrants to shelter. And I continue to seek money on all levels, city, state, and federal. I believe today's hearing can only help our shared cause as we continue to fight for equity and fairness for Black migrants in New York City. I appreciate all the efforts, all the testimony that I've been able to listen to from all of the advocates and all the work that's being done. Please consider me a partner in all your efforts moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. And now we will move to the first in-person panel. Amaha Kasa, Abdul Gadiri, Fatuma Omata. I'm so sorry. I hope your ancestors forgive me. Diallo, Maimuna Die, and Melissa Johnson. Melissa. Okay, so we will have, Melissa, we'll have you join in the next panel. Who is?
Yeah, next.
Yes, please join this panel. Thank you. Thank you all for your patience and many hours. I'm eager to hear your testimony. Please.
Thank you, Chairperson Avalos. Thank you, Chairperson Narcisse, and all the members. We've heard a lot about issues and policy problems and policy solutions, but I want to just take a moment to reflect on the people question. This morning, 2,000 to 3,000 predominantly West African Black migrants came to City Hall seeking what every person in this city, in this country, in the world is seeking, an opportunity, freedom, safety, housing, a job, a dignified job, and just the opportunity, a fair share of public services without discrimination. I want to thank you for creating the platform, Council Member. I want to thank you particularly for coming outside to address people. If we can't bring people into City Hall, we need to bring City Hall out to address the people. I'm going to speak to just a part of the challenges that our fellow Black migrant organizations laid out. I really want to recognize the other organizations that made today happen. Particularly want to recognize Adama Ba and Africana, also our sister Sadie Sarr, Dr. Sadie Sarr with Abisa, and Patrice Lawrence with the Undocu Black Network. And I want to say you've heard our name a few times and how we're getting some funding from Action NYC, from Immigrant Navigator Network, and others. What that adds up to is about a 3-person service delivery team and a 3-person legal team, which is less than the size of a department in many of the larger providers. Nonetheless, we have something like 300 people walk through our door on a monthly basis and have registered over 10,200 individual contacts, not counting necessarily family members, of West Africans since the arrival of, okay, so, shall I conclude? So I think in terms of solutions, we need to make contracts more accessible to smaller organizations that are close to the ground. That includes organizations like Africana, Gambian Youth Organization. We need to reduce some of those hurdles. We need to make funding available to our mosques for needed repairs and maintenance. And we need to restore over the $5 million in funding that was dedicated to the language services workforce that was part of the fiscal year 23 budget. It was reduced to $3.9 million and unfortunately was sunsetted in the FY24 budget. We would be having a very different conversation about language access and language justice if that funding had been maintained and restored, and if it is now restored. I think we'll be in an excellent place to move forward. I'll stop and encourage the other members of our panel to speak, but thank you again. Yeah, I think Maimuna, you're up first.
So as we move on, I just want you to know we will have a 2-minute clock, and so as we get closer, just pay attention, and we'll, just because we have a lot of public testimony, want to hear everyone's voices, but thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Council Member Aviles, for holding this hearing. My name is Maimuna J. I'm the Program Manager at African Communities Together, where I lead our language access programs. I supervise the incubation of our recently launched language services worker cooperative, Afrilingual. African Communities Together, as you know, is an organization of African immigrants, and we empower our community members to integrate socially and get ahead economically and engage civically. On behalf of ACT, I would first like to applaud and thank the Council for their major accomplishment in prioritizing language access for our immigrant New Yorkers, in allocating funding for FY23 that Amma had just mentioned, for the establishment of worker-owned language cooperatives. So thank you for your advocacy and leadership in combating the barriers that immigrant New Yorkers face in accessing city services. As you've heard throughout today's hearing, language access is one of the biggest barriers affecting Black immigrant communities here in New York. Many recent arrivals in the city are Black migrants, many of whom are Africans who speak languages of limited diffusion. This group faces the greatest language barrier because they are underserved. As a result of that, they are underserved and they encounter racial disparities in accessing critical and vital city services. In fact, advocates have voiced concern that language barrier may exacerbate the lack of support that the Black migrants are receiving from the city. And the sad reality is that Black migrants who do not speak English or Spanish are vulnerable and they are being left out. So our organizing and navigation team at ACT, who work directly with the African migrants, they have noticed the lack of language access in a lot of city social and legal services. Many of them have seen firsthand how the African migrants in emergency shelters are not informed in their preferred languages about their rights as asylum seekers or about how to access critical information, then leaving them vulnerable. African Communities Together incubated our co-op in 2023, in August 2023, and the co-op has participated in providing language translation and interpretation services in French and many African languages, helping many of our community members who are in need of services to access services in their own languages. And we want that funding to be reallocated again for our community to continue the work that we've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Council. My name is Nek Akpar, and I'm the Black Immigrants Initiatives Fellow with Immigrant ARC, as well as a practicing asylum attorney at Immigration Law and Justice New York. Immigrant ARC is a coalition of over 80 member organizations that provides legal services throughout the state of New York, and our mission is to increase access to justice and access to legal counsel for immigrant New Yorkers by mobilizing the New York's legal service providers. And as you've heard and will continue to hear throughout testimony given today, there is an overwhelming need for greater access to legal resources and representations for the incoming Black migrants in New York City. And there is a lack of adequate language access for Black migrant languages, such as interpreters and translators for legal services, amongst many other issues. And in interest of keeping my testimony brief today, I just wanted to list a few of the funding asks that Immigrant ARC is submitting to the council. Immigrant ARC is urging that the city fund long-term immigration legal services and supports the council's call for the mayor to restore the funding cuts and allocate an additional $50 million for immigration legal services, which includes investing $58 million for immigration legal services, investing an additional $50 million to support emergency immigration legal services, and lastly, at the moment, Immigrant ARC, in conjunction with the Language Justice Coalition, comprised of ACT, NYIC, MASA, and Asian American Federation, we're currently designing a pilot program to institute an interpreter bank that would be housed by IARC, which would allow legal service providers currently within IARC's member organizations to access Black immigrant languages amongst other languages to enable a more extensive and comprehensive representation of clients. And we ask that the city commit to funding this initiative in the amount of $2 million. Thank you.
Thank you.
Je m'appelle Diallo Abdul Gadiri, je viens de la Guinée-Conakry. Je ne comprends pas l'anglais, donc je m'exprime en français.
Chairperson, do you want us to translate or do you want? Okay. Maimouna? Oh, no, okay.
Oh, she's.
Okay. Non, essayez, c'est pour lui. Si vous voulez.
Allez-y.
Je reprends?
Non, oui, j'interprète chaque 2 ou 3 phrases.
Okay.
J'interprète en anglais.
Je m'appelle Diallo Abdul Gadiri, je viens de la Guinée-Conakry.
My name is
Abdul Gadiri Diallo.
Abdul Gadidi. I come from Guinea-Conakry.
Yeah. Je suis venu ici pour des raisons de politique.
I'm here for political reasons.
J'ai été séquestré chez moi, raison pour laquelle je me retrouve ici aux États-Unis.
I was a prisoner in my country, and that's why I fled here.
Et arrivé à New York City, on rencontre beaucoup de difficultés.
And I've had a lot of difficulties since arriving in New York City.
On a les difficultés de logement.
I have had difficulty in finding lodging.
Les difficultés de la santé.
I've had health problems.
Et les difficultés pour les avocats.
And I've had a terrible time finding legal representation.
On a choisi ici, on ne vient pas pour vivre le rêve américain, c'est parce que c'est l'insécurité et l'instabilité politique chez nous.
We didn't come here, we were forced to come here because of the insecurity, the physical and freedom, the lack of freedom and safety in our own country.
Donc, on demande à l'autorité américaine de diminuer la durée de 150 jours, c'est 5 mois, et pendant les 5 mois, on ne travaille pas, on ne peut pas vivre ici.
Yeah, so we haven't been able to work for 5 months, and if you can't work, how are we supposed to support ourselves?
On est indigne actuellement, on a une famille qui compte sur nous, et même nous, on n'arrive pas à subvenir à nos besoins.
It's very humiliating because it's not just us who suffers, but we are unable to care for our families, and that's heartbreaking.
Et je suis là, je représente des milliers de personnes qui sont dehors parce que tout le monde ne peut pas être là.
And if I'm speaking, I want you to know that I'm speaking here on behalf of the thousands of people who are just outside this building who are in the same situation I am and who are counting on me to let you know.
You can have more time if you need it, given the
Si vous voulez
interpretation.
encore du temps, on vous donne davantage.
If there's
parce que
anything
vous
else you'd like to
représentez
say.
Autant de gens.
OK. OK. Je vais, comme il y a ma collègue ici, elle va continuer.
I'm going to let my colleague speak next.
Je remercie les organisations, surtout les organisations humanitaires qui aident les immigrés ici. Je les remercie tous.
I would like to thank all the humanitarian organizations that are helping migrants who are here today, and it's really important, the work you're doing for us.
Merci.
Merci, thank you.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Diallo Batouli, je viens de la Guinée-Conakry aussi.
Your name?
Batouli.
My name is Batuna. I am also from Guinea-Conakry.
J'ai quitté aussi la Guinée à cause des raisons d'insécurité et d'instabilité politique.
I also fled the dangerous conditions in Guinea.
J'ai traversé plus de 8 pays pour être ici aujourd'hui aux États-Unis.
I had to cross through 8 countries to successfully end up in the United States.
Il y a eu beaucoup de péripéties durant mon voyage.
There were a lot of dangers along the way.
Ouais, y compris des viols de femmes, des agressions sexuelles.
There was a lot of rape and assault, a lot of starvation and illness.
Il y a eu même celles parmi elles qui sont arrivées ici enceintes.
There are people who arrived here pregnant, not by choice.
Yeah. So, arrivés aux États-Unis, on nous a dit que nous sommes les bienvenus, mais nous nous sentons marginalisés. Nous nous sentons marginalisés.
Yeah. So, and then when we finally got here, everybody said, "Welcome to the United States," and immediately marginalized us.
Nous avons des problèmes de logement, des problèmes d'avocats.
We don't have legal representation. We don't have a place to live.
On n'a pas d'assurance pour aller à l'hôpital.
And we don't have medical insurance, so we can't get care.
So, et nous plaidons auprès de l'autorité américaine.
So we're begging you, as the American authorities,
d'alléger les 150 jours pour l'obtention du permis de travail.
So would you please shorten the 150 days it takes to get a work permit?
Nous ne voulons pas être un fardeau pour le gouvernement. Nous voulons travailler et nous prendre en charge nous-mêmes.
We do not want to be a burden on the government. We want to be independent. We want to be self-supporting. Please help us achieve that goal.
Sur ce, nous pouvons même contribuer à l'économie du pays.
We would love to contribute to your country's economy.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I guess 2 things. We will fight for TPS. Unfortunately, we don't control that at the city level.
Yeah.
Malheureusement, c'est difficile à contrôler le TPS au niveau municipal, mais on va faire de son mieux pour convaincre le gouvernement fédéral à vous aider.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup.
But you mentioned other ways that our city should be stepping in to meet the needs. And so our intention is to continue to meet those needs with dignity.
Mais notre intention, c'est de répondre à vos besoins avec dignité.
D'accord.
Thank you all. Thank you all for your testimony, and thank you for the work you do on a daily basis.
Merci à vous.
And for the next in-person panel, we'll have Dr. Sadie, Fatima Matu Balde, Diallo Fatimata, Mamadou Tompe, let's see. Okay. I just want to remind everyone, if you have not filled out a witness slip and you would like to provide public testimony, please do that. It's one of these, the Sergeant of Arms will collect it. Dr. Sadie, we can begin with you. Thank you.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for all the effort that was made today, and thank you for still being here. So I am the founding director of the African Bureau for Immigration and Social Affairs. And I apologize for having made all those faces while the other testimony was going on, but I could not help it. So Amaha just said it. When we started in 2019, having houses of worship hosting migrants, their collaborative actually provided language access on site because we were triaging people on a daily basis. And Amaha, with African community together, had somebody twice a day that would sit through 4 hours a day, and they would pay for it so we can figure out what the needs were. So when it comes to language access, it's not about not having a model. And when the folks talk about, oh, they need to be certified, we know who works for Language Line. And Language Line is not certifying those people. So you cannot just tell us, oh, they need to be certified, when if I wanted to be a Language Line worker, I could. If Language Line don't work, it's because it doesn't work for people like me or somebody else who knows the language and who don't have all the time, or what they are being paid is not enough for them to stay over the phone. So when you can't have Malenke, when you don't have Pular, when you don't have Wolof, it's for a reason. The community is here is skills, but the community needs to be paid properly and equitably. And if you use a collaborative like the one that ACT have, we already know that the service is there, it exists. They are employing folks that are credible in the community, and we know that that works. So folks who was here need to take their guidance from the community who is already doing the work. On the side of legal access, Catholic charities have, for example, processed a lot of people with the pro se applications. All the lawyers in New York was like, this is not gonna work. Why? Example, you go to Catholic charities, you get your asylum application in before your master hearing. They don't represent you at the master hearing. When you go to your master hearing, the judge understands that you don't have a lawyer. The judge holds your clock. So this asylum application that was now in the system should take 150 days. Now, because your clock for the 150 days was hold because of a lack of representation, here you have somebody who effectively applied and who is going to wait more than 7 months until they are able to pay for a lawyer. So those small kinks really need to be addressed, and saying over and over, we're talking about it, we're figuring it out. For the last 2 years, it is not acceptable. And I just wanted to flag those two things, but everything else that we are seeing as hurdle are modeling the same conversation. Organizations have stepped in on day one because we didn't want to see our people in the street, and we saw them in the street anyway. And that was painful, and it's a side that we cannot go over. But I believe that there need to be more coordinated effort for the ones who are on the ground to ensure that funding is done properly and that communities are not being gaslit when they are saying, hey, we have people here that need support, and this is how we need to support them. Because folks who are closer to the issues are closer to the solution. And all the organizations that we've talked about today here are from this community. We are the community that we serve because we are also impacted as they are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and again, thank you for all the work that you have been doing, and even today, above and beyond as usual. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Ok, vas-y, je vais interpréter pour toi.
Bonsoir tout le monde.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Je demande quelque chose. Parce qu'on a vécu au hôtel, il n'y a pas frigo, il n'y a pas micro-net. Nous-mêmes, on est fatigués. Il y a 3 mes enfants, on ne peut pas vivre bien, quoi. Quand
I'm staying in a hotel shelter with 3 of my kids, and we don't even have the means to cook, and our life in the shelter is very difficult.
Et puis, de manger là, mes enfants ne pas connaissent bien.
There is an issue with the food where culturally my kids refuse to eat it because they don't know it.
Si on peut manger, on garde, il n'y a pas de garder.
If we eat and we don't finish it, we don't even have a fridge where we can keep the rest of the food, so we're wasting the food that we have.
Si mes enfants sont partis à l'école, s'il n'a pas mangé, il va tomber malade.
When my kids go to school hungry, then they get sick and they cannot perform.
On est là, on ne peut pas travailler, donc il n'y a pas de papier de travail. Nous sommes à la maison comme ça.
We're here, we can't work, we don't speak the language, we don't have access to work, and we're just sitting here wasting. That's all I wanted to say. C'est quoi ton nom?
Mandou Touré.
My name is Mandou Touré.
You read my mind. Would you like?
Attends, vas-y, je vais traduire. Je comprends.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Au fait, je suis au CELTA aussi. Je suis là.
Tu parles poulard et français? Tu peux parler en poulard. Elle parle.
Ah ouais, wolde poulard.
Je parle français.
Ko poulard falda wolde? Ok, wa wolde.
Ok, au fait, min kadi mi do ko CELTA.
Oh,
wonde paykoy.
Me too. I live at the shelter with my kids.
Can I ask you to speak louder and into the microphone?
Yes. Me too. I stayed at the shelter with my kids.
Miɗo wonde e ɓiɓɓe am ɓen e ɓiɓɓe am ɗiɗo. No won ab miñirawo am kadi no ɗo.
I am with my 2 kids and a sister of mine.
Kono ko selta ton ñamiteji ɗi paykoy koy wawata ñamude.
But at the shelter, the food, my kids cannot eat the food at the shelter.
Ka suumaye ɗo min soñjino moƴƴa par ce que tawi kadi horu gongol arta e kikiɗe tawa ñamete on a wawatamo ñamude.
And on Ramadan time, we couldn't eat because when you come back for the breaks, the food is no good at all.
Ko ɓe jonata men kon kadi 2 mois a yalta e o 2 mois ɗo timma yalta tawa ko ya ƴettu kadi paykoy koye fof ƴetta bagage ji ma yaha kadi winditoyoɗa ɓe naɓira ma kadi nokkugo hara paykoy koye no janguirde nokkugo ɗum noon fof no wondani men e sattedi.
And they give us 2 months to stay at the shelter, and then you have to go out again with your luggages and the kids and find another place. It's very difficult.
haray ɗum ɗon vraiment hino satti min pay ko ngan kadi janum kun mo mari 19 ans 18 19 entre ɗon o wawa heɓude ha joni komo janga.
And also, I have a kid that is like 18 to 19. Until now, he doesn't have no school.
Haray ɓe wallito men moƴƴa.
So please help us.
Thank you. Merci.
Yeah, thank you.
Merci, thank you. Can you state your name for the record?
Hidawai halde in the man.
Fatoumata Kindi Diallo.
Yes, my name is Fatoumata Kindi Diallo. Merci. My name is Fanta Dumbuya. My name is Fanta Dumbuya. I run from my country.
Do yiɗi peeji ɗo fof fi arugol fattino kam on ɗo sabande mahari miɗo huli e sunninede paykoye an koye e mintige hoore an wondude e ɓengure muudi an soñja ko min naɓi kon ton wondude ko tawi ko meɗen faala wondugol.
So we run all over and then from all these countries to come to the United States because I didn't want them to circumcise my daughter.
Joni noon on tigi ɓuri hewti ɗo piiji ɗi no ɗumanni seeɗa hare meɗen landi ballal kote heɓugol avocat kote ɗitanede on 6 mois ɗon si golla tawti kadi soñja woni ɗon seeɗa ka nder seltaji.
So since we here, we run with a lot of difficulties, so such like the working permit, and we also have a problem at the shelters.
Hara me wawa gollugol hara nay me wono e fawtande mon den tun hara menen kad me wawa contribute e moƴƴingol pays.
So we really need to work so that we could help the country too. So it's that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ajara Mabui.
Hello. Good afternoon. So my name is Mamadou Diallo. I came from Guinea-Conakry. So I'm here to try to speak this language, English, to show you. So everything is possible. Yeah, so in my country, the time I go to school, since that time, so I have to try, I can try to speak this language, English. That's why, because since I was here, I see this, the important, even the way I came, the language can help me too much. So before I waste your time here, let me try my best. So, okay, so my first question, I'm very happy, and I know many people from outside, when they heard the way you can talk from here, they will be happy, because you say a very important things from here. I was up here, so the reason, except you say we have to come and so tell you explain our problem. That's why. Even the time I write my name here, I tell him to write English and French. I'm able to speak French, really, but this language, English, is what I tell you. Those, you see, I can try. Even this time, I'm going to the school for the Massey Center. For this country, since I was here, you talk about Adama Lennox Avenue. We are very happy about Adama. That ONG is a very good, important ONG for the West African peoples. And another person came here, he talked about the mosque for the people who stay to the mosque. That also is a really, because I am in Bronx, I know. So you see all here. Why? Because the people from West Africa, if you go another place, it's not necessary to say anything here, but you can say many things here. It is true. If you see like 5 people here, just like me, I'm a Guinean. You can see Senegalese here. You can see Mauritanian, and you can see other tribes. They will take the other tribes and leave the like me, Guinean and Senegalese, the other people. Just like we are not the same. Some of people can speak the English and we can try. You understand? So by that way, you have to do that favor for us very well. Because you tell them, you give them 2 questions from here. I'm very happy for that, really. So, and people also, we are very happy for you. So our problem from here, they say all. Our problem is about the working, to work. This is a big problem for us. Just like me, I have 1 wife, 4 children. So since I was here, I do my asylum, but I don't have lawyer. So I have appointment in July. This is a big problem for me, you see? So this is the first problem. The second, so when it is possible to help us about this working permit, is very important for us because many people, you are not able to see all. But really, no, we are suffer. Really, we are suffer about food. We are suffer about work. We are suffering about many things. But since I was this, I go to this school, Massey Center. This is for 149, opposite Lincoln Hospital. This ONG also, they are very good because I see different of type from the Senegalese, Guinean, Mauritanian. They will help them about the asylum. Even me, I have here 7 months, but I never do that asylum. They are the one who helped me about asylum. Since maybe yesterday or day before yesterday, maybe they don't bring it, you see? I try all, I don't have it. So that's why I have a big problem, and many people have the likes of me. So why I try to speak this language, I want to show you we are able to do. Because me, so I speak French very well since I was here, and I know I can try my best. I do my best.
Mr. Amadou, you do amazing. Unfortunately, we are out of time and we have many other people who want to testify.
Yes.
So I thank you for, I know you are capable, much better than I, of learning another language. And I thank you for your patience in being here. And I think if you would like to submit further testimony, we'd be happy to receive it. But I thank you for all the work that you've done and for telling us and sharing, for all of the panelists, for sharing your experience here. We want to be a welcoming, beautiful New York.
So I'm ready. Just like me, my problem and the other people is about the lawyer, because I have appointment in July. So that's why I came, and when I have the opportunity, it's very important for me and the other people, many people, about the food, about to stay, just like these people can say to stay is very difficult. But you ask these people who move from there right now, you ask them 2 questions, very important. Really, I was there. No, I'm very happy about you. God bless you. God bless America. Really, I swear. Because you give them a real question, they answer, but this is not the answer. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
Thank you. We're going to call the next panel. Thank you so much. We're going to call the next panel. Fierno Sendior Diallo. Abdoumame Diallo. I am so sorry. Mamadou Diallo. Mamadou Bello Ba. Melissa Johnson. Melissa. I thought we called. And Julio Herrera is, okay. Okay, thank you, thank you. Melissa, would you like to start? Or we'll start on this side. Thank you.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Mi salmini on fo, miɗo weltani on kadi, miɗo ɓeyda torade ballal.
I say hi to everyone, each of you here, and I really need more help.
Hara e musidɓe am feƴƴuɓe ɗo ɓen, ɓe wawi yewtude komin gasata yewtude ɗo buy, kono noon komin ɓeydirta yewtere nden ko anndingol on meɗen haton jini kadi.
So my followers came here to speak, and I just want to add a little more about the help that we need.
Ko Abdurrahman Diallo mi wiyete.
My name is Abraham Diallo,
Guinea Conakry.
and I am from Guinea Conakry.
Aray miɗo
Abraham Diallo.
Abdurrahman Diallo.
Abdurrahman Diallo.
Miɗo ardi ɗo e ɓeygon e jiwamo duuɓi jowi.
I am here with my wife and my daughter, who is 5 years old.
Bon, min ardi akadamal ɗo kono ɓe wawal natude.
We came here together, but they are outside. They couldn't get in.
Aray koko feƴƴuɓe ɓe yewti ɗo kon meɗen soñjori angal wonunde nden e angal ñamete on e angal haala kan.
Like my fellows spoke here, we have a problem of the language, where to stay, the shelter, and also for honungadi.
Kaselta ton meɗen ton kono ko ɓe jonnata ton ko ñamete on.
And also for the food at the shelter.
Aray ko ɗum ɗon mi mari komi yewta miɗo haton jini yoɓe wallito men fi heɓugol kaydiji gollirɗi ɗin. Si tawi ɓe wawi wadde kala wono ɓe wawi waɗirde ballal yoɓe eto ɗum ɗon ɓe wallito ɗum ɗon.
So this is what I have to add, and also if we could help more for the working permit.
Si men heɓa ɗum ɗon ara e dankagol ɓe gurden no metti fi.
If we don't have no working permit, it's gonna be difficult to take care of our family.
Ara meɗe yiɗi wallinirde jama leydi moƴƴa min gollana hoore amen min ñammina hoore amen min golla.
So we really want to work with the country, the people in this country, but we don't want to be a burden to you guys. We really want to work for ourselves and take care of ourselves. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Julio, we'll just go down the...
Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, good afternoon, buena tarde, bonsoir. My name is Julio Herrera. I'm the executive assistant from the Black Institute. We're a 501c3 think tank that engages in policy and advocacy work from education, environment, immigration, and economics. For immigration, we have our highest priority placed on immigrants from the African diaspora, be that from Latin America, the Caribbean, and especially West Africa right now. I don't want to spend my time flogging a dead horse. A lot of the issues were apparent. No notice of vacancies, harassment by the NYPD, no communication whatsoever from shelter staff, no real outreach from caseworkers, an enormous language barrier. It seems to, and from my time speaking with some of the folk over at Earth Church, right by the East Village, who in January 2024 took in a lot of people almost freezing to death from the cold in the dead of an American winter in flip-flops and short-sleeve t-shirts. They told me those stories, and a lot of them overlapped with neglect, lack of representation, lack of clear communication and interpretation, and just lack of oversight overall. And I also just want to take the time to extend my thanks to Africana, to Abisa, to Undocumented Black, all the other groups that stretch themselves thin just to make sure that thousands of people don't slip through the cracks. And My real recommendation is that the city take effective steps to make sure these people continue to do their work. They've clearly demonstrated their interest and ability to do this work, and I think it's best that we give them the resources to continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and wholeheartedly agree with that. Do you need interpretation?
Français capular, français, right?
Okay.
Bonjour mes très chers parents. Je tiens à vous remercier parce que si nous sommes là aujourd'hui assis devant vous et parler tout ce qu'on veut, ce qu'on a eu et ce qu'on n'a pas eu, c'est parce qu'il y a la paix.
I want to thank you for this opportunity to be here. The very fact that we're able to be here and present our views is meaningful, that we have the right to express what's happening to us and to participate in the process is very meaningful.
Le problème que je vais vous énumérer tout de suite là, et je pense que je ne suis pas la seule personne, il y a ma communauté africaine, presque la majorité, on est du West Africa.
The majority of the people here in our community is from West Africa.
Moi, je réponds au nom de Mamad Bello Ba. Je suis guinéen.
I'm from Guinea.
Je suis diplômé en finance.
I have a diploma in finance.
Mais en carence dans cet état en matière d'anglais. Je parle que le français et Fulani.
But I only speak Fulani and French, so it's a problem for me.
Mon problème dans mon pays, on a des problèmes majeurs.
We have huge problems.
Je suis victime d'une communauté. On appelle Fulani. Dans notre pays, depuis l'obtention de l'indépendance, presque notre pays est gouverné par une région. Par une région.
Yeah.
Par une communauté qu'on appelle Manding.
So we have ethnic problems where one ethnicity punishes the other, and if you're Fulani, you are constantly abused and victimized.
Non seulement je suis diplômé en finance, mais je faisais aussi le business de parallèle. En plus aussi, j'étais dans une entité politique qu'on appelle IFDZ.
I went to Polytechnic Institute and I have dual degrees in finance and business.
Dirigé par Elhaj Mohamedou Cellou Dalein Diallo, qui a gagné 3 fois les élections sans avoir accès à la fauteuil présidentiel.
And we have a candidate, Diallo, who won election 3 times without ever being allowed to assume the presidency.
Silence in the chambers, please. Thank you.
En 2020, j'ai été victime, après l'élection présidentielle, quand mon candidat a gagné l'élection, pour avoir la fauteuil présidentielle, ça nous a coûté les balles là. S'il y a un candidat, il pouvait vous montrer les images.
So I was injured severely after my candidate won election but was not allowed to take office.
Même pour avoir accès à l'hôpital, quand ils ont eu des renseignements qui étaient dans un hôpital, ils iront te chercher pour te liquider. C'est grâce à un de mes collègues qui était hébergé par ma famille lorsqu'il faisait ses études. C'est lui qui m'a sauvé.
So even if you were severely injured, as many of us were, you couldn't afford to go to the hospital because they were working for the government, and often you would be killed off there purposely.
Ils ont voulu faire un vote référendaire pour s'octroyer un 3e mandat, étant donné que le régime démocratique dit que c'est 2 mandats. Lors de leur organisation-là, ils ont frappé mes frères. Un de mes grands frères qui m'avait soutenu durant toutes mes études, il n'était pas mort sur le sang, mais ça a été la cause de sa mort. Je dis, lors de leur organisation d'une élection référendaire pour s'octroyer un troisième mandat, ils ont frappé un de mes frères qui m'a soutenu durant toutes mes études. Il n'était pas mort sur place, mais ça a été la cause de sa mort en laissant aussi 5 de ses enfants.
And one of the brothers who put me through school and sustained me through all of this, and is the reason that I was able to alive, he didn't die on the spot, but he died soon after as a result of his injuries.
Can you ask, can you state your name for the record? And if you would begin to wrap up your comments, we can receive your testimony afterwards, because we have many more and we don't have the room for very long.
Mamadou Bello Ba. Ba. C'est juste, je vous ai raconté ça juste pour vous énumérer quelques questions. Je vais vous dire les difficultés que j'ai rencontrées ici. C'est quoi les difficultés aujourd'hui? J'ai un problème de logement, j'ai un problème de mon asile et de comment trouver l'avocat. Parce que moi qui faisais tout hier chez moi, aujourd'hui je me retrouve ici et ma femme est réfugiée au Sénégal parce que les moyens ne me permettent pas de venir avec elle. Bon, je suis là. En matière de logement, je suis dans la carence totale. Et pour le problème d'avocat, c'est un autre cas aussi. Et mon rendez-vous, si j'ai bonne mémoire, c'est le 17 mai à venir.
So, I have like so many other people here, I have been unable to find shelter. I can't find legal representation until the 17th of May, and my wife is stuck in Senegal, and I can't find a way to bring her over.
Can you let him know that we have to end the testimony and move to the next witness? And I am deeply apologize for that. Sorry.
OK, pour ne pas prendre beaucoup de temps,
I'll wrap
je
up.
passe le micro aux autres. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Je tiens à vous remercier.
Bonjour l'assistance. C'est Tchernosaïd Diallo. Je suis guinéen.
My name is Diallo. I'm from Guinea also.
Effectivement, nous avons fui le pays parce qu'il y avait l'insécurité, nous sommes menacés, notre vie était menacée à cause de notre appartenance politique et ethnique.
So we fled for our lives because of the violent threats against us, because of our political beliefs and our ethnicity, which is targeted for extinction.
Contrairement aux États-Unis, parce que ici, quand tu vois quelqu'un en tenue, tu as des problèmes, tu viens s'approcher de lui pour lui demander l'aide. Mais chez nous, là-bas, quand tu vois...
Il faut parler des problèmes.
Oui, je comprends. Quand tu vois un homme en tenue, tu dois fuir. Donc, ici, bon, nous avons des difficultés dans le long terme avec les avocats parce que depuis fin janvier, nous avons déposé nos histoires et choses pour qu'on demande d'asile, quoi. Mais jusqu'à présent, nous n'avons pas reçu de réponses.
So we applied for in January for asylum, but we have no legal representation and we haven't gotten any response, and we are very scared. We don't know what to do.
Nous voulons qu'on nous aide à avoir le permis de travail pour qu'on puisse se débrouiller et se prendre en charge et quand même contribuer au développement du pays qui nous a accueillis.
But if we could ask for only one thing, it would be for a work permit, because we ask for nothing more than to be able to earn an honest living and contribute to the economy.
Ah ouais, je me limite là. Merci.
Okay, thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you to the Committee on Immigration and the Committee on Hospital, the committees, for holding this public hearing to address the experiences of Black migrants in New York City. My name is Melissa Johnson, New York organizer for the Black Alliance for Just Immigration. I'm testifying on behalf of Baji to speak to the expansion of policing, private security, and surveillance, and its impact on newly arrived Black asylum seekers within the asylum shelter system, through the use of NYPD and the subcontracting of private companies, including but not limited to DocGo, Aero Security, MedRight, and BH Rag's HomeCorps, who are primarily providing private security and surveillance and are not equipped to provide culturally competent, trauma-informed care, case management, and community navigation support, all needed for the inclusion of asylum seekers into our communities and their stable transition into full and autonomous livelihoods, whether here in New York or outside of the state. Over the course of the last year, through the guidance of Africana, Africa is Everywhere, and African Communities Together, our mutual aid work has been to support the Stockton Respite Center, located in District 36, Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, and the Hall Street Shelter, located in District 35, Clinton Hill. Today, we will speak to what we have witnessed there. The use of NYPD and private companies does not support the vulnerability of Black asylum seekers, especially those who are African, Haitian, or Black LGBTQ migrants, who arrive fleeing war, conflict, political violence, or threat of life due to a combination of factors. In the absence of culturally competent, trauma-informed care, Black asylum seekers, including women and children, are subject to increased racial targeting, harassment, discriminatory practices, which make them vulnerable to arrest, incarceration, and migrant detention, negatively affecting or subsequently ending their process to seek asylum. Police, private security, and surveillance in these shelters do not and cannot provide culturally competent trauma-informed care, such as health and mental health services, case management, including Afro-Indigenous language translation interpretation, and community navigation support for social services, providing particularly NYC ID cards, health insurance, and vouchers for housing, SNAP, WIC, and MTA Fair programs, which are all accessible and eligible for asylum seekers. However, through subcontracts, police enforcement and surveillance, documented by Black migrant organizations, mutual aid groups, and legal aid, show that both police and private security have participated in physically violent, xenophobic, retaliatory, and extreme anti-Black practices that abuse and discriminate against Black asylum seekers, mirroring conditions already found within the NYC shelter system and within our state carceral system. The use of increased policing and the absence of culturally competent trauma-informed care through the Black migrant direct service providers reinforces detention-like conditions that undoubtedly harms already vulnerable Black asylum seekers. Baji has witnessed the Adams administration create an inhumane asylum shelter system. Therefore, we ask that we call on City Council to strengthen shelter and respite center stay policies, but also remove contracts for NYPD and private companies that police and surveil and do not provide culturally competent, trauma-informed care. We also call on the council to review we call on the council to approve Bill Intro 0739 and its focus on reporting of asylum seeker demographics and active contracts to help provide increased transparency and accountability to address abuses and discrimination faced by Black asylum seekers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank Baji in particular and call on someone who recently passed away, Carl, who introduced me to Baji many years ago and the work that you've done on the front lines. So thank you so much for your work and your testimony and your support in helping pull this hearing together. We have so much work to do on this front, and we know that the intersection of the police and surveillance and carceral systems in Black communities does not work. And we want to build a system of compassionate care, what people deserve. So thank you so much. And I think with that, we're going to move to the next panel.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Bon courage.
Okay. Lauren Wyatt, Sandra Diudone, Zainab Iyega, Mamadou Salio Diallo, I'm so sorry, and Elsie St. Louis. And Damian Harris Hernandez. Great, if you'd like to start, if you could start with your name for the record, and please start.
Good afternoon, my name is Sandra Judenet. I am the supervising attorney at Catholic Charities. I work with the Haitian Response Initiative Project. We service, we help all the Haitian immigrants that come into Catholic Charities and assist them with their legal services. We have screened approximately 1,002 Haitian immigrants. We filed 1,011 immigration applications and 114 cases for full representation. As everyone here has explained, there is access to language that is definitely an issue. However, what's unique with the Haitian Response Initiative program, the entire staff speaks Creole, and we understand the cultural nuances that are essential in helping the Haitian immigrants get the services that they need. One major issue that we've noticed is that we have seen several cases where immigration judges have refused to terminate removal proceedings for Haitians with TPS. We had one Haitian couple that was ordered removed despite presenting their TPS approvals to the judge and requesting termination. In each of these cases, the respondents did not have any criminal or other histories that would explain for them to decline terminating removal proceedings. Catholic Charities has not encountered this with other TPS recipients from other countries, whose cases the judge has routinely terminated. Through HRI, the Haitian migrants often face significant challenges in obtaining benefits and services to which they are entitled. For example, healthcare professionals generally do not provide documents in Haitian Creole. And we have frequently seen cases where Haitians were provided medical information and records written only in English and Spanish. Haitians with TPS who are entitled to work authorization and Social Security numbers are often turned away from the Social Security officers because staff did not wish to call interpreters to assist, and this also happened in the Medicaid and the city's IDNYC offices.
Thank you for your testimony, and I hope you will submit it.
So the Haitian, when they go to get services, so because of the language barrier, so they turn them away?
Yes, we had several that were turned away.
All right. Are you keeping a data of that? So because numbers make a lot of sense for us, because when we're talking to those folks, we can say exactly where it's coming from. Now, if I say it, they probably, but if you can collect data, that will be very helpful to us so we can hold people accountable. That's what we do.
Yes, we did collect data. We reported it to Moya, so they assisted us with those family members to get them the IDNYC. That was like in the beginning. So a lot of the families we were able to assist, but that was a major issue. They refused to call language line. They turned them away. And so we had to rely on Moya to help us be a liaison for the families.
And what I realized being Haitian, when you get people to be online, like to be on a call on telephone, is not the same as in person. And you can be speaking their language, they don't even realize, especially the seniors.
Right.
Until you said, "Mommy, can you understand what the person's saying? This is what the person said." Oh, I didn't hear. but the person is next to her. Either they have hearing, sometimes I realize they don't even have a hearing problem. They're still not connecting with the phone because they're not used to it.
Right.
They like this gesture because we come from a culture with a lot of gesture, with a lot of,
Facial expression.
Facial expression. So I thank you for your service. I thank you for your work in New York City. And that's why we're looking for, me and my colleagues, looking for, to address the inequities in the Black, especially Black migrants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for having us today. My name is Lauren Wyatt. I'm the Managing Attorney for Access to Justice Initiatives at Catholic Charities New York. I oversee several programs designed to serve unrepresented immigrants who are often newly arrived and moving through the deportation system. Among them, the Haitian Response Initiative, as well as the Immigration Court Help Desk and Family Group Legal Orientation Program, as well as the New York State-funded Office of New Americans Program. Right now, about 30% of the people that we are seeing are recently arrived people from African countries, speaking many of the languages that we've heard from today. Most of the people, the overwhelming majority of people that we've seen from African countries have very strong asylum claims, and I'd like to talk a little bit about what they're having to face when they move through the immigration court system. Although the majority of people that we have seen do have very strong immigration cases, because the legal community here is less familiar with the things that people are dealing with in the countries that they've come from, I think that these groups of people are having difficulty finding immigration attorneys, although people do have, again, very strong cases and would likely win their cases if they found representation. In the immigration court, right now, immigration court hearings are repeatedly rescheduled for African migrants due to a lack of available interpreters. The New York City immigration courts do not have in-person interpreters for most African languages, and telephonic interpreters are also generally unavailable. As a result, a lot of the African immigrants that we're seeing in the immigration court system are repeatedly turned away from their hearings and just told to come back on another date. There is no interpreter to tell them that information, so they're just given a new hearing notice. It's not explained to them, and they're just told to come back later, and they don't understand why or if they've done anything wrong. A lot of times they are sent to us at the Immigration Court Help Desk, the pro bono rooms, for us to explain that to them. We have the same difficulty in securing interpreters that the court does, and so we're just trying to figure out as best as we can, often in French, that they have to come back on another day. For a lot of the people, the judge is the first person that they're speaking with to tell them about important deadlines, such as the one-year filing deadline, and so they're not, in many cases, learning about that important deadline for something that they would likely win until after the deadline. The last thing that I would like to flag is that the programs that I've mentioned through Catholic Charities today have the capacity to assist many of the people in immigration court proceedings with requesting something called prosecutorial discretion, where they could close their immigration cases in court. We have been available and have the capacity to do this for several months now. We have been following up with this with Moya. I know Moya has put the request into the city. We are only waiting to be able to help these groups of people. They only need an appointment with the NYPD to get fingerprinted, and we have already discussed with the court, with the Department of Homeland Security, for us to be able to help these people to close their cases. We could be assisting dozens and dozens of families per month with closing their cases if we could only secure fingerprinting dates from the NYPD. So I know that Moya has made this request already, so anything that you could do to help us to secure these dates with the NYPD, we could immediately be doing this, helping these people not be in fear of deportation, and it would all be done for free. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We will certainly follow up on that, and thank you for all the work that you are doing for our communities. We really appreciate it. And I think with that, we're going to move on to the next panel. Damian Harris Hernandez, are you here? Maybe not. Zanayat Iyega from Seitu Yatu Center for African Women? No? Okay. Mamadou Saliu Diallo from Guinean Community in Brooklyn? He left. Okay. Jamie Polovich, Suleiman Ba, Jennifer Jarrell, Sebastian Varl from Safe Horizons, Henry Love, and Ninaj Raoul. Oh, we need a chair. I think one of our interpreters, we may not. It's okay. Start.
Thank you, Chair Narcisse, Chair Aviles, and members of the committees. My name is Sebastian Vanti, and I serve as the Associate Vice President of Streetwork Programs at Safe Horizon. I'm here today to shed light on the plight of vulnerable population that has been overlooked and underserved, West African unaccompanied youth and minors seeking refuge in our communities. For several months, our program has experienced an influx of these young individuals, many of whom arrive at our doors after being discharged from temporary placements, left adrift, and without proper guidance. These youth fleeing persecution, violence, forced marriage, and female genital mutilation seek safety, community, and humanity in our programs. Despite our best efforts, we operate under-resourced and underfunded. Still, we remain steadfast in our commitment to meet their needs. As a provider, it pains me to witness these youth being ushered through a system that fails to address their unique challenges and aspirations adequately. Many of our staff share similar identities and histories with the youth we serve, which imbues our work with a profound sense of empathy and understanding. However, the current system, characterized by bureaucratic hurdles and systemic indifference, fails to honor their humanity and the struggles of their journey. Recent reports have highlighted the shortcomings in our city's response to the educational needs of immigrant youth. Despite federal laws mandating their enrollment in public schools, we are witnessing egregious delays and obstacles hindering their access to education. The New York City Public Schools' failure to track enrollment referrals and reluctance to provide timely and appropriate educational opportunities to these youth are deeply concerning. What should be a straightforward enrollment process has become a cumbersome ordeal, often lasting several weeks to over a month. Seat availability, school type, student needs, and timing within the academic year contribute to this delay. One major obstacle is the lack of space in GED programs or alternative high school options. This scarcity makes securing placements for immigrant students exceedingly difficult. Prolonged delays negatively impact our youth's mental well-being as they feel increasingly isolated from their peers attending school. This systemic failure is compounded by the challenges faced by immigrant youth in accessing stable housing and essential services. The recent legal settlement regarding shelter rules, while a step in the right direction for people under 23 who may qualify for an initial 60-day stay, still leaves many vulnerable individuals without adequate support and resources. The plight of individuals who lose their jobs due to the arduous reapplication process for shelter underscores the urgent need for comprehensive reforms. We must hold the city to account for the systemic failures that marginalized immigrant youth. We demand transparency, accountability, and meaningful reforms to ensure every child and young person has access to the resources and opportunities they need to thrive, regardless of their background or circumstances. I urge this committee to take decisive action to address the systemic failures in our city's response to the needs of immigrant youth. We owe it to them to provide a pathway to safety, stability, and opportunity, and it is our collective responsibility to ensure that no young person is left behind and ignored. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Great. Hello. My name is Jennifer Jarrell. I am the director of CovWorks, which is the Employment, Education, and Training Department at Covenant House, New York, which is a homeless shelter for youth ages 18 to 21. Covenant House, New York is the nation's largest nonprofit adolescent care agency, providing housing and support to youth experiencing homelessness. During this past year, CHNY has served over 1,500 young people and provided over 132,000 nights of housing across our residential programs. In addition to crisis, transitional, and long-term housing, our continuum of care includes services to support mental health and wellness, legal services, educational programming, workforce development, and life skills training, all geared toward moving them from homelessness to housing stability and ultimately ending the cycle of homelessness in their lives. 90% of our youth we serve are people of color, nearly 40% are LGBTQ, and over the past year, we have served over 250 undocumented youth. That is 25 times more than we have served in the years prior to starting before the immigrant crisis. In our 60-day shelter that houses 120 youth capacity, as many as half of the population have been new immigrants that are Black immigrants in recent months. Since seeing the influx of migrants in our shelter, the demographic has shifted from the majority of immigrants that are African immigrants, it's shifted to the majority of youth being African immigrants from West Africa, with a large concentration in Guinea. However, we do have youth in Mauritania, youth from Chad, we also have youth from Senegal, and also youth from Haiti. We have had to turn away many youth due to reaching capacity, unfortunately, and out of 100 youth last month, we had 80 youth that were Black immigrants. The Black immigrants youth have not received TPS status, and we are advocating for our youth to qualify for TPS status like the Venezuelan youth that we helped previously. Our legal department has assisted a number of eligible youth in obtaining their documents and still work with our partners to determine eligibility. Our education department has also made sure that young people are able to attend the ESL GED program, and currently we have an ESL GED program on site where we're serving 14 youth that just began April 4th. And we have in attendance 14 youth, and we have teachers that speak French, Creole, and English. And that's pretty much it. Thank you so much.
Who is supporting that program? Is District 79?
It is District 79
Okay.
supporting that program.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next is Solomon Ba.
Good afternoon. Today I'm start before you with my story. My journey is, my name is Suleiman. I'm from Mauritania. I'm here with arguments, my life, young. I found refuge in United States at Coven House. Living my country, West Africa, is not a choice to me. I love my country, I cross my family, and then the life, whatever, stay there, that's not safe for me. In my country, big the Black men living, is country fear, and be violence, and be driven. And the journey to the United States, I take along. I have traveled plane and take a car and I walk. I work certain, but I couldn't give up. When I arrived in New York, I was stay on the state of Brooklyn, on the shelter. After that, I find Coven House, and I just come there to get that's a bed, and they offer me to get a lawyer and everything. But they have a lot of young people like me. They need a lawyer. So Covenant, they only have lawyer. So they need a lawyer. They have like only young people who need to speak English, who need to get a class. So for me, they offer me, I'm doing IT program, and I'm doing GED too. So, and we need to get a working permit to be work or something else.
Okay.
So just I want to share this one with us. And then I speak 6 languages for that. And I cannot use it to work it because I don't have like working permit or something else. So we all need help for us. And thank you for time.
Thank you. Next is Jamie Pulanvix.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Plovich. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Executive Director of the New York State Coalition for Homeless Youth. Thank you to the chairs for holding today's hearing and for the opportunity to testify. I'll be submitting longer, more detailed written testimony, but I would like to focus my verbal testimony on highlighting the needs of unaccompanied youth and minors, the vast majority of whom are coming from African countries. CHY is not an immigration-focused organization, but for over 2 years we have played an active role in supporting the needs of newly arrived youth and minors, including connecting them to youth-specific shelter, advocating for their needs, and pushing back against the often harmful xenophobic narrative and policies that are being pushed by City Hall. Because unlike this administration, we believe that it doesn't matter where a young person was born or when they made New York City their home. If they are homeless and in need of support, it is our job to fight for them the same way we would do so for a young person that was born in Baltimore or the Bronx. Although we do not have concrete data because the city has failed to collect it, overwhelmingly, the Department of Youth and Community Development runaway and homeless youth programs are reporting that a vast majority of the newly arrived young people that they are surviving, which you've heard from the others on the panel, that they are serving are Black migrants from African countries who identify as male. And despite runaway and homeless youth programs going above and beyond to support them, the city as a whole is failing them. Specifically as it relates to unaccompanied minors, from 2021 to 2023, the number of destitute minors and the cases that have been filed in family court has doubled. And those are just the numbers of unaccompanied minors where petitions are being filed in family court for them. We believe that the numbers are actually much higher. The coalition has been pleading with the city to not only acknowledge but support these unaccompanied minors, but yet they have done nothing, and they are here, they need support, and the numbers are growing. Is it okay if I finish? I'd also like to highlight specifically for the Black migrants coming from African countries that are here unaccompanied and are minors, that we are hearing more frequently of unique situations that are arising regarding their documentation. Unlike people that are migrating from countries where they do not need to access a plane to get here, young people that are coming from Africa have to be 18 years old to access an exit visa to get on a plane to come to either Central America, right, or directly to the United States. And to do so for unaccompanied minors, many are accessing documentation, primarily passports, that indicate that they are older than they are, making them 18 or 19, when in fact they are minors and all of their other documentation proves so. But then once they are here, they are not being believed that they are in fact minors, and it is posing huge barriers to their access to education and also connecting them to child welfare services because overwhelmingly the ACS is not believing them or stepping in to support. I have a lot of other things that will be outlined in the written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ninaj Raul. Ninaj Raul? No. Henry Love.
Thank you to both Chair Narcisse and Laveles for this incredibly important hearing today. My name is Dr. Henry Love, and I'm the Vice President of Public Policy and Strategy at WIN. We're the largest homelessness provider in the country. We operate 16 shelters across the 5 boroughs, and we about 7,000 people call WIN home every night. We also have about 350 migrant families that are in our shelters. I'm here today to talk about their experiences. And I want to be really clear. Afro-descendant indigenous people are dramatically overrepresented in migrant families coming into our city and subsequently entering shelter. Whether they're from Venezuela, Haiti, Honduras, Guinea, they're overwhelmingly Black and indigenous. Our nation has systematically regulated Black immigrants, many facing unfathomable circumstances, to our homelessness systems, a stark contrast to the thousands of white Ukrainian refugees. 20% of our asylum-seeking families are Honduran. Most of them belong to the Afro-descendant Garifuna population. Many of our Garifuna populations have fled wide-scale racism and persecution. One quote from a mother, and I quote directly from her, about the racism that she experienced in Honduras. I belong to an ethnicity called the Garifuna. We are of African origin, and due to that, we have received a lot of discrimination, and they don't want us there. It's as if we weren't a part of Honduras, even though we were born there and essentially Honduran. Just because our ancestors were immigrants, so because of that, the governments and the gangs discriminate against us and target our land. What we're seeing is that populations are not only facing discrimination in their own places of origin, but also once they get here to New York. This is not a housing justice issue, but a racial justice issue. I know I'm at time. However, we anticipate that we have a report that just is coming out, that the city's approach has been expensive, ad hoc, harmful to the health of migrants, if I can just finish, and the city at large. And we're urging the council to consider the attached report that I will pass out after I speak. And in that report that was released this morning, including ending the 30 and 60 days rules and upholding the right to shelter, expanding housing vouchers, and increasing access to employment authorization could save New York up to $3.5 billion. It's the smart thing to do, and it's the ethical thing to do.
Thank you. And like my predecessor used to say, that's not around with us anymore, Lou Fiddler, about young folks, teenagers on the street of New York. We cannot afford that. So that's the same feeling that we have for all young folks. They should not be on the street because they are at a sensitive age that we need to protect. Thank you.
Thank you all to the panelists, and we're going to call the next panel. Rex Chen, Monica Tolchinsky, Ariel Wisbaum, Eleanor Workey from the door, and Abdul Majid Ishaq with Deborah Lee. Okay.
Are we ready?
Are we ready to, if you'd like to start.
My name is Rex Chen, he, him pronouns, and I'm the Immigration Director at Legal Services NYC, which gives free immigration and other civil legal services. Black asylum seekers in New York City suffer from systemic, structural, and societal anti-Black racism in New York City. If you go to any subway station near a HERC shelter, you'll see a group of mostly young, Black, recent arrivals standing by the turnstile, hoping someone will swipe them through. They're trying to build a life here to find immigration relief, work, and a roof over their head. They're doing precisely the things the mayor is requiring them to do to avoid street homelessness, but the city doesn't give them Metro cards. Meanwhile, the Adams administration is flooding the subway with police, and the governor called in the National Guard. We know that police overwhelmingly arrest Blacks and Latinos for fare evasion. The Adams administration is boxing in people in a way that's particularly dangerous for young Black men. And we know that fare evasion and citations can have serious consequences for people's immigration cases. The 30-day rules, combined with the over-policing of fare evasion, endangers Black asylum seekers. And we're seeing that New York City communities are being pitted against Black migrants, stoking racial resentments, and painting asylum seekers as criminals in order to further xenophobic agendas. We heard earlier today, throughout the day, about the combination of problems that Black asylum seekers face, including language access problems, cultural competency issues, and a lack of immigration legal services. I just want to add a point that when Black asylum seekers overcome all of those and manage to get an immigration court hearing, the deck is stacked against them because anti-Black bias does not stop at the courtroom doors. We see it from bond decisions to immigration judge rulings. We at LSNYC have begun training our lawyers and other lawyers around the country about ways to interrupt immigration judges about their anti-Black bias. But Black asylum seekers need to get competent immigration lawyers who have these tools to have a chance to get the relief that they qualify for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Aviles, council members, and staff, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Immigration and Hospitals Committee. My name is Monica Tulchinsky, and I'm a senior staff attorney at the Legal Health Division of New York Legal Assistance Group. I want to first thank the council for their support of legal representation for immigrants through the Immigrant Opportunities Initiative and Immigrant Health Initiative. We do not presume to testify to the Black migrant experience. We humbly defer to Black migrants themselves and our esteemed colleagues on previous panels to that end. Legal Health is the largest medical legal partnership in the United States. We serve 38 hospitals across New York City, including the entire health and hospital system. We've seen firsthand the landscape of health challenges and related legal issues that immigrant New Yorkers face and the need for funding for both health and legal services. Having operated our medical legal partnership for over 20 years, we understand the nexus between health and legal issues and its impact on the social determinants of health. Social determinants of health are the non-medical circumstances that directly affect one's health, as well as access to health care. And these include income, racism, access to home care, housing, immigration status, and health insurance coverage. Racism as a social determinant of health affects Black people in the United States most significantly. Due to historical, structural, and medical racism, Black Americans suffer from significantly worse health outcomes and higher mortality rates, and Black immigrants are particularly vulnerable due to the intersectional impact of racism and immigration status on health. Many immigrants have serious or chronic illnesses for which legal interventions are required, and legal interventions are required because lack of immigration status prevents access to many forms of health insurance, health care, and ultimately detrimentally impacts their health outcomes. We urge the Council to pass Introduction 85-2024A. This bill would provide the needed information to understand the full range of health and social needs of immigrants in New York. And if I may finish, in considering immigrants' long-term health needs, the Council should not forget social needs, including legal services that often impact health and provide funding required at this absolutely critical point in serving the immigrant population of New York City, especially with recent drastic cuts in funding for immigrant services with more potentially on the horizon. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ellie Retke, and I'm a lawyer with the Doors Legal Services Center. The Door is a comprehensive youth development organization, and our Legal Services Center specializes in serving young people in their immigration cases. In my written testimony, I detailed the myriad challenges that newly arrived Black youth face. Today, I will share the anonymized stories of two particular Black youth. M grew up in a Muslim household in Senegal. He attended school until he was about 9 or 10 years old, at which point his father removed M from school so that M could perform physical labor on the family's farm. M was afraid of his father, who was abusive toward everyone in the household. M's father routinely beat and whipped M, once breaking a bone. M knew he had to leave for his own safety, so when M was 17, he began his journey through 8 countries to the United States. When M arrived at the US-Mexico border, cartel members stole the only money he had. M spent his 18th birthday on a flight from the border to New York City, where he didn't know a single person. He now lives with hundreds of adults in a herc, where hardly anyone speaks his native language, and where he reports receiving barely any food during Ramadan. T was born in Sudan. When he was 3 years old, his entire village was burned to the ground during the Darfur genocide. When he was 9 years old, he was shot in the leg. Less than a year ago, rebel forces broke into T's family's home. They then raped T's 16-year-old sister and beat T's brother to death in front of T and his family. T eventually escaped the rebels and fled to the US, where he now lives in an adult shelter. Despite constant outreach to legal services organizations, T's been unable to find a lawyer to represent him in his case. He hopes he will find one within the next 9 months, before he turns 21 and becomes ineligible for special immigrant juvenile status. These are just 2 of the hundreds of Black New Yorkers we have met at the door who need the city's support, and I urge you to provide that support. Thank you.
Is Deborah Lee here? Oh, yes, okay. I think, okay, great. You're the interpreter, okay.
نهار سعيد جميعا. أنا اسمي عبد المجيد إسحاق من السودان.
Good day, everyone. My name is Abdul Majid. Good day, everyone. Here you go. My name is Abdul Majid Haroon. And إيه تاني؟
يا عمري 32 سنة. أنا اسمي عبد المجيد يحيى هارون.
And I'm 32 years old, and my name is Abdul Majid Haroon.
دخلت الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية في أبريل 2023.
I entered the United States on April 2023.
وصلت مدينة نيويورك في بداية يونيو 2023.
And I arrived in the city of New York in June 2023.
ساكن حاليا في متجر في بروكلين. أريد أن أخبركم تجربتي في عشت في عدة ملاجئ. أريد أن أخبركم تجربتي فيها.
I settled in New York, in Brooklyn. In Brooklyn, New York, in a shelter. كمل.
تمام. أنا جيت هنا الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية لأنه عندي في بلدي حريق وأنا معامل أصلا هناك في بلدي.
I came to New York. I came to the United States because in my own country I face a genocide.
حاليا ساكن في الملجأ، لكن نظام الملاجئ بقى صعبة شوية. أي شهر أنت تتحول لملجأ جديد.
At this moment, I live in a shelter, and the shelter system is very harsh for me. Every month, they move me from one shelter to another.
أنت داير لك 10 ولا أسبوع عشان تاني تقوم تتحول لشلتر تاني.
And the procedure to be moved from one shelter to the other could take a week or up to 10 days.
وحاجة تانية سميتها إنه في الملجأ قال إنه بعد الشهور الجاية ما في ملجأ للناس الأفراد مثلا، بس فقط للمتزوجين.
And what I heard from the shelter that in 2-3 months from now, the shelter will be only for the family with children.
نعم. أيضا في تجربتي كنت في الشلاتر شايف إنه بعض الموظفين اللاطيين بحاولوا بيساعدوا لللاطين مثلا أكثر من الناس الآخرين مثلا السود. ما أعرف المشكلة دي عن اللغة أو حاجة تانية ما أعرف.
And out of experience, I see the employees of the shelter, they treat us differently. They treat the Spanish speakers much better than they treat us.
وحاجة تانية إنه معظم أنا سكنت في 5 شلاتر مثلا. في 5 شلاتر لقيت في شلتر واحد فقط إنه في موظف بيتكلم لغة عربية.
I lived in 5 different shelters, and in one of them, one of the employees spoke Arabic.
أنا أيضا بعاني من مشاكل طبية، فعندي مشكلة في المعدة، ما باكل مثلا أطعمة فيه حوامض فيها توابل وحاجات دي. لكن في الشلاتر بس كل الأطعمة مثلا تلقى طعام فيها مواد حامضة، فيها حاجات حارة سخنة مثلا زي التوابل. فدي صعب شديد للناس اللي مثلا بعانوا من الأمراض.
And because I suffer from a very bad stomach, I cannot eat spicy food, and I can eat only small numbers of food, and I just cannot find these in the shelter.
Can you let him know? Thank you for the testimony, and if we could wrap up, just because we have a.
أشكرك على البتاع، وممكن تقول لنا في الآخر عايز إيه.
بس أنا دارين إنه ناس تحاول ورق العمل مثلا صعب شديد، إنه 5 شهور ناس يقعد ينتظر 5 شهور، فأنا شايف الحاجة دي صعب شديد.
And I don't have any paperwork or work permits in order for me to go to work. And the newcomers 6 or 7 days a week for $1,000 or $1,500 for the whole month.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
تمام شكرا.
Thank you.
شكرا.
So we're going to have to go on to the next panel. Thank you to all the panelists today for coming. Saeed Ahmed, Connie Ticho, Sergio Uzurin, Mariel Acosta, Aisha Sekou, and Sadie Hamidou. Thank you so much. Would you like to start?
Thank you, Chairwoman, and to the rest of the council members for allowing us to speak on this panel. My name is Seydou Hamidou. I'm from Ghana, West Africa, a member of La Comina, a Staten Island organization that supports Black and brown immigrants like myself. La Comina provides varied total and service to empower our community and foster a more inclusive society for all. As someone that is seeking asylum, it can be difficult to find organizations like La Comina that not only assist with navigating and complex immigration system, but always provide a sense of belonging and supporting during these difficult times. I am grateful for their concerns and community that La Comina offers. Allow me to feel more secure and hopeful about this country in future. Towards their workshop and service, I was able to learn skills and bind a network support that has been instrumental in navigation that asylum process. In my search for a fresh start, La Comina support and empowerment has been like a guiding light in the darkness, helping me to find a way towards a brightness future. Their dedication to help individuals like myself burden their life and is true, inspiring, and has made all the difference in my journey towards stability and security. Continue to supporting organizations like La Comina. God bless America. God bless New York City. God bless all the panel members. Thank you for giving me time.
Thank you. We love La Colmena, and we're glad you found La Colmena.
Thank you.
Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Good afternoon, city leaders, and assalamu alaikum to our beloved community listening in. My name is Saeed Ahmed, and many people know me as Mahdi. I am the manager of New York operations for a halal food certification body called Halal Food Standards Alliance of America. All of the asylum seekers that have come to the United States arrive to expect a better life, and many to escape religious oppression. About half, if not more, of the asylum seekers in many shelters are Muslim and must eat halal food. The month of Ramadan, where Muslims fast and the Eid holiday has just passed, and it has come to light that the asylum seekers are currently not being served halal food and meat at all, outside of vegetarian diets. In the Quran, chapter 6, verse 121, God says, "Do not eat that meat over which the name of God has not been pronounced. This is surely a sin." The meat has raised concerns and doubts which caused many to protest and many to avoid eating and looking elsewhere to find free halal food, such as mosques and charity distributions. There are people faced with the thought, do I sustain my health or do I stay true to my religion, as declared by one of the asylum seekers? Many of the community and mosque volunteers that have worked with the migrants have attested to the struggles they are facing regarding this matter and worked hard to feed the starving stomachs of our brothers and sisters. Due to the severity of the issue and rising need for a solution, they requested help from our organization. The city has a large allocated budget for food, and being that many aren't even able to eat the food, it's a complete misuse of funds. It is a constitutional right for religious freedom and freedom of speech, and our migrants, who are accepted in by the states, are being penalized for speaking up on this subject matter in the shelters. This is completely unacceptable. Getting halal food is an emergency right now due to the heavy Muslim population of migrants. We need to allocate the budget towards the right direction to bring in food through the right means. Halal food cannot simply be claimed as halal, like it was from a doctor in NYC Health and Hospitals, or how it's currently being done. There are many issues with meat and cross-contamination procedures that would need a reliable halal monitoring agency to get involved to ensure that halal food is being served. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, "He who avoids doubtful matters clears himself in regard to his religion and his honor, but he who falls into doubtful matters eventually falls into that which is unlawful." Reference Bukhari. We need halal food with the standards of being slaughtered in the proper manner by the hand of a Muslim and being monitored with the correct meats, processes with zero risks of cross-contamination. The correct way to achieve this is by going through the right course of action and involving a halal monitoring agency such as Halal Food Standards Alliance of America or Halal Monitoring Services, who are frequently doing their due diligence to ensure that the right things are being served. We from Halal Food Standards Alliance of America are here with a proposal letting you know that we are willing to work with the city in helping with this emergency situation. Right now, there are likely no meats being served to migrants that are considered halal according to the correct hand slaughter halal standard that it should be. There can also be heavy risk of cross-contamination during processing and cooking. We are a prominent and trusted nonprofit organization in New York and throughout the nation as we implement the standard of halal that is inclusive to the vast majority of Muslims. This ensures that Muslims can eat reliable halal food at a time of heavy corruption in the food industry. Similar to health inspectors, we have our halal inspectors and team who monitor, communicate, and oversee the food services provided by the enterprises that we work with. We are nationally based, and we work with businesses, universities, medical facilities, halal distributors, halal suppliers, as well as other halal certifying bodies worldwide to strive and build a trust with the community so our Muslims can eat what they rightfully should. We're available to discuss more on this, and I can share our information after to get a start on this as soon as possible. I appreciate you all for listening to my testimony, and I, like other community members and asylum seekers, hope that a change can be implemented as soon as possible for the benefit of the community and to instill the dignity of the Muslims here in New York. Thank you for everyone for listening.
Thank you.
Ready? Great. Sergio Usurin here, spokesperson for NYC Ice Watch, part of the Migrant Mutual Aid Coalition. We are non-hierarchical, unofficial, unincorporated, nor should we be, frankly, to be confiscated for the work that we've been doing. I know this because a few years ago, in my role as a sole proprietor, video production guy, I have gotten city checks that I've picked up on 6th Avenue for work that I've done. So when Manny Castro was talking about, oh, we're working with organizations, but they're still working on the 501c3 incorporation, he's full of nonsense, and he's making excuses for his abject failure. And so is Molly Schaefer, who I made sure to use Google Translate to tell the migrants that she is the inventor of the 30-60-day rule, and you should have seen the looks of disgust on their faces when I told them that. A couple of examples of the inefficiencies we've had in the fall of 2022. The Mutual Aid Coalition had an event at a church in Washington Heights. On a budget of less than $1,000, we saw a physician was able to see between 70 and 120 migrants. At the same time, the Red Cross, which I think was opening their center in Midtown on a budget of, I think it was $81 million, their metric was 100 physician visits a week. That's 1/100,000th of the budget. We, New York City Ice Watch, and our partners in the Mutual Aid Coalition, we are the ones feeding the people at line at the reticketing center at St. Bridget's, which we found out this morning there is a line there again. We are the ones that have received calls from so-called community partners that work with Moya and the Mayor's Clergy Roundtable. I'm shouting out Pastor Montrose here, who have received, not shouting out, I'm calling him out. Because I'm getting calls from pastors that run hotels and shelters asking me for free labor to do asylum and TPS paperwork. Why is the city telling people to ask for free labor when DACO and MedRight are getting their contracts renewed to the tune of $500 million? I don't know. I have gotten calls from people that have gotten on flights that were paid for by Catholic Charities and they didn't have Metro cards or were not given money to have their luggage on the flight. We've literally found migrants walking on the New Jersey Turnpike trying to walk from Newark to Manhattan. And this is what these large non-governmental organizations do. They're inefficient. On top of that, we've got people that are trying to work as delivery drivers. You go to the Red Hook impound, there's millions of dollars of mopeds there right now, thousands of mopeds. On every step and every level of the way, we call them compas, the migrants, they're facing hurdles, and the people that are trying to help them, which is us, are facing hurdles. We've been kicked out of homeless shelters. When the supervisors found out we were there providing translation services, we're not allowed anywhere near Hercs. We have the cops called on us constantly for feeding people, including feeding halal meals, 400 people a day on weekends. We have migrants who have moved to other shelters and even moved to Long Island who come back to 47 Hall Street to help organize the giving out of food and clothing because the city has failed objectively. I will end with this. The only thing that I'm applauding the council for is overriding Eric Adams' veto of the FEPS voucher system. That FEPS voucher process is what is going to save and unite New Yorkers because everybody is seeking a solution to their individual housing crisis, and that includes parents who are separated from their children in ICE detention in Texas who cannot get their children out of ICE detention in Texas because they do not have a stable, what is considered a stable address for the authorities here. And we know that Eric Adams' game plan is to separate African American and Puerto Rican and long-term Latino residents from incoming migrants. We all saw the shooting on the G train the other day. That was a black man attacking a Latino couple for claiming that they were stealing his money. That is the Lori Cumbo playbook. It is the Kathy Hochul playbook. It is the Vicky Palladino playbook. And I'm urging people to sign everybody up for FEPS
calling any more names. Not call people.
My apologies. But it's a serious business. We hope that we can have translators to sign everybody up for FEPS. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Aviles, for opening up this forum to listen to us. My name is Mariela Costa. I'm here today as a member of the broader Mutual Aid Coalition from around the city that has been taking on several direct action measures to support our new neighbors. I also speak to you as a Black immigrant, a community member, and as a parent. April is National Bilingual Multilingual Learner Advocacy Month, and affecting all asylum seekers, as we've heard today from many people, and migrants, especially at the intersection of race. There are issues of language access or the lack thereof due to the absence of qualified translators and interpreters in migrant shelters and respite centers. For instance, migrants often receive mistranslated materials or even mistranslations in the citywide designated languages, French, Arabic, Spanish, or materials not translated at all. This stands in direct violation of various sections and the implementation plans described in Local Law 30 of 2017. The lack of access to information due to insufficient or absent translation and interpretation, in turn, limits migrants' abilities to access the social services they need towards applying for their asylum, ID, TPS, insurance, and other important documentation and services. This deliberate lack of adequate language access leaves under-resourced mutual aid groups like us scrambling to pick up the slack of the companies that get paid millions of dollars to provide these services. I'd also like to highlight reproductive justice issues, especially as today is the second to last day of the annual Black Maternal Health Week. This week is between April 11 to April 17. And it is a week when advocates highlight Black maternal health and the disproportionate threat of Black maternal mortality Black women face. In the US, Black women are dying 3 to 4 times the rate of white women during and after childbirth, regardless of income and level of education, mainly due to racist medical practices. To this, add the variables of Black asylum seekers' immigration status, language barriers, the trauma of experiencing displacements from their countries of origin, of having to traverse several countries on foot while pregnant, to then get to the US and be re-traumatized and re-victimized by racism and xenophobia at the hands of the institutions that are supposed to be provided. As a mother and activist, I started working with professional birth workers to organize and facilitate workshops out of my university. I'm a graduate student at CUNY. And the workshops are directed to pregnant migrant women to offer them guidance and material and emotional support when, through our mutual aid work that I've been doing since last year with migrant families, I noticed that pregnant women lacked access and information to key services pertaining to perinatal care.
Marielle, could you, I'm so sorry to do this, but we're past our time and we have a good number of people. We have to exit the room and I want everyone who's been patiently waiting.
Okay,
could you
so I'll wrap up real quick. So through this work, we've also found out that pregnant women are malnourished and their children as well. Shelters, as Sergio noticed, when we try to distribute warm meals, they kick us out and they send security and cops to us when we're standing in the public sidewalk, and them claiming this is private property, you know, their hotel shelters. And yeah, while proposing your bills today, especially in Intro 739, and when discussing the experiences of Black migrants in New York City, I hope you will also consider to propose a plan to hold accountable the Adams administration and the public and private entities responsible for the management of the shelters, where this already vulnerable population continues to be re-victimized and re-traumatized. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate, I know you have more to say, I really do. I think with that, I'm gonna call the next panel. Thank you to all of you for your work. I know you are doing the people's work. Next, we are gonna have Aisha Seiko. I don't know if she's still here. Ariel Wisbaum, maybe not. Connie Ticho. Moira Shush. Moira. Olivia Vizi. Taheru Barry. And Bengali Kamara. Bengali Kamara? Okay. Thank you.
I'll be speaking on Moira's behalf. Moira is a student organizer at Columbia University and is also interning with Baji. So she's testifying on how the city's failure to provide meaningful language access for migrants speaking indigenous Afro-diasporic languages contributes to the inability to access services or to effectively communicate with city agencies. The city's current language access laws only require city agencies to provide language access services for designated citywide languages, a group of 10 languages that currently only includes one indigenous Afro-diasporic language, Haitian Creole. The policy is a harmful departure from the city's previous language access law of 2003 that required city agencies to provide language access assistance in individuals with primary language, defined by the law as the language in which an LEP individual chooses to communicate with others. Today, she speaks to the easily preventable obstacles that a friend who is a Senegalese asylum seeker, Chike, faced due to the lack of meaningful language access laws in the city. She was asked to translate on behalf of TK for an experience that he had with NYPD. He's a 25-year-old migrant who arrived in New York City last summer. His primary language is Wolof, but he also speaks very limited French and very limited English. He had an incident or a run-in with NYPD where the officer explained that he violated a law requiring commercial cyclists to wear helmets. He was given a criminal summons. When he asked for explanation as to what the summons was and why this situation occurred or how he violated the law, she was called on his behalf via cell phone to translate. However, during the experience with the police officer, he was trying to indicate that he works as an Uber Eats cyclist and uses the app to document his time when he's on cycle and when he is off. He relayed the information to the officer and to Moira, who translated on his behalf, but the NYPD officer refused to take that into consideration. He was sent straight to court, where the court translators did not have Wolof translation, nor did they have a French translator who could provide translation and interpretation services for limited proficiency for French. She's advocating that you avoid this issue by providing meaningful language access to African migrants in their primary language, as indicated in previous laws that the city adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we, there we go.
My name is Tahiru Bari. I came from Guinea, but I was born in Monrovia, attended school there, and graduated from high school. After that, my parents decided to force me to do enforced marriage to all person that, and because they saw my condition, I'm disabled, they want to decide to go on my right. I decided to run away in King Guinea. I explained my problem to one of my friends in the States. She brought me a ticket. So I need to come to US to ask for help. I need to further my education. I don't want old man why he is age 72 years, having 3 wives and some children. I decided that my parents cannot force me traditional wedding, what I not want. I decided to further my education because I'm a disabled. What able can do, I can never do that. So I decided to come. So my parents said that they will force me to marry what I not want. After graduating from high school for 12 years, I told them I want to continue my education. They said no. I decided to marry. I said I don't want to marry because I saw most of my friends, they got married, but the home is not too okay. I'm looking at my condition. I need help. So I decided to explain to my friend. She told me that run away in Can Guinea. She said the border is open. I can help you to pass through the border to enter, but I face some difficulty on the road. But since 2012, I've been suffering. I don't have, even I'm talking with my family, they say they can't listen to me because my parents forced me to marry to men why I not want to marry.
Thank you so much, Ms. Barry. Thank you.
So I need help, I need support. I don't have lawyer. Even if I enter in the train or the bus, I don't have metro card. The last time I was sick, I went to the hospital. The nurses was asking me for money. I told them I came from the border. I don't have money. I'm not working. I'm a high school graduate, and also one of my friends, she helped me. I went to airline school. I have my AA degree. I told her that I have my document. I brought my document with me, but if I apply for a job, they can say if you don't have Social Security or working permit, you cannot have job. I entered since January 11, but I've been going to some shelter, some, where the place name? Yeah. Yes, I've been going to some, I was in Rwanda, Islam. One of my friends, she told me that she said, that place is not good for you. I am Muslim. The food what they gave you there is not good, it's not helpful for you. So come and be with me until you can find solution. If the government can help you, so you can improve your life. I said, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barry, and thank you for your testimony. Moira? Are you Moira? Or
Olivia.
Olivia.
Thank you for hosting this opportunity to testify today. My name is Olivia Vizi. I'm a community organizer with Urban Librarians Unite, as well as an oral history teacher at LaGuardia Community College. I spend a lot of time volunteering with African migrants. I've promised some of my friends that I'll share testimony translated from French on their behalf. These are from 2 asylum seekers. I'm going to leave their names out. The first comes from a young Senegalese man. He told me, "Life in the shelter is not a life. I wouldn't advise anyone to live in such conditions. If you go out to look for work and you miss a meal, then you have to go find food. But if you can't find any work, how are you supposed to buy food? In the place where you sleep, there's so much noise, and you worry about your cell phone and shoes being stolen, and you hear people arguing all the time. When you've been there for 30 days, they'll kick you out in the middle of the night in the cold. They just don't respect us. To work, you need a permit and social security number. You're always told to go find a lawyer so that they can help you file your case, but that's too slow and they're too busy. And anyways, you can't go find a lawyer to help you file your case because you don't work, you don't have any money to pay a lawyer to help you file your case. So now you'll stay like that until the day of your hearing before the judge when you haven't even filed your case. This life is really pitiful and complicated." The second testimony is from a migrant from Mauritania. Violence, torture, unjust imprisonment, and persecution. They face retribution for organizing against slavery, fighting against political and ethnic oppression for their sexuality and for their religious choices. To wrap up quickly, I'll just say, in my capacity working with librarians, I know that many services for African migrants occur in the basements of libraries. I tell Black migrants almost every day that they can go to libraries for free, even just to charge their phones, and this is news to many of them. Library workers are extremely good at community engagement and resource distribution, and they also tell me that they would love to serve this migrant community more. They're often being barred from shelters, and it takes them months to be able to get into just the family shelters to do story times. They currently rely mostly on the help of the mutual aid groups to facilitate this connection. We should have translations and translators in all public libraries, which are already community spaces, to allow everyone access to the resources available there. We don't have to separate out our community resources into ones that are for asylum seekers and ones that are for the rest of the people. This also creates social barriers between the two groups. It's much better if there are also places where people can come together. The community leaders also speaking earlier mentioned job fairs and job training multiple times. Librarians put on job fairs and connect people to career development resources all the time. So I just urge the City Council to think about that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you all. Thank you for your testimony. And now we will move to 3 virtual testimony. Okay. Also, for anyone left in the room, if you were here to testify and have not done so, please fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms. Now, as we move to the virtual panelists, please wait for the Sergeant at Arms to announce that you may begin before starting your testimony.
You may begin.
Mbake Thiam.
You may begin.
Hello. Sorry, everyone.
We hear you and see you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Michael Cham. I'm the Housing and Health Community Organizer at Center for the Independence of the Disabled in New York. I'm also African immigrant here in Harlem, and I feel like there is an urge for myself to speak, not just on behalf of African immigrants, but also on behalf of the impact that will have on people with disabilities here. So I think my most concern is for the lack of or why we didn't see health and hospitals in this room today. I think they are urged to come here and be able to tell us how they are seeing the impact of the health survey and how they are providing an assessment to better cater to the needs of the immigrants, whereas also paying attention on the impact of hospitals that are closing, like Beth Israel, like downstate SUNY Downstate, which is in Brooklyn. And all this may have an impact on the people with disabilities, but also people with chronic disease. But in addition to it, as a migrant, also I know there is a language barrier, how they are fighting, how hospitals are fighting in order to help people be understood when they are sick, when they are not feeling well, and not always to rely on language line, which was problematic earlier, as we were saying that language line might not help people communicate in their own languages when they have to speak Wolof or Asian Creole or other languages, and they were offered French from France. It's going to be a difference, and it's going to be also another problem in the health disparities for these migrants. I'm writing a written testimony.
Your time has expired.
Yeah, I'm writing a written testimony.
DM, you can submit your
Yes.
testimony, and we look forward to receiving it. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we will have Tanisha Grant.
You may begin.
Hello, my name is Tanisha Grant. I am the Executive Director of Parents Supporting Parents and Moms United for Black Lives New York City. Our work is in Harlem. For the last 3 years, Parents Supporting Parents New York has been supporting our Black migrants. We work very closely with Mid-Manhattan Adult Center Chair. I suggest that you come to visit. This is a hub for Black immigrants, and Black migrants, but the problem is they don't have resources. Language access is a real barrier for our Black migrants. I heard someone earlier testify about Wolof, the language that a lot of our African-speaking family speak, and we have big problems in Harlem and Washington Heights where we are not supporting migrants. It would be great if community-based organizations such as PSPNY could get the funds to hire our own interpreters so that we can include all of our community and that our Black migrants can stop being treated other than other. The face of the migrant situation is a Spanish-speaking face, and that is not right. We have many migrants from many different countries, especially in Africa, that cannot get the resources that they deserve. So I hope that this committee thinks about that and really start working with community-based organizations, none of which I heard today, who have come to testify about the need for support for our Black migrants and asylum seekers. Thank you for letting me testify, and thank you for this hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. Always wonderful to see you. Thank you for the work you do. And lastly, we will have Peter Tehran.
You may begin.
Mr. Tehran. And Mr. Tarson, apologies.
You may begin.
Mr. Tarson, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Is he online?
He's there. Mr. Tarson, it looks like your microphone is not working. It seems that you are unmuted, but we cannot hear you. Unfortunately, we are gonna have to move on if we can't fix the microphone situation. But we welcome your testimony. You can submit it up to 72 hours post-hearing. Okay, Mr. Tarson, I'm so sorry we can't get the technology fixed. Okay. Okay, so we have now heard from everyone who has signed up to testify. If we have inadvertently missed anyone who would like to testify in person, please visit the Sergeant at Arms table and complete the witness slip now. If we have inadvertently missed anyone who would like to testify virtually, please use the raise hand function in the Zoom, and a member of our staff will call on you in order of the hands raised. Okay, so we're going to call Tayana Wagnick on Zoom.
You may begin.
Bonsoir tout le monde. My name is Taina Wagnack. I am the Senior Manager of State and Local Policy at the New York Immigration Coalition. Thank you to Chair Narcisse and Avelis for holding this historic hearing on the experiences of Black immigrants living in New York City. I also would like to take the opportunity to submit testimony in support of the proposed legislation, Introduction 84 and 85, sponsored by Council Member Rivera. The legislation supports the creation of humane policies by collecting data on the employment obstacles that recent arrivals face, including their chronic health needs. I am deeply honored to submit testimony today, shedding light on the experiences of Black immigrants living in New York City. Living as a Haitian immigrant in New York City has been a very unique experience with its triumphs and challenges. For a start, you live in a city that seems to celebrate Black culture, where there are several different types of enclaves like Little Haiti, Little Senegal, and aided by also the fact that immigrants are job creators and innovators. Yet Black and African immigrants seem to be missing from the public consciousness and overall immigration conversation. And the reason community-led initiative and grassroots organizations such as African Communities Together has been playing a pivotal role in providing immediate and support for Black asylum seekers arriving in the city. Moreover, just want to jump into our recommendation to the council. We are grateful and happy to hear that Moya is aware of the Community Interpreter Bank as well as the Language Access Worker Cooperative. We thank City Council for being a champion for language access and for restoring in the budget $3.8 million to continue the work that the Language Access Collaborative has started in expanding access to and improving language services.
Your time has expired.
To communities, and we also call for City Council to baseline $5 million in this city budget to continue this work, and also call for City Council to implement city fed legislation and allocate resources to combat housing discrimination and disparity faced by immigrants.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dana. Thank you. So just in terms of last call, for those who have registered but were not present, we're going to make a last call. Yasmin Badi, Peter Tarson,
You may
Perez.
begin.
It's okay.
We'll give Peter, say Peter, try to unmute again.
Peter Tarson, if you could try to unmute on Zoom. If you are speaking, we cannot hear you. I'm sorry, Mr. Tarson, we still cannot hear you.
We should keep reading the names.
Perez Luxama, Yamina Kezadri, Hildelin Colon Hernandez, Michael Magazine, Darmak Durs Barletier, Perez Luxama, Melissa McCloskey, Thierno Diallo, Zainats Iyega, Mamadou Saliu Diallo, Elsie Damian Harris Hernandez, Ninaj Raul, Ariel Wisbaum, Michael Magazine, Ronnie James, Kaniticho, Aisha Sekou, Bagali Kamara, and Peter M. Tarson. Seeing no one else, I would like again to note that written testimony will be reviewed in full by committee staff and may be submitted up to a record of up to 72 hours after the close of this hearing by emailing it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. And with that, I want to thank everyone for coming out today to offer testimony, especially our service providers, our mutual aid groups, our community members, and all of those who have come out to share with us their firsthand experiences. In the note of a beautiful song, Las caras lindas de mi gente negra means the beautiful faces of my Black community. We see you, we will do better by you. All people deserve dignity. Thank you so much. And with that, I want to thank my co-chair, Councilmember Narcisse, for her tireless advocacy as chair of the Health and Committee on behalf of migrants. Thank you, and with that, we close.